There we go. Yeah! Hello, ladies, gentlemen, me of the future and the void, as always. Hope you're having a fine Friday night, or Saturday morning if you're in the correct time zone. Welcome, 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 your boy early as always. Managed to sneak it in. YouTube wasn't being cringe. Usually the go live button just does not pop up because it is... YouTube is a special problem child. Ooh, time for the stream where you contributed way too many NPCs. Yeah. Full disclosure, I will be going over some of the NPCs in less detail than usual, because we have almost 100 to go through today. This should be the finale, though. I believe I've got every NPC who's worth talking about. There are some I've excluded. For example, Yith is literally just a guy in a suit. There's not much to talk about, it's just a suit. Message retracted. Oh, hello, Violetta Baril. Nice to see you. Is Originium Slug on this list? No, because it would go to the Therm X tier. So what would I be talking about? The fact that it's not wearing clothing? We already know that. Yith is hot, though, you're right, but it is a very, standard suit. He hasn't modified it at all. It is just a standard two-piece suit with a nice tie and a nice set of shoes. Yahoo, it is drip time. Yes, sir. Teddy, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Slug fan, what? I know, the betrayal. Welcome, Amira. You are indeed here, like your name is All Might. But yeah, I mean, look, Nugnut, I've already ranked slugs for you. They go in the Therm X tier because they're not wearing clothing. There you go. Every type of slug is naked. And nudity is against terms of service, so obviously I can't show Originium slugs or I'll get taken down by the man. Hello, Fideos Krudos. Nice to meet you. Sorry if I butchered that name. Their shell is their clothing. They can't remove their shell, so no, it is not. Alrighty, so I'll give a little bit of time, just like 30 seconds or so, for people to trickle in while I waffle, because I'm early as always. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a fine Saturday evening. As I already mentioned, if I'm attracted to slugs, I'm a furry. I'm not attracted to... Just because I'm a... Words. Being attracted to something or not being attracted to something doesn't change them being naked. I'm not attracted to them. Yes, it does. I'm playing Arknights, which makes me furry by default. I'm not a furry. No shame on you if you are, but even putting aside me being asexual, I'm still not a furry. Alrighty, I do have a different soundtrack for the day. Let me put it up. It is a very serious and dramatic soundtrack. Let me make sure the audio balancing is right. How's that, everyone? Can you hear me talk just fine, or is the music a little bit too loud? Imagine being a furry, definitely not you. Then what are you doing playing Arknights? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. My model doesn't register winks very well because I've got very, very poor lighting, so it can't see my eyes. Dang Terraria BGM? Yes, sir, I really felt like... For whatever reason, I felt like playing Terraria today, which I haven't done in years, but I can't do that because I have a stream planned, which is already going to take 8 hours. So this is the next best thing. Imagine being an Originium Slig. What's that? Alright, so is the audio good? Is it too loud for you guys? Is it too quiet? Hopefully it's at a good level. What's a tier list? A tier list is when you rank the steeps of a mountain. They're called tiers, and it's another term for plateau. Not bat_building KGT 2 out of 10. Drop that in music shilling. I've never heard that one, so I'll be keen to give it a listen. Okay, now let me make sure all of my tabs are in the right order so I can tab between the tier list and the drip ranking. Spoilers, Yeti Squadron did indeed make the list. And we're doing Lapland's unironic father today as well, not just her metaphorical father. So I will kick things straight into gear. It's the Blood Knight boss music. Actually, yeah, I remember that. During Marianelle, there were just a bunch of themes that were randomly named things that didn't make sense. You're right. How many NPCs am I going to rank? I'm going to rank just shy of 100, which should cover basically every meaningful NPC. There are some I've cut just because I don't really have too much to say about them, or they're very, very forgettable NPCs. But there are some forgettable NPCs who made the list anyway because they have really, really strong designs. So this will probably be the last. I'll try to go through... It's just shy of 100. It's somewhere between 96 and 100. I didn't count. I think it's like 97. Not even random stands for Battle Blood Knight. Yeah, but it's Coda's shorthand for Battle Blood Knight. It's not, like, proper. Is this Eunectes' sister? No, this is Alana. That being said, she does bear a striking resemblance to Eunectes. 10-hour stream, let's go. No, I'm aiming for just 5 hours today. I'm aiming to really speedrun this one with just a 5-hour stream. I know. That's basically like blink and you'll miss it. Like, I'm really trying to speedrun this bad boy. Get it out of the way as soon as possible. Hello, Nozomi. Good morning to you as well. Good to see you. Forgettable NPCs. Savage. Savage is an operator. She's not an NPC. She is pretty forgettable. A 3-day tour. Yeah, you know what? I couldn't get a 3-day tour of Iraq, so I'm doing a 3-day tour of Arknights. First NPC, and we're looking at midriff. Yeah, I was showing my thighs to start us off, and then I remembered the first one on the list has some really nice midriff. So while I'm doing a little bit of an intro waffle, I might as well show the NPC. Oh, you forgot? Oh, what did you forget? Savage exists? That's fair. How do you not know Savage is an operator? It's almost like you can't get her unless you're active during certain very specific time periods. Where you get her for free as part of your mail, and otherwise she's completely inaccessible. Man, Terraria BGM. I really do need to play Terraria again. I haven't played it for like 7 years. Already great start. Yes, so we will start us off with Alana. I will zoom in so you can see her. You only know Savage because you mistook her as Scavenger. Okay, you can't quite see the top of her hair from that zoom in, so I might need to go 175. Wait, if I add back the bookmarks, there we go. Hey. So, this is Alana. I do not know what event she's from. I don't remember her at all in the story. But she has a very, very striking and memorable design. So she absolutely made the list. Why am I stuttering so much today? 1 second, let me take a sip of water, see if that fixes it. Okay, I shouted some profanities while I was muted just to make sure. I think I'm good to go now. Now that's a wrench, she can fix me. Yep. Huge ass wrench. She is in Rimbilton, so automatic kudos. She's from Australia. Big wrench to fix you. Now, I'll actually start at the bottom and work my way up. And yes, we're not ranking her robot companion, that would be Thermex here, before someone inevitably jumps on it. Finally beat FT7CMA, congratulations, user. So, starting off with the shoes, for Arknights, these are pretty good shoes. That being said, belt overload. Her shoes have like 5 straps and then laces. I don't know what's going on. And they're asymmetrical because the other shoe does not have the same straps. The pants, I actually really do like the way the pants are sitting in the boots. It does scuff her leg silhouette a little bit, but it's a very natural transition, works really well with the color balancing. And then her pants start to get a little bit weird with this pattern here. Not quite see-through. Yeah, tactical boots, exactly. It's Arknights, what did I expect? Yeah, look, there's a reason I clarified. Pretty good by Arknights standards, because Arknights shoes are something special. Yeezy tactical boots, yeah. They're designer tactical boots, aim for stomping on people. So I do actually quite like the pattern on the side of her pants. But I don't quite like the way it looks like it's the second set of pants underneath the first one. Because of how it's hanging here. It looks absolutely fine on the on her left, our right. But on her right, our left, it looks a little bit strange, like it's underneath the rest of the pants. But that being said, like, the main... it shouldn't really be black. The black is a little too dark for this shade of brown. But the pattern works as a pretty good highlight. And if this pouch wasn't here, it would draw attention to her thighs, which is a very natural highlight point. Obviously, you gotta have one solitary knee pad so you can take one knee as long as you use your left. You like the bandages? Oh yeah, the bandages on her arm, they're fantastic, yeah. Now, the pouches, they're a little bit scuffed, they're a little bit out there. This pouch is not properly secured. You can see in this art that it is flipping all over the place, and it's going to be a pain in the ass. The top pouch is fine, even though it's also not secured. If she secures this properly, It's far enough on the side that it won't get in the way too much, but as it stands, this is not properly secured. The pants themselves, very, very nice. I don't know why she has so many belts, and none of them are actually tied to her pants. Her pants go up way higher than you expect. These pants are definitely oversized for her. But hey, some people like wearing clothing that's a bit too big. You're late, she's hot abs. Yeah, strong start. There is no late. You like her wrench is cool. I do like that her ID pad, not ID card, is on her pouch on the waist. That's interesting. It's a decision. That being said, like, obviously, pouches need to be attached. You even have this strap over your thigh, but it's not attaching the pouches, so what is it there for? The belts, I do really like this black and yellow color. I think it complements her pant pattern really, really well. Looks a bit weird with the brown, but, like, absolutely fine. This secondary belt, that's to hold her pouch in place. So I don't know why it's underneath the other belt. Actually, I can't tell which one is holding her pouch. Both of them look like they should be. Playable when? Yeah, unironically, this looks like an E0 art. It's high enough quality that you would expect her to be an operator, so maybe she will be in the future. It's wind chimes. Most dedicated wind chimes user. Can't even recognize her outside of abs. Windflit can't fix her, but she can fix me. What's her name again? She is Alana. A-L-A-N-N-A. So, A-L Anna. Now, pouches on the other side, relatively fine. Little bit of a skirt here, just with how it's sitting. Looks pretty nice. Obviously, if you've got abs this nice, absolutely show them off. Looks fantastic. Complemented very, very well by her sports bra and the jacket. There are a few problems with the jacket, but at its core, this is a very, very good upper body that complements her abs very, very well. It's fine to have an extra focal point if they're on your abs like this and you're this fit. There's no shirt rip, never mind. She's in Ray event, yeah. I know she's new. Outside of that, I've never seen her, so I knew she didn't exist yet. Is that robot a vacuum? No, that's just a pipe. Now, the undershirt, or rather the sports bra. Pretty nice, it's a little weird to have a little bit of a pattern right on the under boob, only on one side like this. But relatively plain, relatively nice. This radio strap over her torso, over one breast, this isn't good. For starters, the radio antenna is going through her jacket. So she can't get it out easily. I'm not even sure... Actually, no, that isn't a radio, it just looks like one. That's just... I don't know what the point of this is. It's a very weird strap, it almost looks like a tiny piece of armor plating, but like... What's the point in armored plating? Just a pipe. These are just pipes, they're not a vacuum. What pipes are there in Australia? You know what I mean, you know what I mean. So, I don't like how this black part here sits across her shoulder. It's going for asymmetry, like, the color is really, really nice. It's just a little strange because this piece of clothing serves no purpose other than to break up her silhouette, because from the way it's sitting, it just covers half of one of her shoulder and then straps around to the other side. I was not calling... No, the robot is not a pipe. I was referring to the pipe on the robot. Now, the other sleeve, on the other hand, that's a great way of breaking up the asymmetry. Likewise... She does have a single elbow pad to match her single knee pad. Absolute Arknights classic. The goggles, they are the right size for her, and they balance really, really well with her face and hair. So it works really, really fantastic. The straps are a little bit strange. It's not every type of goggle has two straps, but some do. And it's to make it more secure, so absolutely fine, even though, like, end of the day, goggles are mainly about function over form, and these look very, very functional. And they also don't look bad. The wrench is really, really cool. It looks like you could use it as a bludgeoning weapon. I'm not sure what you'd fix with this, but it is really, really cool. Her gloves, I do actually like the consistency of yellow highlights. So she has yellow as a secondary highlight color. It's a little bit bright, but in a good way. On the glove, on all these tassels, on her pouches, on her belt, even a slightly yellowish gold over her feet and on her leg pattern. It's a very consistent highlight color. She's got orange and yellow as her highlights, and it works really, really well. And then, of course, tiny touches of red, but that's fine. Now, the jacket, though. This jacket, like, in theory, from the shoulders up, it looks really, really nice. From below about here, it starts looking a bit weird. Why is there this giant flap? Why is the zipper so big? It's also not sitting on her very well because it looks like it's barely attached to the back on this part. It sits on this side, on her left, a lot better. But on the right, it looks like it's, got a massive slit all the way down. So I think a very similar styled jacket that's slightly more consistent would make the outfit pop a little bit more. Especially just mainly ditch this whatever the hell flap this is here. Power Originium. Yeah, it's for fixing low sanity doctors. She's a medic. If you walk into the medbay, she hits you with the wrench until you say you're not injured. The scarf, I actually really like the scarf. Especially it's a... Oh, that's not even a scarf, that's a bandana tied around her neck. Very, very short at the back. Lovely flame-patterned orange highlight at the front. Looks like it could be pulled over her face to block out any fumes if she needs to, but generally it does make the outfit pop a little bit more. So the only things that, like, are a little sus, the pants, they're way too big on her. Like, when you actually look at her silhouette, her sort of crotch would be about here. Which means that the pants are an extra third longer than they need to be. I don't know how to describe this without sounding perverted. But either she has an absolutely gargantuan hip area, or her hips end about here. Whereupon, like, these pants have an extra third to go. That being said, like, she's pulling it off. It looks pretty nice on her. Credit where it's due. Main things to fix, though. The pouches are not attached properly. The jacket... If it was mirrored from the other side, it would look much nicer. And while, yes, this strap over one boob does look nice, it's not attached to anything and doesn't really serve any purpose, so I have no idea why it's there. Likewise, this black strap here. She's wearing baggy-ass pants or she's packing, yeah. People say I can fix her, bro, this woman will fix me. Yeah, no, this is, I love this archetype of character. I love her face, I love how much personality her outfit has. And her face as well. You know, quality tailors are in short supply. What do you mean? We've seen some incredibly well-tailored clothing. It's attached to the boob. Yeah, unironically, it looks like this strap here is attached to the boob because it's not attached to anything else. What is her name again? Alana. I will pull it up in the tier list because I'm about to rank her. So it is spelt like this. A-L-A-N-N-A. No, double N. Now, that being said... Oh, why did this... Sorry, just noticed this inexplicably deleted S tier. How did that happen? And yeah, I know it's strange that SSS is not super sexy style. Dilf next, yes sir. So, I think Alana is somewhere between flooding and S tier. She's a very, very strong outfit. It gives off a lot of personality. Like, you can tell she's sort of tomboyish. Even putting aside the mechanic stuff, just her outfit. Her outfit doesn't really look like a mechanic's, though. Definitely getting in the way of her job for the sake of looking good. Aside from the goggles and this bandana, which are very, very functional. Why am I pressed? What do you mean pressed? So I think for now, I'll put Alana in just S tier. But she could easily go up to flooding. I'm not sure yet. Mechanic for fixing you. I'm trying to avoid being biased. I really love the way they've done shading and coloring her. The coloring and the shading makes her really, really pop. But, like, her outfit is a bit all over the place, a little bit too busy. Mainly because of the pouches. I think without the pouches and with slightly tighter pants, this would look much, much nicer. And if they just fixed this jacket here, because there's no reason to have a slit there. Outside of that, like, top marks. Looking her up, it seems Warmy is her adopted sister. That's cute. South is afraid to be... Is it angry be afraid? What do you mean angry? And why would you be afraid when I'm angry? I'm already going to pipe bomb you either way. You think without the pouches and pants she would look amazing? No, she needs to be wearing pants. I do think pants works really well with this style of jacket and this style of shirt. I just think they need to be a little bit less loose. South is hella angry. Oh, I activated... Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I activated one of my toggles. There we go. I was confused. I thought you meant my voice. The model has the angry toggle on. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I realized right before you said that. So, Alana, starting us off very solid with an S tier. Then we have Lapland's actual dad, Alberto Saluzzo. Passive angry. I can also be a few other things. That's my crying toggle. It's very hard to see though. Then I can be this type of angry, which is disgusted. Then I can remove my jacket and put on my gas mask. Woof woof grr, orange dripping wood. The orange is not dripping. The orange is naked. Why are you looking at the orange when you've got this handsome man to look at? I didn't include the other mob boss because I think Alberto is just a directly better version of his outfit. Trade-off, are you getting annoyance? Orange is distracting. The orange does not have clothes, Teddy. It has 2 leaves. So, starting us off. First off, as always, you got to take into account context. This is a very important man and a mob boss. This outfit works fantastically for that. It shows him off as someone very, very important and ostentious, while at the same time, the extra ostentious layer of this massive over jacket, very easy to shrug off if he needs to. So once again, shoes, we won't talk about those. We'll ignore the shoes, we'll even ignore the light purple lilac socks. We'll completely ignore those. Because they're very low res, and this model was, this character art was mainly designed to be seen from the waist up. The peel and the leaves, thigh belt. So, to start us off, the base layer of suit. Fantastically fitted to him. Exactly as you'd expect nothing less. Very, very good suit. The way it's buttoned to show off his chest highlights it super, super well. The pants, fantastic. Incredibly well ironed. A little bit worn down through the day, but you can tell his clothes are ironed every single day. What's wrong with purple socks? I'm talking about how low res they are. We're ignoring them and the shoes because they're very, very low res. Now, thigh strap. Works very well to break up his silhouette, and he's got 2 little knives. Which is a really good detail. He's never without a weapon. He's always ready to stab you if he needs to. When you're done with him, Lapland won't be his only child. The shoes look like they come apart, yeah. That's why we're ignoring them. Most NPCs have certain parts of their body be inexplicably low res because they weren't really intended to be seen. Now, I also really love the scarf. He's not wearing it properly, it's just hanging on each side. This is not a vest, this is a scarf. It's a really, really nice addition. And once again, like, the way he's blurring formality with slight informality is really, really fantastic. He's not wearing his fancy coat properly, he's not wearing his scarf properly, but the suit is immaculate. The clean black gloves work super, super well with this shade of grey suit as well. You can tell that, like, it works really well for a mobster as well because, hey, he doesn't want to leave his fingerprints on things when he can avoid it. The contrast between nice white blue jacket and the orange. Why did I read that? I read the first few words and thought it was something relevant. The tiny knives are for the orange. Okay, yeah, you know what? You've got me there. The tiny knives are for the orange. I love the very light blue highlights. The soft blue works really, really well. Both in this pocket here as a handkerchief and as right over this ornament around his neck. It looks like a flower, but it's hard to tell. The undershirt, very, very clean, matches the colors of the outer jacket very well, but it's not designed to draw attention away from the suit, which is fantastic. This spiky neck ornament is a little bit strange, but gold is the classic highlight color for a reason, makes him seem more important, even though if he shifts his neck a little bit too hard, he will stab himself, but hey, maybe he just wanted an extra emergency knife. All he needs is a top hat, monocle, and cane. No. You can pull off a top hat, monocle, and cane, but this guy does look better without it. The gold orange pendant around his neck. Damn it. Flooding harder than you right now, yeah. He's a very attractive man. So, I very much like the highlights of the coat. The blue is a slightly different shade from these highlights here, but work really, really fantastically. The jacket blends in super well with his undershirt, so like it's not drawing attention away. And again, the informality of wearing it over his shoulders so he can shrug it off if needed, very, very fantastic. You can tell this is a very important person, but he's also not afraid to get his hands dirty. I love the scar on his neck as well. I know that's it's not part of his outfit, but it looks very, very cool. Why are all the buttons on one side? This is actually relatively normal. Not every style of jacket or overshirt has this, but I have seen things like this a lot. Usually, for women's fashion, they'll fold over so that all 4 buttons can be done up, but for men's, usually only 2 can be done up, or there's a strap inside so you can get all 4, but usually only 2. The jacket itself, I'm not a big fan of the pattern on the inside, but it draws attention to his thighs, the highlights are perfectly placed, there are a few weird tassels, but this is a really fancy coat that's basically just bragging. And underneath it is a really, really strong suit. So I won't spend any more time on your boy Alberto, I just wanted to nerd about him for a bit. Obviously, he's SSS. This is the guy who is responsible for Lapland wearing clothing that doesn't look awful. He's an absolute Chad, and he's very, very handsome. Can we get a Discord emote of the orange? You know what? Screenshot it right now. Add it in suggestions? Sure. You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, coming up next, we have the first Seaborn of the day, Alfonso. Same stylist as Lappy, he needs a raise. Yeah, the style... That was his stylist. He used his stylist to make Lapland wear clothing. Lapland's drip is a little bit worse than his, but she's still very stylish. Now we have Alfonso. Now, naturally, his outfit is torn. It's worn down by the elements. Oh, for orange. There is not going to be an orange tier. But this damage is a lot more forgivable, because it makes perfect sense for Alfonso's clothing to be very, very damaged. Not as hot, but you can work with it. At its core, you can tell that this was a fairly standard sort of captain's garb, and it was very, very nice. Currently, it's massively worn down. But I will be a little bit generous and think about what it would have looked like before it got massively damaged. The hat, you can very clearly see what it would have looked like. Very, very nice hat. Makes him very important. Works really well with his horns. The coat is fantastic. It's been completely torn off on the upper half on this side, but outside of that, really, really amazing. Or, actually no, it looks like it is intentionally a half coat. In which case, we can rank this one fully. This is a really cool coat. It's very impractical to have to hold it up with a belt like that, but the belt looks really cool, and the coat looks really, really cool. The pants, very tight, lots of seaborne damage, and, like, at the end of the day, despite the heavy damage, this is not a don't leave the house tier. He's taken really damaged clothing, and he's still making them work. The shirt is torn to shreds, but it's still hanging in there. Belt, really fantastic. These other 2 belts, really fantastic. The ropes, phenomenal. Love all of the highlights. Like, he looks like an important guy. And that's what you need when you're captain of a ship. Did we already rank Frostnova? Yes, last time. It's a weird glove. That's not a glove. That's him becoming a Seaborn. So, spoilers for an event from 2 years ago, if you haven't read it. He converted a full coat into a half coat when it's less... Yeah, it looks like he took a full coat, a very nice full coat, and made it into a half coat, because of the way this lower half is tucked into the belt and the pants. But he pulled it off. Like, he's made it look really phenomenal to the point where even if it wasn't damaged, even without this other half, it would look really, really great. I do like that he's got a compass here, but it's hanging a bit weirdly. This sort of belt is usually used for swords, because otherwise why do you have it hang so low? Why do Seaborn hands always look so cool? Because they're pointy. So I think this is too damaged to be a flooding, or an S tier. I think this is an A. I think this is like a very, very strong A though. But because of the damage, it is... The core of the outfit's really, really nice. It's just a case of there's a lot of flowing lines because of the damage. And at the end of the day, if he took this same fashion and just replaced it with more intact versions, I think it'd be an S tier or maybe even a flooding. But it's understandable he can't, but that doesn't stop him from not being, like... He's still wearing bad clothing. Not bad clothing. He's still wearing heavily damaged clothing, even though obviously that's his only option. Shadow, go to the Discord, someone will know, not sponsored. Yeah. Ask in the Discord. It feels a bit harsh to put him in A tier. I think he's very, very high A. But I do think he's meaningfully worse than Alana. But then again, Alana was borderline flooding. It's just a case of, like, the damage is meaningful, unfortunately. Why is someone trying to log in? Oops, sorry, just had my phone pop up. Someone's trying to hack one of my accounts. Oh boy, oh man. Yeah, I think I will move him up to low S tier, actually. Like, thinking about it more, Alana is very, very high S tier, and he's not that much worse than her. So going on next, we have Aladale. And by the way, this list is very, very front-heavy, in the sense of the first 20 operators are A, B, and C. Why did it suddenly use one of my toggles? Or did I have the gas mask on that entire time? Oh, right, no, I remember what did it. My mistake. So, Aladale. She's wearing very, very tight clothing, but she pulls it off. Take note, Alana, you don't need the crotch of your pants to end here. The boots, whatever. The style is really cool. We won't focus on them because they're super low res. These, this art is not designed with you looking at the boots in mind because you'll never see it organically through the gameplay. Very, very tight white pants. Works fantastically with a tight but a slightly less formal shirt like this. The red coat, very, very good highlight. Red, black, and white, classic. The downside to pants like this, if she loses or gains any weight, they will look very, very bad. And if she gets even slightly dirty, they'll look very, very bad. But she's kept them clean, and they're very form-fitting. So for now, they look nice. The red jacket she's got on, really fantastic addition to the outfit. However, the overjacket, I think she would actually look nicer if she took off this second jacket here. And she just had the red. I do like this jacket. I just think the outfit, if she kept it simpler, it would look nicer. Likewise, the second belt, absolutely fine. For this pouch, would look nicer without it, but if you need the pouch, that's absolutely fine. I do love this style of undershirt. It's a dress formal shirt, except with a little bit of cleavage. Her hairstyle could use some work, but that's not part of her outfit, so I won't judge her too harshly from it. Shield woman, yes, this is the woman who gives you a shield in chapter 11, and then does nothing else, shall we say. This jacket is really cool. It just clashes with the rest of the outfit. You also want a jacket, the red one or the other one? Both of them look really, really cool in different ways. Yeah, I love the sunglasses. Orange sunglasses, I think she'd look better with them on. It's understandable why she doesn't have them tucked here, though. But it's just a case of the style of this secondary jacket completely doesn't mash with the... Like, it just clashes entirely with the clean, simple look she's got going on with the rest of her clothing. The top one, red, looks meh. Yeah, that's fair. The top one's really, really cool. It's a very, very good jacket. It's just, she's taken like a very nice day-to-day piece of, day-to-day outfit, and then added a military-style jacket over it. And both of them are good individually, I just don't think they work super well together. And then Aladale does actually have a second, though. Young Aladale in a very, very tame and very, very lovely dress. Hello, Light, dropping in with the cutter as always. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is a very nice dress. Her hairstyle is way better. I love the hair ornaments. But she probably didn't dress herself at this age. Just worth noting. Just worth showing. I won't really take this one into consideration. Giving daughter energy. Yeah, young Aladale is very much daughter. So I think this is the first A of the day, because the clash in style is significant. I think it's a high A. Damn it. Everyone so far has been really, really good. I still think this is S tier, actually. You can tell by her underclothing that she's incredibly fashionable. She's kept it simple, but this is really, really great drip. It's only a case of, this military jacket doesn't match with the style of the rest of it. But I think she's still going to be an S tier. I'll pop her next to Alana. S only because of the heavy jacket? I mean, I do like the heavy jacket, I don't think it fits with the rest of the outfit, unfortunately. So after Aladale, we have Alti. The first member of, what is it, Dead Until Sunset, Alive Until Sunset, I think it is. Now, I will ignore their faces. Personally, all of their art, I get very distracted by their faces. They have very unusual facial proportions. And it very much distracts me. So I'll just focus on the outfit. And all of the members of this band have two outfits. To start us off with, these shoes are terrible. Oh, DDD, I did already do DDD. But not the rest of the band. They were competing from what I remember. These shoes are like... You're back now. What happened to the girl with the huge wrench? She ended up in S tier, but borderline flooding. I'm still leaning towards flooding. But S tier for now. Either top of S or flooding. But like, Alti. First NPC of the day that's letting the team down. These shoes are awful. The pattern on the front is just nonsense. There is so much like, you need a second strap, keep it simple. Why are all of your toes on display? I hate this. I hate these shoes. Even by, like, this isn't even a case of, oh, it's just Arknight style. No. These shoes are just bad, and she picked very bad shoes. These pants are also really, really bad. She's got those Ryan Labs cross patterns going on. It looks fine when it's normal pants on her right leg. This tiny slit showing off her shin, the front of her shin, doesn't really work. The thigh slit is okay, but the pattern here is so inconsistent. Like, it'd be much nicer if it was more of a Scardy or Granny style smooth line. The heeled sandals. Yeah, they're heeled sandals with a really strange top. Those shoes plus those pants equals a disaster. Yeah, exactly. Like, she's gone for something really complex. You can tell this is custom made, because no one in their right mind would make this unless you explicitly ask them to. Shin window has scandals. Now, also, like, the way this weird line folds half, like, this is not a good silhouette breaker. This draws attention away from her hips to her crotch. And to, like, the bottom of her stomach here. Like, yeah, she's got nice abs, but even the shirt is really, really strange. It's one of those, like, it's a really light material. She's clearly wearing some kind of bra, but I have no idea what. It's strapless. Maybe she's just wearing a second shirt underneath. This white shirt, I'm not a big fan of this white shirt. It is not the correct size for her. It barely fits around her shoulders. It would not cover her abs. It's too short on her arms. Yes, it looks nice around the torso, but it's also very, very plain around the torso. Super U neck, yeah. Incredible U. This red... what's the word? Damn it, what's the word? It's you get it at conventions. Lanyard, that's it. The red lanyard, way too complex. She's kept a really simple shirt and then drawn a ridiculous amount of attention to the lanyard. What's going on? Alti, what are you doing here? Likewise, the turquoise carrying case completely clashes with this shade of red. Does not work well. I really don't like this outfit. She's attractive enough that she looks decent in an otherwise terrible outfit. The lanyard does look nice, it's just a case of it draws too much attention. The highlight of this is this curve here, and the lanyard. Those are the main highlights, and also this hip window. This hip window is fine, it just, like, needs to be a little less jagged and maybe end a little bit earlier. So it's a hip window rather than the entirety of your leg window. The choke is fine, relatively plain. I do like the little necklace hanging from it. That being said, she does have a second outfit. I would say this outfit isn't quite as bad, but there is still a few problems. So once again, I'll start us off with the god-awful shoes. These shoes are bad. Even putting aside this weird, like, chain she's got around one ankle. What the hell is that leg jewelry? Yeah, like, it's so weird. Goblin shoes? Yeah, exactly. You kind of hate her second fit. You understand me. It works well for a performance in the sense of it makes you eye-catching, but it's not making you eye-catching for the reasons you'd want to be eye-catching. This knee piece, this leg piece, what is going on? What's the purpose? It's not a knee guard because it's spiked, so you can't kneel down. This would make walking an absolute nightmare. It's going to be digging into your flesh constantly. At least the toes are hidden now. Yeah, credit where it's due, at least the toes are hidden. The colors on the previous one were below average, but this one's just bad. Yeah, like, individually some of these colors are really, really nice. This shade of purple is a really great highlight, but this other shade of purple clashes with it. So it looks terrible. The pants, the pattern is too busy, and once again it's drawing attention direct to her crotch. You don't want the crotch to be the highlight area. This, like, sort of Grecian style, goddess style shirt, it's individually nice. I think it's a bit too flowy, but it's individually nice, even the way it's tied under her boobs. Like, yeah, look, if you want to show off your boobs, that's a decent way to do it. The way it sits around her neck, though, is really scuffed. Like, it does a double fold here for no reason. It'd be nicer if it went direct around her neck, rather than folding and flipping, if that makes sense. She has Chen's shorts. No, Chen has nicer shorts, don't worry. And at least she's kept the chained giant ornament aesthetic going, but it looks just as bad on her arms and elbows as it did her knee and shoes. The green clashes crazy hard with this purple, and also clashes with this beige and orange. Did she run out of fabric for her tiny shorts? Yeah. Her shorts are missing half a leg. Yeah, like, it's bad. The best part about this outfit is this shirt. But even then, like, this should not flip around like this. It should go direct around. You shouldn't tie it like that. And that's an easy fix. You can easily undo that. You just got Chen's new outfit. Oh, is that out yet? I didn't realize that was out. Went broke from the rest of the outfit. This shade of purple is a nice royal purple, but it's just because it clashes with this pink. Like, all of the colors she's gone for clash with each other, so it's really hard to point out things that are redeemable. I will say, I like the core aesthetic, the sort of Grecian style aesthetic, and these leaves here. This leaf pattern on her coat is good. The rest of the coat is really, really bad. It's heavily damaged. Way too jagged. The second layer that's purple, also really jagged, clashes with this orange carrying case, sits around her neck really weird. Alti, like, to be honest, she should not be leaving the house like this. It just looks so bad. She's an embarrassment to the whole band. Yeah, it's a nice theme, but it's just all over the place. Like, even just the padlock around your neck, that's going to be basically impossible to take off. It's metal. It's not going to bend. D tier, yeah, like, if you lose the key to this padlock, you're screwed. It's stuck there. If she didn't have that coat, it'd be indecent exposure. No, I'm talking about, this coat part here, the darker beige. The sort of more brown one. If she didn't have this, you're correct, it'd be indecent exposure. But yeah, even parts like here, she's got a little black tabard on just around her neck. It doesn't make sense. I do like the gloves, credit where it's due. I like the gloves, and I do like this ornament and this shade of pink with this ornament. These shorts just need to be, like, not missing half a leg. So yeah, Alti first D of the day, one of the rare organic Ds where her outfit is just bad. And speaking of bad outfits, I already did Amiya as an operator, but I did want to give special attention to this beach outfit because it is bad. Those are different coats? Yes, they are different coats. One is much lighter and is more of a shirt. I'll call that the shirt for now. And the second one is a coat. I know it's really, really hard to tell. The part of the coat I like is part of the shirt I like. The part with the flowers, the Grecian style one. But she's wearing a secondary coat. Sorry, I didn't do a good job of explaining that. A second darker brown coat that leads into these inner purple. You are correct, though, that this is part of the shirt. Yeah, the big R coat. So, Amiya, you have a lot of cute skins. This is not one of them. To start us off with, those shorts are way too tight. She is too young to be wearing vacuum-sealed shorts like this. Female tourist, let's go, yeah. Also, denim to the beach. Why are you doing that to yourself? The light soft blue with light soft pink clashes with the strong turquoise. Amiya's silhouette is hella weird here. Yeah, she's, because of this... The silhouette itself is weird. It looks like her torso is a bit too small. It should be slightly larger. Her stomach's a bit too large, rather. But that's fine. I won't judge from that. The sandals are fine, for what it's worth. But the pastel blue really clashes with this turquoise here. Coral Coast flopped on this one. Give the shorts to Stainless. Yeah, in Amiya's size, despite Stainless being, like, half a foot wider than her. And this shirt is incredibly unflattering. Putting aside the fact that the colors clash with the rest of her outfit, this is making her, like, even though she's clearly not fat because you can see her lower stomach, this makes her look really, really fat. It makes it look like she has a beer gut. It makes it look flatter than she is as well. Those are not shorts, it's a tourniquet. Yeah, for real. It's a denim tourniquet that she's wearing to the beach. She has a visible bikini strap. Whatever. But, like, this shirt is just so bad. So bad. The hat is nice. But for this one specifically, this is also don't leave the house. I don't know who let Amiya go to the beach like this. It's not quite as bad as Alti, because she at least has other outfits. But whoever let her leave the house like this did not do her a favor. Accordion-ass shirt. Yeah, for real, it's an accordion-style shirt. You wonder if Lapham's dad could put on those shorts. He would tear through them. Yeah, likely she approved herself, she runs the show, I know. But people should have advised her otherwise. Now, Aya. Unlike Alti, Aya actually dresses herself relatively well. We'll start at the bottom. The shoes are a little weird, but compared to Alti's, they're a miracle. Whoa, it's Megarine Luca, how did you know? I actually really like these pinstripe thigh highs. The color works really, really well, leads into the dress super, super well. Speaking of, fantastic dress. A very light, frilly white underlayer, and then a less frilly, but properly layered black skirt that emphasizes her hips very, very well. Fantastic. I like this semi-formal shirt, even though it sits a bit weird around the waist. Likewise, this black undershirt sits very, very weird around the waist. Breaks up her silhouette in a bad way. I do like the mic ornaments. The silver ornaments here, really fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The shirts, though, it starts falling apart at the shirts. Toes ain't exposed 100% better, yeah. Compared to Alti, these are god tier. But overall, they're just like a B shoe. She should tell Alti how to dress, yeah. What's with the belt? This is more an ornament than a belt. It does sit weird, you're right, it sits strangely. Oh wait, you mean the red belt? Yeah, no idea. They're coming off the jacket too. Yeah, it is a mic on a belt, from what I can tell. Definitely looks like one. The red is too strong. And I will say, as nice as the black goth aesthetic pants and stockings are, it does clash with her bright pink hair, unfortunately. The jacket and the shirt, it does start falling apart. They completely break her silhouette in the wrong way, where you get a clear silhouette from the waist down. From the torso up, it's just a triangle. It's too busy, you can't tell where her hips begin, where her cloak ends. It also sits really strangely around her wrists. Very non-flattering for her arms. It makes her hands look absolutely tiny. Unlike Alti, she also has a decent hairstyle. The cloak, I like the cloak shape. That being said, it has made the top of her head look like a penis. That's something you always need to be aware of when you're designing a silhouette. If this was shaded in black, would the top look like a penis? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. So they should have broken it up slightly. That being said, hood is nice, but the color, it's just a case of, unfortunately, clashes with her hair and her eyes. Pink hair goth is one of your favorite styles. I do agree, I just think the jacket needs to lean into it better. If the shirts and jackets were a little bit tamer and more meshed with this style, then it'd work a lot better as the highlight. But it's effectively, she's almost like a Neapolitan style. You've got pink in the upper third, white in the middle third, black in the lower third. Which is cool. It's just, the way the shirts are sitting and breaking up her silhouette means instead of adding to the outfit, they take away from it. I do like this overjacket, for what it's worth. Aside from all the red tassels. The black part of this overjacket looks really nice and fits in with the skirts really, really well. But outside of that, everything about her shirts are just bad, unfortunately. That being said, she does also have a second outfit. This is a bit clearer of an aesthetic, a lot more consistent, if that makes sense. But I think this outfit is overall worse. To start us off with the boots, really nice. I love the asymmetric laces, different colors, work really, really fantastically. Showing off her entire legs. You love to see it. Emo pink-haired girl, yes sir. Now, these thigh belts. They're not good. They're not accomplishing anything, they're not tight, they're just sitting really weirdly. She pulls off borderline indecent exposure better than Alti too, yes. You like those bandages? Yes. The bandages are very nice. The megaphone is cool, it's a bit more silhouette breaking than the microphone, and I actually think that works better. The megaphone is a really interesting thing to have tied around your waist like that. This little pink ornament, I actually really like it. I think Alti's outfit's ornament was better, but unlike Alti's, this one doesn't clash with the rest of the outfit, so overall, it's better. Girl got her arm wrapped in barbed wire, what the fuck? Say what you will, like, yes, this is going to be very uncomfortable. This is a cool aesthetic. Especially with the fact that her shirt is just bandages. I unironically do like this. She's pulled it off. Usually banded shirts are really, really cringe. The underlayer of this shirt is really cool. The problem is the jacket. The jacket sits really well from shoulders up. The way the hood is sitting is fantastic. The way it's sitting around her other arm is alright. But the fact that it flows so strongly, like it doesn't curve in at all, makes it look really, really strange. It's way too wide. Her hair's really fantastic though. The rest of that's nice. I'm not sure how you'd fix the hood on this outfit. It just doesn't quite work. Even though that might just be the angle it's sitting at the moment, and if she wasn't thrusting her hips forward, it might sit more normally. 0 out of 10 to wear, 10 out of 10 to look at. Megaphone to tell Alti to dress better. Yeah, just to throw shade. Wait, is that jacket just an extra wide bandage? No, because it's a solid hood. I really like the hood, it's just the way it's sitting here and here are a bit strange. It might be better if it was shorter or tied into a shirt, but then that'd clash with the bandage aesthetic. So it's hard to say how you could fix this. She's done a pretty solid job. I just do think it could be slightly better with the hood. The sort of steampunk style brass headphones, really fantastic. Likewise, the microphone she's holding, really fantastic. And the cord is tied into the megaphone. Which does technically mean she'll be speaking out of her crotch, which is a bit strange. But it's cool attention to detail. The hand wrapping, also really, really fantastic. Drop the hood. She would look nice without the hood, you're right. I do like the way the hood frames her face, though. It works with her headphones really, really well. Her headphones would look unnatural just directly on her head, with the hood in the way, and these slight tears here, it leans into her hair really, really well. So the color balancing on this one is really fantastic. Previously, like, the hood clashes with her hair. Here, it doesn't. It's a slightly darker shade of white, and her hair is slightly darker in this image. Bandages is for the barbed wire wounds. Yeah, she put it on wrong. So unironically, I think she's another S tier. There are a few things in her outfit that could be slightly improved, but all in all, like, she's wearing really, really nice outfits. Most of my problems are just I'm not a big fan of the art style. Okay, now I also need to quickly take off my mask. I now remember that my right arrow key takes off my gas mask. So, I need to press that. I don't know why it keeps changing the name to pasted image. There's a string of numbers. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, Alti brought down the band's overall drip. Aya brings it right back up. Now, coming up next, we have Bayard or something. I don't know how to pronounce her name. It's barred with an I between the A and the R. This is a proper punk aesthetic. In terms of shirt and pants. The jacket, I think, should be a little bit longer. Maybe it would look nicer if she had some kind of legging. I don't think having your entire leg exposed like this quite works with this outfit. Especially because the shoes are so short. Like, you should have probably either just before the knee or thigh-high stockings. You'd cosplay her? Yeah, absolutely. The choke is fantastic. The chains are a little busy, but the silver's a really strong highlight color, and all of them are individually fantastic, so I do quite like it. Likewise, the literal chains around her arm tie in the jacket super well. This cap is stupid. But it's to tie in the fact that she has a cat ear, so whatever. I'll give it a pass, but the hat is really, really stupid. The earrings, it's always really cool seeing earrings done well on cat ears, even though it's strange. Mummy. Glasgow member is sacrificed 1,000 lives. Yeah. I really do hope we get Baird. She's really cool, and I'd like to see what they do with her. Now, these shorts, they are very, very nice. She doesn't have the world's largest hips, so they do look a bit strange, and it might be better to go with a skirt. But for the overall aesthetic, the shorts match perfectly. This shade of purple matches perfectly. Fits incredibly well with her eyes, hair, the choker, all of the highlights. Really, really good color balancing from her. This black jacket is really nice. I just think it sits a little bit too low and too loose. If it was slightly more curved around the waist and then flared out for a little bit longer, I think it'd be a bit nicer. Or even just having like thigh-high stockings. Mainly just the flaring. If this jacket flared a little bit more from her waist, it would emphasize her figure more. But I won't detract too much from that because she doesn't have she doesn't have the world's widest hips, which is probably why it's sitting weird. Should have just had a hole for the ear, yeah, for real. Anyway, she would stab you and you'd thank her. Glasgow always plotting. Just remember to tune in. I'm going to be in the background as I finish the physics lab. Good luck with your physics homework. And yep, she has a butterfly knife which perfectly matches the punk aesthetic. So I think despite this having a couple things she could do slightly better. You know what? It's so hard. There are so many strong NPCs in this batch. No, I think she's just an S tier. I think if she had a slightly better coat, flaring, or thigh highs, it would be flooding. But the bare legs are just slightly too much. Like if you see her from the waist down, nothing interesting is happening. If you see her from the waist up, it's flooding. So I think she just needs to put on a pair of thigh highs, unironically. And that's not even just me being biased towards thigh highs. I think it would really tie the outfit together. She can fix you. Yeah, yes, she's a surgeon, shall we say. One-time use surgeon. Then after Baird, we have Beagler. Now, I like this suave MF. And he's another unit who the outfit will get a bit of a boost because of the context. There are a few more coming later. Nine out of 10, but 0 out of 10 life. So, you're probably thinking, hey, this is just a waiter in a pretty standard suit. What's good about this outfit? The answer to that is, oh, he's hot? Yes, he is. The reason this outfit is great is because this guy is a spy. So this is a very bland waiter's outfit that's not eye-catching, that does, like, he's just a generally good-looking waiter, but not super eye-catching, not super memorable. You'd just remember a kind of handsome face, you'd be happy to chat with him. But you wouldn't be thinking about him later on. You wouldn't be staring at his outfit, you wouldn't be wondering where he got it. He just blends in with the waitstaff really, really well. You've read Beagler Ebenholtz fanfics. So this one, really unironically fantastic. He does not want this outfit to be standout. He wants to blend in perfectly with the waitstaff, and that's what he's doing. Really, really good outfit for that purpose. And then he's got his other outfit. And this is also a really, really nice outfit. This one is dripping like crazy. It looks like a spy uniform, but the hood, really fantastic. I like the way it half covers his face. I think it would look better if he had a half face or full face mask, because then it would also cover his identity a bit more. But obviously, for anime and gameplay reasons, we need to see his face so we know it's him. The way it frames his shoulders, phenomenal. This is perfectly tailored to him. Likewise, the way the hood curves in around his neck, really, really great. You hate him for reasons, I don't blame you. I'm talking about his design, not how punchable he is. The pouches are a bit strange. I'm not sure what you'd put in this pouch that you'd be able to get. This pouch, like, completely ditched this pouch. This pouch is fine. You love him for reasons. The flaring of the coat, really phenomenal. The way it sits around his pants as well, button up. It is strange, this button is basically directly over his groin. But the rest of the button's fine. Ideally, you just want these three here and ditch these two. But it doesn't look bad. The belt, it's undone, which means it is just tailored to perfection and sits on him like this naturally. He can use the belt to tie it up tighter though. Belt, really fantastic. Very nice pants, very nice shoes. I unironically think this guy is flooding. Not because his outfit is the world's greatest, but because of the context. You see this, you think waiter. You see this, you think very shady, dangerous spy. He took her from me. This is Shadow from Eminence and Shadow. Yeah, he gives off the same vibes. But unironically, even though, like, I don't like this outfit nearly as much, in terms of actual outfits, because of the context he's wearing them in, I think it's just flooding. Like, you couldn't really make this outfit any better for its intended purposes. Same as this. He wants this outfit to not stand out. He wants this outfit to be easy to blend into a dark alley, but otherwise very much stand out. So, in terms of drip and drip only, Beagler gets a high tier. For anything else, he is understandably on a lot of people's shit lists. Then we have your boy, Big Bob. Also Big Adam, who looks identical. I couldn't skip Big Bob, even though I'm not a big fan of his drip. Gotta include it. Gotta talk about it for a little bit, just because Big Bob is the OG. He was the first ever event boss in Arknights. The lad, 10 out of 10, Big Bob sparkles, you love Big Bob. Big Bob, best girl, yes. So by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, this is canonically Popukar. This is actually Popukar, that's not a meme, that's confirmed best waifu for real, for real. So obviously, this outfit is a bit weird and makes him look really, really fat because of how the armor's sitting. Also, this strap here makes it look like an arrow, which draws attention to his crotch. But you can also tell it's very, very heavily armored. Even though the cloth doesn't look armored, it's very bulky. It looks like he's got armor underneath, and that's why the cloth is sitting super weird on him. The pouches over his knees, they don't look like pouches actually, they look like knee guards. They're very, very strange, way too large. SSS tier. So I unironically, unfortunately, think he is a B tier in terms of actual outfit, which is a shame, but hey, it's B for Big Bob. I think he's the first B tier of the day, but he does give you a strong vibe and you know what he's about from looking at him, so credit where it's due. This is mainly a functionality. It looks kind of bad for that functionality, unfortunately. Like, he is sacrificing the appearance to be functional, and I can't blame him for that. But even though I think his outfit is relatively basic, I still wanted to talk about it because we all love Big Bob. Everyone here is a Big Bob fan. Big Bob tier for Big Bob is reasonable, yeah. If this was Big Adam tier, he'd get cringe, but because it's Big Bob, you're gonna lose it if they release him only to turn out to be a white-haired sarcasm girl. Yeah. Now, coming up next, I could not find the name of these characters. So they are Burb female and Burb male. Someone recommended them in the Discord, I could not find them. Angry Birds Blue. Yep, so these are, yeah, it was you. Classic Magnetic. Now, these are, I would say, basic or A-tier outfits, not sure yet. They're very simple, but they're very cute. I'll be ranking them sort of together. Very basic shoes, very basic socks, bandage over one knee, that's always a weird decision. Erendel and Estara. Oh, okay, sorry, I just could not find them on the wiki. So in terms of alphabetical, they are in B for Burb. I love the puppet. For what it's worth, they're wearing very patchwork clothing, which means they probably can't afford replacements. They've put together a very good outfit for that, so I'm leaning more towards A tier. It's very simple. I think it would look nicer if the skirt was either a little shorter or the jacket a bit longer, just in terms of layering. But end of the day, like, it's fine. It's a cute kid's garb. Oh, wrong one. And then, likewise, her brother, exact same thing. Very patchwork, but credit where it's due. They have very patchwork clothing, but they've made it look nice. And I love the bird puppets. So I think I'm going to pop them both in A tier. Because, yeah, they're very limited in what they can get, but they've done nice clothing despite that, so. Bird M and Bird F. They're definitely low A tier, though. Low A tier or high B. I'm gonna be honest. The reason they're in A instead of B are the bird puppets. They're so cute. They add so much personality to the outfit. Without that, they'd go straight down to B tier. And then after that, we have Blake. And there is a reason I want to talk about Blake and I didn't skip him. He is very much suffering from the Rhine Labs design decisions. Yummy. So, when you look at his face and his sunglasses, you think, oh, this is a cool dude. And then you look lower, and you think, oh, this guy is dressed awfully. Yeah, I can't hold the color balancing against him too much, because it's clearly a uniform of some kind. But this shade of yellow, like this dull goldish yellow, mixed with this, off pink, clashes like crazy. Why is he wearing corduroy Kevlar? Yeah, it's so strange. He's wearing like a Kevlar corset around his torso. The pouches do at least make sense, but why is this strapped on? Why does he have this singular thigh band strapped to his Kevlar there? This looks almost like, chemical, like the pants look almost like chemical protective gear, if you know what I mean. The knee pads are really strange. The boots are fine. Credit where it's due. The gloves are fine. But this is just bad. He's a really handsome guy. I think he would look nicer in a classic suit and tie. So this is sort of representative of Rhine Labs as a whole. It's a little bit cringe in terms of outfit. So he's going into C tier. Oh, she's you're late. Also, hello. Hello, Henrique. Good to see you here. And don't worry about being late, man. Real life always comes first. Ryan Lab's armor so Ifrit won't slap him. Yeah, but it's so strange. You did miss some amazing units, though. It started off crazy strong. The A tier has a lot of really fantastic... R tier for Ryan Lab. No, he's not quite D tier. Because this is a uniform and he's handsome enough to pull it off. It's not as bad as Alti. But that's the only thing I can say. Blood Knight Daddy? Yes, Blood Knight Diokopoulos is up next. I can never remember how to spell or pronounce his name. Apologies. Now, once again, as with all of the other combat knights... Ricardo Milos. As with all the others, you have to take into account the context. So, in terms of this is a show, this is incredible armor. It's also good armor for actual fighting, but this is an incredibly imposing set of armor. I do like the half skirt. It breaks up the silhouette in a really interesting way. You wouldn't really necessarily want it to be quite this long, quite this frilly, but because this is a show knight, I'll let that slide. Obviously, this is also for actual knight combat. This is really, really heavy armor that emphasizes his shoulders a lot. Really fantastic layered scale plate. Very, very solid armor. Very few gaps, only around the elbows, and that's just from mobility. He looks too intimidating for someone that's a nice guy. No. The intimidation works really well. In terms of like a WWE comparison, he's a heel character, if that makes sense. When he steps in the arena, because he never does interviews, he wants to be played as a bad guy, like a very serious bad guy. So the intimidation works fantastically. He's indeed the Blood Knight hero. Not gonna finish that one. Also, for what it's worth, red armor, much easier to clean the blood off of. Doesn't matter if you miss a few spots. This weird semi-skirt here, a little bit strange. The shoulder straps, very strange, like always these tassels. I think it would look nicer if he outright removed those. And I have no idea what those three blue things there are. But overall, easy flooding. He looks fantastic. He makes a great competition villain. Really, really good character design. Darkside Laterano Knight. Yeah, Darkside. And then we have yet another strong contender for male knights enjoyers, Brigadier, who I forgot last time and remembered this time. It's wet cat energy. Now, I will say, for what it's worth, he's not going to be flooding, straight off the bat. Because other people have done exactly what he's doing better, like Teresa's. But I think he's a pretty strong contender for S tier. The boots, whatever, very low res, low detail. Likewise the pants, it is not designed for you to be looking at those. This half skirt, one slit here, works really, really fantastic. Fantastically. Likewise having an almost cravat style, I'm not sure what to call this, piece of cloth hanging to slightly cover the slit. Slightly cover the slit is really, really nice. No idea what this strap is for though. The belt, really clean, really fancy belt. Love the way the sword is hanging from it. The jacket is a bit too long, like he's having to hold it so that it doesn't hit the ground. Fluffy tail, yeah, release him from NPC jail. Didn't he die? Or am I thinking of someone else? Now the pauldrons. Yeah, this is a little edgy, it's a little spiky, but I do really like what he's done with the pauldrons to make himself more imposing. The half cloak on this side works really, really fantastically. It's just too long on the other side. Someone else he lives. Ah, gotcha. The silver straps here are very strange, unfortunately. But, like, the color works really well as a highlight, especially with this off-gold, slightly yellow, greenish yellow he's got going on with the other highlights over his pauldron and his belt. The silver is a really good secondary highlight. And for what it's worth, the uniform is tight enough on him that it really shows off his chest in a very good way. But it's sitting really strangely. I'm not a big fan of this no, the strap's fine, never mind. This silver ornament would be nice if it was sitting properly. But it's sitting like half off his shoulder and then around the neck, if that makes sense. So I think I'm going to give Brigadier actually a low S tier. He's definitely nicer than Alfonso. I wouldn't call... Oh, actually no. Yeah, he's about on par with Alfonso. There are others have done it better, but he does have a very handsome face, and he's wearing very nice, imposing clothing. You can tell he's important by looking at him, so he does stand out, which is what you want from high-ranking officers. Unless you have to worry about snipers, in which case you want something more generic. Then coming up, we have Kador. Now, I really don't like the aesthetic Kador is going for. That's a personal thing. but I'm gonna try to be fair. I'm gonna analyze it as an actual outfit, putting aside my bias against this. You wish he wasn't an awful boss, yeah. Big floofy tail. So I'll start off. These shoes are bad. Not quite alti level bad, but they're weird armored shoes. What is this abomination? Yeah. He looks like you'd someone... Yeah, exactly. He doesn't look like an Arknights character. He looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh villain. Or Beyblade, too. Yu-Gi-Oh is an old anime. Very, very old. Or at least, like, it's still ongoing with new seasons, but it was an early 2000s anime. Card game. But he's hot. He is hot, but is... thinking about his outfit. So I'll start off with what I hate. The shoes and pants are awful. First off, the pant coloring is really bad. This shade of yellow with black, not good. All of these straps that flap and do nothing, very bad. The pouches are basically useless. This is way too many belts. I do like the 3 knives, though. Or 2 knives, though. Oh, yeah, 3. He looks like he watched Beyblade as a kid. Black and yellow, black and yellow. He looks like he's wearing chaps here. The pants are really awful. The belts, way too much. Pouches, way too many pouches. I do like the knives, though. But for what it's worth, the undershirt is very, very nice. He's a very muscular guy, and he's wearing a skin-tight undershirt with a gold chain and a little bit of white fur around his neck. Very classy. Likewise, these 2 little pluses, words, on his neck. Very nice. Cosplaying as an overripe banana. Why are you doing my boy Kador like this? I say my boy, I don't actually like him. I will say though, the fur is ruined. The way it's sitting over his chest, this is not a good style. It works really well around the neck, but this almost looks like a WWE belt more than an actual jacket. The gloves are nice, except for the part around the wrist. The glove part is nice. Love a good bicep strap. Those are always classy. The elbows, though, really bad. So I think the undershirt is really, really good. And the chain is really good. And the fur is really good. Likewise, the bandana looks weird up close. From a distance, it looks really fantastic. Everything else, though, drags this boy all the way down to cringe. Maybe basic. You know what? I think the parts that work are nice enough that he deserves a basic. It's just there are a few parts that work and a lot of things that don't. The drip is fire, as in it should be set on fire. Yeah. I think it is just barely nice enough to average out to a B tier instead of a C tier. But that is the most generous I can give him. Those abs very lickable. Then we have Candela. Women in suits, very, very hot. But she's wearing the weird boy pants. So I will say, from the waist down, really bad. She should just wear full-length pants and, like, standard dress shoes. These shoes are much too large, these pants are much too short. I don't know why you're showing off your shins. Silhouette doesn't work. The silhouette is relatively fine. It does suffer a little bit from penis head syndrome. Baseline pulled off the knee shorts better. Unironically, he did. Looked good from the top half. Yeah, the silhouette in the top half is good because, the natural flare around the waists and the chest. That's why women in suits are such a classic. The natural flare, just of how their bodies are proportioned, looks really amazing. The blue highlights, really, really fantastic. Like always, this ornament tying into the buttonhole there. Really cool. Not sure of these straps, and the pants are just really, really bad. The bottom half is letting the team down. The bottom half is atrocious. So the reason we all have fond memories is we see it from the top half only. I do like the pattern on the suit, though. So I think the top half is strong enough that she gets an A. It's just a case of the bottom half is so bad. She's a low A rather than a high A. Yeah, she's dressed for a Zoom meeting. That's a good way to put it. This is an S tier upper half. But if she stands up during the Zoom meeting, they're gonna, like, raise some questions. She needs dress shoes and longer pants. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're with me. Baseline syndrome spreading on NPCs. No, he's not responsible for the syndrome. Others have done it before. And A, really? I do understand why people have put it different. It's just a case of, like, if I zoom in more. Assuming this is a Zoom meeting and you just see this. This is a really nice suit. It's relatively simple, but it's very formal and very nice formal. The ornaments tie into it super, super well. My mask? Oh, thank you for reminding me. There we go. It's The problems only start once you realize that she's not wearing pants, she's wearing shorts. So I do understand if you disagree. That's why I always try to explain my thought process so that if you disagree, you at least hopefully can understand where I'm coming from. But I do think she's an A. A relatively low A. Because the upper half I would give an S, and the lower half is don't leave the house. Nah, probably more like C tier. Then we have cannot good enough. Fits her devil may care attitude. Yeah, the upper half fits her devil may care attitude. I don't think the boy shorts fit her devil may care attitude. That's just me personally, though. Now, Cannot. As a character, I really love what they've done with him. He's obviously going for that Resident Evil merchant aesthetic. I've never played Resident Evil, but he's very much going for it. What those tentacles do. Bro came from a Souls game? No, he came from Resident Evil. The dissonance between the top and the bottom. Oh, yeah, no, that is fair. I just think she should go shorter shorts there. Then the fact that it's covering her knees is really weird. Frankly, you cannot give enough. Knight. This is not a knight fetish. I will start us off. As an Aussie, I love the Ned Kelly style helmet representation. The way this tabard frames his shoulders as well, really phenomenal. Especially the way, like, this would usually be bad because it would cut off vision, but his vision is already cut off to the side, so it gives him a really, really interesting silhouette. The fact that he's got tentacles under his cloak to sell you things, he gives off merchant vibes. It's really cool. As a merchant, he unnerves you, and that's exactly what they're going for. He feels more like... You can tell he's a merchant, but you also feel like he's some sort of eldritch monstrosity who you don't want to cross. So, because of how much it tells you about his character, I think it does work really well. Greetings, stranger intensifies, yeah. Shady merchant fetish. What are you buying? The tentacles don't count as the drip. No, I do agree. The tentacles don't count towards the drip. So, for what it's worth, I will rank his drip as if this was closed and you couldn't really see what's underneath. This shirt, not a very nice shirt. It's a standard button-up. It breaks away from the rest of the aesthetic. The pouch is absolutely fine. Very damaged lower half, but it actually kind of works here. I still think it'd be nicer if it was simpler, but it does kind of work. And the heavy coat that completely cuts off his silhouette makes him basically a rectangle. It does unironically work really, really well. It's a really unsettling silhouette. For the same reason as Trope Mouthpiece worked. This guy is trying to be weird and kind of creepy. And he pulls it off. Imagine if he was wearing the boy shorts. No, I'd rather not. The shoes, for what it's worth, he actually has really nice shoes, even though they're super low res. I don't think he's quite an SSS tier. He's not as distinct as someone like Trope Mouthpiece. I think he's an S tier though. Because this is a really unusual outfit, but it's a very distinct outfit. You will not confuse this man for anyone else, and you'll remember what he looks like. The damage cloak works really well for the... Yeah, exactly, it does. It's because he's such a well-trapped... it's the same reason his shoes look armor-plated. But it works perfectly, because this is a shady merchant who has gotten into a lot of fights. One of his event appearances, he explicitly does not kill the doctor, because he thinks he can get more out of the doctor. Like, he mysteriously shows up to rescue you in an event, but he's actually just trying to, like, scam you out of goods. So, Cannot is a really, really well-done character. I do think there are a few problems with his undershirt, though, and, like, the weird pants. The weird dress as well. But the cloak is so strong, the silhouette is so fantastic. When will he be playable? Probably never. I do think he works better as an NPC, but I do hope we get more of him. If we factored in the tentacles flooding. No, I don't think the tentacles would change it either way. They do reinforce the vibe he's going for, though. Now, next up, we have Catherine. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, no, I did put him in. Sweet. We have Catherine. I will say, old ladies and Arknights have a lot of drip, Calzy included. She's one of the weakest old ladies, but this is still pretty solid drip. Grandma, yes sir. Hot take, not every cool character has to be playable, yeah. I do unironically think Cannot works better as an NPC than playable. It is nice having some really cool characters that won't be playable. Fossil, yeah. This is Calzy without the de-aging serum she uses. So in terms of silhouette, very interesting silhouette with her clothing. There are some problems with the clothing, but the base, the silhouette is really fantastic. The way it flares dressed to one side, very tight shirt, but very interesting collar. I do love these kind of sleeves she's got going on, especially asymmetrical. With a massive slit, it's hard to see, but this is one of those really baggy sleeves with a massive slit. It's just the second half is flapped up. The gloves, I like the gloves on a... I'll say overall the gloves are bad because the inside of the gloves is removed. And what the hell is this? What the hell is this at the end of the gloves tying it in place? Really bad. The pants are fine. A little bit weird around the crotch, mainly because this pouch here. The sash is nice. The half skirt is nice. But it's more a case of like, the overall impression is pretty strong, but every piece when you look closer is kind of bad, except for the undershirt here. The undershirt's really nice, but like even this, yeah, it sits really nicely around her neck, but the way it sits over her chest is a little weird. The sunglasses are cool though. I did just want to like shout out Catherine though. I think she's a strong A. I think she's another strong A. Where is she? Did I mess up the order? Yes. Damn it. I thought I'd nailed it. I think she's a high A. I don't think she's an S tier though. Because when you look at any piece of the clothing close enough, it starts falling apart. But overall, like, it combines into something pretty nice. Aside from the gloves. Those gloves are awful. Why do people use gloves that don't cover the inside of your palm? I don't understand. It never makes sense to me. Then we have your boy Carmen. For bows. Yeah, but even then, wouldn't you'd want it to only cover a few fingers, generally, for bow gloves. I know what you mean. Like, it works well when it's an archer, but that's not really an archer glove, because it's full hand. But no, like, also the way it ties around her, not wrist, middle of her arm there. But I do agree, it works when it's with archers. The one and only. Dilf. Now, this is the guy who told Kelsey to shut up. So, absolute Chad. And I love, Irene wears this color scheme best. The purple looks a bit strange on him, but I do love the overall color scheme. It's a very distinct color scheme. This guy looks very imposing. And he also looks like a combatant, and when you have a melee combatant who's this old, they're even more imposing. When they wear slightly impractical garb and are this old, this does not look like formal wear. This is just someone who doesn't care that he's making it slightly harder for himself because he's alive anyway. Based King, nice hat, yeah. I love his hat. The little emblem here works really, really well. Emblems on a hat like that are a classic. The feathers on one shoulder, really fantastic. And this little cross they lead into as well. The way the tabard sits over his shoulders, covering most but not all of his arms, really, really good way to break up the silhouette while emphasizing the shoulders. I'm not a big fan of this purple strap here with his name card. I don't like that. That's the first part of the outfit I don't like. He looks like he's wearing a tracksuit underneath, yeah. I don't like the undershirt. I think a plain white would look better. It looks almost like a corset. He could be a Bloodborne character. Yeah, the Seaborn adjacent characters, all the Abyssal Hunter adjacents and the Inquisitors have Bloodborne vibes. This is what Trilby Asher see themselves as. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, credit where it's due. His outfit is balanced around his sword. Definitely adds to the drip. This is a very impractical handguard, but it's fine. The rest of the sword is absolutely fine. The cross-body belt is clearly where he's supposed to sheath his sword. He's just not doing it now. I love the way this trench coat sits around his hips and then flares out. And I love the way he's got a gun strapped there. This strap does make sense. He wants his gun to sit higher. Nice lantern. Yes, the lantern and the sword are part of the drip. They absolutely match. The uniform was designed with these in mind. The gentle silver patternings and the slight sharp frills here work really, really well. The black gloves leading into a black outfit also works really, really well. They're not drawing attention to the hands, and they're making sure the hands don't get attention despite the silver highlights. So the attention naturally sits where the silhouette breaks. I don't like that his pants flare out. They don't flare out heavily, but they do flare out. The shoes are fine, though. He may have a gun, but the only... Yeah, I'm not going to finish that one. So, unironically, I think aside from his shirt, he's flooding. I don't think his undershirt drags him down enough to be non-flooding, if that makes sense. So I'll put St. Carmen in flooding. Male Knights dominating the list. You know what? I will actually shift Alana up to flooding as well. She is out of place with the rest of the S tier. It's just, I'm biased against it because I don't like the fashion style, and I'm biased towards it because I like the colors. But, like, she absolutely fits up with the rest of flooding. The more people we add to flooding, the more I think, yeah, she should be in flooding. But yeah, Male Knights, once again, eating good, even though he's not a unit and never will be. Wrenches SSS, need to balance with all the men up there. Yeah. Don't worry, not every man is good, and we're coming up to one of the first really bad male operators. Not operators, NPCs. Catch Light Race, one of the Durans. Have we done Dario yet? No, he's in the D and we're only up to C. He's soon though. It's just very loaded early on in terms of the alphabet. There are only like 10 operators from after T. Yeah, alphabetical. So Dario's actually soon. Now, I don't know what it is about Duran fashion. It is bad. He's wearing way too tight shorts that show off a bulge. Pazemka would enjoy that, I don't. His drip is as bad as his ideas in architecture. Look, at least unlike Minimalist, his drip is representative of his ideas in architecture. Minimalist wears basically the same drip. Catch these L's, yep. We gotta balance out the male character L's. This is such an L. This is a boy? Yes. If this was a girl, this would be indecent exposure. The only thing I can say about his outfit is this is a nice necklace. Everything else is bad. The massive sleeves that drip down as a dress, bad. The super tight shorts, bad. The belt overload, every one of these belts is bad. And where is this belt tied to? It looks like these belts are tied to his crotch. The shoulder, like the over jacket, really bad as well. The parts around the neck, really bad. Like, unironically, straight to D tier. Straight to D tier. I won't spend too much time on this guy, because the only redeeming thing is his necklace is alright. Everything else is just he needs a new outfit. Those are chastity belts. I understand if you like him or like this... like, I completely understand liking him. It's just... the silhouette of this outfit is so bad because of the sleeves dangling all the way down. He's got parts of his outfit on the floor. His shoes are incredibly scuffed. What are those belts? Yeah, exactly. He's wearing 5 belts and none of them are attached to his pants. His drip is awful, but he's showing off his bulge, yeah. So I understand why people like him as a character, but his outfit, he needs to get a different outfit. This is not a good outfit. Sick 2 bomb, gotta keep it in check, yeah. Too many flooding male characters, gotta keep it in check. The names are not much better, yeah. Catch Light Race. He has a version without the jacket. I don't even want to see that. Now we have Chen. And don't worry, it's not just this one. Chen has a lot of outfits. So, there was a reason people were disappointed with Chen the Hollandaise outfit. Female Tourist C unironically kind of has a better outfit. Same outfit as the other guy before her? No, it's definitely different. So, I will say, from the torso up, from middle of the torso up, this is an interesting and nice swimsuit bra. It's very unusual, very eye-catching, but very nice. The hat is kind of cool. I do like that the slits for the horns are large enough that you can feasibly see her removing the hat. The brim is a little bit narrow, though. Obviously, it's low res. The shorts, I do really like these shorts, especially with the button undone. What I don't like is the fact that she's wearing 2 pairs of bikini bottoms underneath. Which looks really, really weird. The design sucks, yeah. This one is one of Chen's weakest outfits. This is what Cholta should have been, yeah. It is better than Cholta's outfit in some ways, though, which is the depressing part. Plain sandals, sunglasses, cool. I like the shorts, I like the bra, I don't like the rest. The pouches are fine, but you wouldn't want to wear, like... you wouldn't want to take pouches with a bright gold buckle to the beach. But yeah, this is a really, really nice swimsuit top. The shorts are really, really nice. It's just, why is she wearing a G-string, you know? The classic double bottoms in AK original, yeah, it always looks strange. But Chen has many, many others. Coming up next, Chen's newest skin. Women in suit pants. Rocking it like crazy. Incredibly tight. Works fantastically. Yeah, the cooler Chen. Yeah, where'd this come from? Yeah, exactly. This is an incredible outfit. You know, like Chen has a lot of drip. Women in suits are, yeah, and she pulls it off. The boots are fantastic. They look weird from the side. I think this would be nicer if it was more of a normal boot, but very nice. So good when they don't put them in boy shorts here. Women in suit pants like this, phenomenal. The belt strap's absolutely fine. The sword is massive. It needs to sit weird. You take it back. This is what a Cholta should have been. The Chen they told Cholta not to worry about. The way the suit jacket is sitting on her is amazing. It's flaring naturally around her waist and works really, really well with these pants and highlights it massively. The only thing I don't like is this little bit of stomach exposed here, or undershirt. It looks like undershirt rather than stomach. I think this would be nicer if the blue was slightly lower and still had this flare, but just a slit that didn't show off the undershirt. Did she finally let Fumizuki dress her? No, because she's not wearing a second oversized coat that doesn't fit. The royal blue highlights work really, really well with her hair. This gentle yellow with this sort of dull forest green, turquoise green, works really, really fantastic as well. I don't like the pattern on the inside of her jacket, but it works on parts of it, just not all of them. Just color balancing wise, it's a little weird. The stars, the silver highlights, really fantastic. I would say overall this outfit is probably low flooding or S tier. This outfit is probably like B tier. Maybe A, because the... Yeah, I'd say, nah, B tier. The shirt is really nice, but the G-string double panties retract from that. But yeah, this is very, very stylish. You could be going to class at a university, or you could be in the police force. It's a blending of the two. Yeah, you were gonna say, yeah, no, I thought about it more. It's just a really nice top, and the shorts are nice, but it's very basic, and there are parts detracting from it, so more like a B. But this, I would say this one's flooding. Reason number one to read the story, all of the Chen outfits, yep. But don't worry, Chen has more. Chen's gonna be hard to rank, because all of them are very different rankings from each other. So this is her Yanni's garb. I don't like this nearly as much as the previous one, but it's obviously better than the swimsuit. The shoes are fine. The weird thigh highs are a little more... Yeah. Chen has 4 outfits, by the way. I only grabbed 4. More cooler Chen. I like parts of this outfit, but there are parts I really don't like. The way it hugs her figured hair, the white part of this shirt, and the black patterned part of this dress, really amazing. But this gold flap here, not nice. If they removed that, I think this would just... Or even just made it plain black, I think it'd be massively improved. Turquoise belt does kind of work, but kind of clashes with the gold, unfortunately. You like the second more? Yeah, I'm the same. I lean... This is more towards an A tier, in my opinion. The sword's always cool. I love her swords, but that's not part of the outfit. The coat is really nice the way it sits on her, but the pattern is not. The pinstripe silver and gold and black just doesn't quite work, especially with these straps right here. The way it sits on her is really cool, but... Yeah, like there are a few weird flaps here that should be removed. I think this outfit would be better if this was more plain. Like, just remove the silver parts, the pinstripe entirely, and if this was a plain color as well. Yostar's favorite is Chen. He is also done by, like, an in-house artist, so she's much easier to get art for. All yours for 99 installments of 99.99.99. Yeah, I think this is more of an A-tier outfit. Like, it's clearly a well-thought-out outfit, but there's a few problems with it. And then we have Chen's final outfit for today. Now, this is an inverse of what we've seen so far, where... It's a little bit scuffed above the waist, but it's really nice below the waist. The shoes are whatever, but the super tight pants work really, really well. The shorts work really well with the super tight pants. Rider Chen, yeah. 1 Chen for every class. This half skirt tying into her belts, very interesting way to break up the silhouette. I think they should emphasize it a bit more though. The second is eternally the best, yeah, for real. Biker Chen, 11 out of 10. Yeah, this Chen is a little bit weird. I think it's nicer than this one, because it peaks higher. Actually, I think they're about the same. I think this is also about an A. The really emphasized shoulders look strange. The sort of astronaut top here looks really strange. Someone really likes it. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. Someone likes shading shiny stuff. I think I just like this because it's really well shaded. Less so because of the outfit. The part around her chest does look nice, but it's not super flattering. It makes her stomach look a little bit too large because of the way they've emphasized it. Space the Final Frontier. So I think overall, Chen averages to an A. Oh, maybe an S. I think this is strong enough that it might pull it to low S. Let's take a look. It's hard to say. Chen if she was in a mech anime. Yeah, she looks like a mech anime or a space anime. I think these two are nice enough that despite this one, she can reach like bottom of S because of how strong this one is. This outfit is just easy flooding. So yeah, I'll put Chen at bottom of S tier. But yeah, Chen is definitely a favorite of the artists and designers. Okay, now I will be right back. I need a dip for 1 second to refill my water bottle. Sorry about that. Back. I need a lot of water because my throat gets sore. How can Chen go to space when her hull horns keep poking holes in the helmets? Chen really is the Arknight. And yes, we have a unicorn, Clavizia, Berserker of Black. Yeah, she does kind of give off Thran vibes. Outfit is high S, low flooding if we can take the horn into account in mid-A. I don't necessarily agree with flooding, but I do think it's S. So, Clavizia. Her hair ornaments, really, really nice. Very good use of the horn. She already has a very strange silhouette because of the horns and the ears, and she's used little bits of highlights with her hair ornaments to add to that. The dress is really nice though. I love the way it sits around her neck and then goes into true sleeveless. The sleeves do look really nice as well, I'm just not sure how they're attached. The horn makes it infinitely worse, yeah, but she can't really control that. Her horn, she was born with the horn. She's played around it to make it look nicer. The way the dress has a giant black pattern there to mimic her necklace works fantastically. It'll look a bit weird when you move and the necklace bounces. Oh, no, that's not a necklace, actually. That's just a pattern. That's attached to the dress. That's really nice, then. That's a very nice style. If you take off her horn, she could be flooding. She would probably object to that. It'd be quite painful. Looks like she's wearing just a standard strapless bra. Pretty usual. It's a bit strange to use black when you're wearing white. Stands out a bit, but that's fine. I like the red ribbons on her sleeves. I like the puffiness of her sleeves and then the way it flares out. I'm just not sure what they're attached to. The belts around her waist. Very strange. She should get a better belt. The color works well and the pouches work well, but it's too loose and there's too many of them. She should get 1 or 2 belts to do all of this rather than all of them. The flaring of the dress, very, very flattering, very, very nice. Little bit of absolute territory, very nice to see. And then very nice leggings. I don't like the shoes, they come up way too high, they cover her knees. Bit unusual, but they blend in well with the leggings. White sleeveless dress is a peak, unironically. Like, this is a really basic outfit done very, very nicely. Green stockings, it almost looks like boots. I can't tell if this is 1 or 2 sets of shoes. 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. The dress itself, really fantastic, very well flared. The way it sits around her chest as well, really, really interesting patterns. Likewise around the neck, really phenomenal. The sleeves, the only downside is I'm not sure what the sleeves are attached to, and the belts are a bit strange. But it's hard to talk about because it's relatively simple, but I think it's an S tier. Like, I'd give that an S tier. It's a very distinct look and a very nice look. So she has done a very good job. Here we go. Looks like she's got massive shin guards, yeah. Sweet, and I remember to take... Oh. Took off my jacket for some reason. Night fetish time, yes sir, yes sir. I will need to speed up a bit because it's been almost 2 hours and I'm like 10% of the way done. I don't have time for a 20-hour stream today, believe it or not. Okay, so Corrupt Knight. Once again, Arknights nails it with the tactical. This is a very... With the context of this being a competition night, this is a very, very fantastic outfit. This is incredibly menacing. He makes a great villain for the crowd to root against. Likewise, the chain he's got on his back, phenomenal. Oh no, he's hot, yeah. He gives off menacing aura. I would subtract some points from this armor if it was only about practicality, because there are a few weird parts. Like, having this much chain exposed and this much thigh exposed is not ideal. The chainmail is very, very good, but you definitely want your inner thighs exposed. But for competition, covered rather. But for competition, absolutely fine. How I think you look like after you drink blue Gatorade, yeah. This is the one with the bow knight. I believe so, yes. I always get him confused. I think Withered is the hammer knight, so yeah. That being said, like, the neon blue dripping down his armor, he's so menacing. You see this guy walk into the arena, he is the villain the crowd is rooting against. Like, he's fantastic in the context of a performance battle. He's absolutely flooding. I think without the context of being a Casimir's performance knight, he would just get an S tier. Because it's very, very nice armor, but there are a few weird parts like these straps here. The Casimir's flap underneath his massive pauldron. The pauldron's too large, things like that. But because it's designed to be eye-catching first and foremost while still offering protection, works really, really well. Yeah, pure heal energy, you get me. He has pure heal energy. You want his arrow? What arrow? They're talking about sexual stuff. Like, yeah, always got some weird belt straps. Arknight's classic. I like that he has a sword, even though he's an archer. And then we have Cronin. Now, this is Ceylon's dad's assist... Yeah, sorry, stuttering again. This is Ceylon's dad's assistant. He is relatively hot. He looks like a male version of Telopsis. But gotta say, he kind of wears the suit badly. The pants are really nice. The shoes are really nice. But the way he's wearing the vest, I think it would be nicer if he just wore a plain suit. This three-peat suit is not it. It's sitting really weirdly on him. The highlight colors are strange, like this dull maroon, not quite it. The undershirt is too plain. Very weird material for when you have a vest. I think if you removed the vest, this would look nicer. He's the bad guy. Talk about old, yeah. Now that you look at it more Yu-Gi-Oh! Villain vibes. Yeah, but like, minor Yu-Gi-Oh! Villain vibes. The guy who start with C, whose name I forget, he's like a... He's one of the goons you beat before the final boss. He's one of the 4 generals of the final boss who you work your way through. This guy is like a villain of the week style, if you get me. What really bugs me, the buttons on the vest and the jacket being on opposite sides, yeah. I do agree. Like, he's just... Obviously, standard suit is a good concept, but he's wearing it badly. I don't think it's enough to be a cringe, but I think he belongs in B tier. Because it is hard to go... Even going wrong with the suit, you still look fine. He wants to duel, yeah. It's more his face than his outfit. His face is giving off, I'm about to challenge you to a duel. Like, he looks so smug. You know what I mean? And then we have Croak Diamond Face. For the Durans, she's doing alright. But she's suffering from Duran... Duran syndrome? Duran flaws? His shorts are not as bad as some of the other shorts we've seen, but still a little bit strange. The shorts are fine, the boots are fine. The hat is nice, but it's this jacket. Like, to be fair also, this pastel blue with this green clashes like crazy with the shorts. Also, why do you have a pouch over your jacket and under your jacket at the same time? His? Yeah, his. Oh, is Croak female? Am I getting him confused? But yeah, definitely his. Croak is definitely a him. 100%. Yeah, this overshirt is just really, really bad. The blue clashes with the bright red. The bright red clashes with the rest of the outfit and draws attention in really weird spots. It's drawing too much attention to the point where the highlights of this outfit are the face and then this bright red. Likewise, it's just too busy here on the tassels. If you just remove this jacket... I like the way the jacket sits around the shoulders. It's everything else I don't like, except for this gold pinstripe part. Croak is female, Catch is male. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Your entire life is a lie, you thought it's a she. It is a she, my mistake, my mistake. Yeah, like, for Durin, this outfit is really, really nice. I think, unironically, Croak might be an A tier. There are parts I don't like. Like, these shoulder guards here are bad, but the way it sits on this shoulder is nice. The blue clashes. The color balancing is really bad. But overall, like, they pull it off. The overall effect it's a pretty decent outfit. I think, especially given the context of all of the bad Durin fashion she has to use as reference, Croak has done a very good job. So for Durin, A tier. Which is a massive rise up from D tier. She's cute though, yeah. I do like her hairstyle. Now we have Xani. Now this is another person with massive heel energy. She looks like Mitt's classmate. Yeah, that's fair. I do love the one shoulder tabard like this, tied around the other side. It's not too flattering around his torso, it makes him look fat. If this was tighter, I think it'd look better. The way it flares out into a dress though, very, very nice. I think it should be slightly shorter though, so that the dress pants underneath look less unnatural. But if you ignore that, he gives off like B-tier villain vibes in the best possible way. Hot daddy businessman with cool menacing aura, yeah. He, like, there are parts of this outfit I don't like. I don't like this spike, even though it's good for breaking up a silhouette, it just looks strange. This ornament as a whole is strange. And the tassel coming from it is fine though. I do love the way this is hanging off his shoulder. It's just honestly, mainly the main issue is the way it's sitting around his torso. It makes him look really, really fat. He does give good evening gentleman vibes, you're right. Needs to take off the belt. The belt gives him the nice skirt effect. He just needs like a tighter belt. He needs to feed more of the fabric through so that it highlights him being buff. Because you can tell by his shoulders that he's pretty buff. It's a little busy around the neck. I think he might be another A tier. I do think he's more in line with people like Candela than he is with Alfonso. So I think he's another A tier. That being said, like, for what he's set out to accomplish, he fills the role perfectly. They did an amazing job with the character design of Xerni. Now we have Kzizbor. Kzkibor. I don't know how to pronounce Polish. Pegasus Knight Captain. Now, I won't spend too much time on him because his outfit is the default Pegasus Knight armor, just slightly modified. And the Pegasus armor was flooding. And take a guess. When you remove the helmet and it's a really handsome guy, it's also flooding. You like the idea of the half cape making Casimir's knight history present? Yeah, like, I really love the half capes. They use it so well. Like, even this guy has a half cape. The way his proper cloak is sitting, it looks like a half cape over one shoulder. He's a great character. Yeah, he's a fantastic character. And he also has, with his helmet, he has a special helmet. So he is a captain in the Pegasus Knights. Or I forget his actual rank. I think it is captain, but I could be wrong. But default Pegasus Knights were absolutely flooding. And look at this guy. He's improved on the flooding. So he's an even higher version of flooding. So what is there to discuss? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. This is one handsome guy. Even hotter? No, I think he's hotter without the helmet, but he does have a distinct helmet to make him stand out more. I don't like the way the helmet ears work, it looks a bit weird. But it makes sense. But man, really handsome guy wearing incredible armor. The Casimir's armor is fantastic. No capes noise? No, this absolutely works. This kind of cape won't get in your way too much. Like, obviously, it's Not ideal, but it's around the shoulders, so you can't really shrug it off because they're pauldrons, never mind. But it won't get too much in your way, especially because they use spears. He does have a sword, but they're primarily spear users. So these are sort of like the royal guards, where they sacrifice some pure efficiency to look cool. They're the campaign knights rather than the tournament knights. But their armor is so damn cool, and he's very, very handsome. Then we have Dan, yet another one of the musicians. Now, not quite as bad as Alti, but you thought Dan was male when you first saw her. She's really flat. No, she's not actually flat, it's just her outfits really hide her boobs. Abomination, pure horror, yeah. The brightness of the outfit is physically painful to look at. Alive Until Sunset look really out of place sometimes, yeah. So to start us off with, these shoes are almost as bad as Alti's. I would argue they're even on par with Alti's. Bro is colorblind for sure. Why is she colored like a Homestruck troll? Yeah. Like, the pants are nice in the sense of they're very form-fitting, but they look really strange around the crotch. And this yellow is way too bright and there's way too much of it. It should be a narrow strip at the side and then around the knee. That'd look really nice. But say what you will, the pants are nice, even if the shoes are atrocious. The shirt is really bad and unflattering. Because of the jacket as well. Like, the holes, what the hell are you doing? The jacket breaks up her silhouette and takes away from her hips and makes her look more masculine. And the shirt and jacket hide her boobs, and she's not actually flat. But they hide it in a really weird way. This doesn't look like it's dressed conservatively, this looks like it's dressed bad. Technically an antonym of Dead by Daylight, so they're definitely not killers. Yeah, it's just, you think she's colorblind, and I would agree with you. Looks like someone's OC? Yeah, for sure. This is someone's, hey, I'm new to character design and wanted to make it busy and bright. But it's like, you don't actually always want things to stand out. This jacket stands out way too much. I do like the weird patterns around her mouth that makes it look like her entire jaw could unhinge. That's cool. What's going on with her skin? I have no idea. They're weird Farronmuts. They're not, like, fully human. I do like this face mask she's got hanging around her neck, though. That's creepy and interesting. But it also looks kind of useless. But like all of them, she does have a second outfit. And for what it's worth, this is a lot less bad. You can clearly see she's female in this one. The shoes are pretty bad. Like, there's still some problems, but this isn't a D tier. This is just bad. This isn't god-awful. They disguise as human, and then Dan is like, I can do that so much better, yeah. There are still major problems with this outfit, but it is night and day compared to this one. Yeah, she's a shark. The hairstyle's a little bit better. The gas mask, I love the vibes. It's going for, like, full-on punk aesthetic. Like, she's committed to an aesthetic this time, and it works much, much better. What happened to her knees? Yeah, I don't know why her knees are red. Bad as in normal for Arknights, yeah. At least, yeah, this at least fits the Arknights aesthetic. It's a punk aesthetic, but Arknights themed. It's even got the see-through plastic. But this is actually a really interesting way to use the see-through plastic. It looks like hard plastic rather than the usual soft. Medieval metal punk, yeah, that's a good way to put it. The jacket and the color of the gas mask is still too bright, but it kind of works. It's no longer actively agonizing to look at, because it's been dulled enough that now it just clashes. Man. By itself, this would probably be C tier. Maybe B. It's just because we're coming from this. This feels like it's flooding by comparison. Yeah, still better than Alti by far. I will say, like, yeah, this is risque, hard plastic in a bikini, but it does look very, very nice. She's showing off her abs and emphasizing her hips very well. The legs look weird, the shoes look weird, but they're better. If the jacket was less of a cringe color, I think this could be an A. But I think overall I'm going to average it like... This is either... I would give this a B. I'd give this a solid B. I'd give this a D. So I'm going to average it to a C. She looked better when you first saw her, yeah. She looked better until you spend more time on her. Because we came from this. So, comparatively, this is incredible. But then you actually look at this outfit and it's like, oh, this is kind of just a B tier. Like, it's solid, she's got a good vibe going, but there are a few errors. But I think it definitely... She's definitely better than Alti. Say what you will. D for Dan. I think this outfit, like, she has enough fashion sense from this outfit that I think she doesn't quite deserve a D tier. You could leave the house dressed like this. This one, you could also leave the house. I just think you shouldn't. This is definitely a D tier outfit. Then we have Dan Brown. Dan Brown Leopardi, a fantastic NPC from the Texas event. Consider she's a drummer, she's trying her hardest to not be forgettable. Yeah, they're so used to everyone ignoring the drummers. Chad, 10 out of 10. Now, this is another case of you've got to take into account the context. Yep, thumbs up emote. Everyone quick, get it out of the way, spam your thumbs up emotes. Why do all the Alive Until Sunset Gaviel outfits look like they'd get arrested for indecent exposure? To be fair, given, like, Gaviel is basically topless, like, it matches. He's not hot, so nah. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yeah. Get it out of the way, everyone give Dan a thumbs up. He deserves it. Now, rip in pieces makes you want to go to a porno theater. Now, once again, by itself, this outfit, you might be thinking, oh, this is a bit basic of an outfit. Relatively loose shirt. He gives off the vibes of, like, he gets his hands dirty. He works as a mechanic, or in this case, a washer, a car washer. Relatively informal, but good at his job. Not afraid to get his hands dirty, not too worried about appearances. Very background NPC vibes. Which is exactly what he's going for, because he is a hitman. Dan Brown, fix your hair. No, he's shaved. Like, he's skinhead vibes. He just has ears, so it looks really, really strange. So yeah, this guy is a hitman. So his outfit works really, really well. You would not give this guy a second glance, and they even use that in the story, where people walk up to him, ask him for directions, ask him about what's going on, and don't really take him seriously. Oh, he's just a car washer. Then when they have their backs turned, he walks up and kills all of them. Dirty Dan now wears Pinhead Larry. So unironically, this is obviously not flooding. It's a very basic outfit, but I think this might be an S tier, because while the outfit itself is very plain and B tier, the context of the outfit, it is doing exactly what he wants it to do. You're not going to give this guy a second glance, and you get the exact impression he wants you to get. He is a laid-back worker who's not afraid to get his hands dirty, relatively friendly face, but completely forgettable. Until you turn your back, and he drives a knife into it. So I unironically think this fits in with the S tier, because the outfit does exactly what it sets out to do. It could, like... It's not fashionable enough to be SSS tier. We'd need more to go off of to justify that, but you get the exact impression he wants you to get from this outfit. Agent 47 moment? Yeah, exactly. Like, this is a perfect disguise. There was another person who disguised himself, similar to Beagler's default outfit. Perfect disguise, but he doesn't have the cool secondary outfit. Because he ends up not being around anymore. You don't really like him past, that's fair. I liked Dan, I found him very charming. Now we're onto Dario, Irene's mentor, rest in pieces, absolute Giga Chad. Literally died standing up. Taught people fear, the concept of fear. Taught aliens the concept of fear. What a Chad. So he absolutely deserves a Chad tier. But his outfit. Beagler is also a lot more fashionable, even as a coffee shop owner. Yeah, but that's because he was going for... You wouldn't expect a car washer to be nicely dressed, you know what I mean? Yeah, sadly he died, yeah. When you said Garmin's gun also applies here. Yes, I remember that comment, don't you worry. So I'll ignore his scuffed shoes being super low res. His pants are very, very nice. The cloak, very nice. I think, unfortunately, Carmen wore this outfit better. Carmen has a directly nicer version of this outfit, if that makes sense. This is the MF that cut Irene's hair, yeah. I love his hairstyle, though. So there isn't too much to say about Dario, unfortunately, because he, aside from the mask, which is really cool, he has just a discount version of Carmen's outfit. Carmen has functionally the same outfit, just wore it better. His skin tone makes him hotter. That's a personal thing. But yeah, so I think wherever Carmen is, he's just one tier below. So yep, Carmen was flooding, he's just an S tier. Because it's still a really, really nice outfit, really fantastic outfit. It is their uniform, but Carmen did wear it better. His hat is nicer though. I prefer his hat to Carmen's. But nothing much to say because I already talked about it when I was talking about Carmen. Although, credit where it's due, the undershirt looks a lot more natural on Dario. It still looks weird and like a corset though. But yeah, my man's got a gun. He is such a Chad. Rest in peace. Then we have Daphne. Not to be confused with the character from Scooby-Doo. Scruffy middle-aged man smash. Now, Daphne actually pulls off the shorts really well. I'll start from the bottom as well. Catgirl Rem. Shoes, bad. Let's ignore those. The color is really good, but I don't like this pattern of almost knee-highs. The way they've got this tiny gap here, it's really, really strange. Delphine, not Daphne. No, this is Daphne. Oh, they might have changed her name. You're right. Actually, I think it's both. I think they did change her name to Daphne. For whatever reason, it's listed as Daphne, so that threw me off. It's still listed as Daphne on some of the wikis, so we probably translated it first time as Daphne, and then they changed it. You're right. This is absolutely Delphine, because her mom's later. Damn, that threw me for a second. So, this undershirt is a really interesting color, but ties in super well with her eyes. I love this undershirt. I love the ribbon she's got as well. The shorts, really fantastic. The belt's really, really nice as well, even though I think it'd look nicer with one. The jacket, though. Having a jacket under your belt is very strange, especially when you then wear it super, super loose. Also, she's got extra belt straps that make it look like she's wearing suspenders. The ornaments, though, really fantastic. It is a bit of a mixed aesthetic, though. The undershirt is going for a sort of formal look, whereas the jacket is very much punk, if that makes sense. So it's not really a coherent, like, not a fully coherent outfit, but it doesn't clash or anything. Weird gap on her sock is a garter belt, which are made specifically to keep socks up. Yeah, it just looks strange because she only has one of them, and it looks strange when they're knee-high socks. Yeah, that's Delphine, you can tell without the hat. Yeah, okay, so we just... this wiki didn't correct her name, because she's still listed as Daphne. I think these straps over her shoulders detract from the outfit, but outside of that, I think it's really good. I think she's an S tier. Because I'm thinking about it, yeah, there are parts I personally don't like, but this is a really, really nice outfit, and it's a very unique outfit. It's a fandom one, it's outdated, yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, she even pulls off the weird boy shorts. These actually look nice with her outfit and on her. I do like that she's holding her sword by the blade. Good work, Daphne, good work. So yeah, I think she's another relatively hard to talk about, but definitely S tier. Definitely looks fantastic. Her mum wore it better though. But yeah, the undershirt and the tie are so strong and they work really well with the jacket. The only parts that aren't really nice are these massive belts over her shoulders. Yeah, WikiGG is the one that's up to date. Usually it's... Yeah, that's actually a good point. That is a fair point. Usually, blades aren't sharpened all the way, so it would be safe to hold it there. You're right. Down there near the hilt, yeah. Holding a sword by the blade is safe if you don't slide it. Yeah, I was thinking of modern day swords where you would sharpen them all the way. You're absolutely right. That would not be sharp. That's fine. It's not Arknights if there's no belts. She already has plenty of belts though. So after Delphine, we have the culture. Once again, suffering from Duran fashion. I will say though, the culture once again, like, does it much better than usual. Belt finish. But Duran's, the fashion is really weird. Yeah, so the shoes are fine, I guess. I'll ignore them because Arknights always does shoes weird. She has a cute face and a nice hairstyle. And the blue works really well here. Macross voice. The culture. I've never seen Macross. The pants are terrible though. These pants are so terrible. They're drawing way too much attention to her crotch. It is just awful. Like, why are you using straps to pull up your pants so that they sit more tightly on your crotch? Why are her shorts small and terrible? Yeah. And then also, like, it's got this gap here right above her crotch as well. Like, oh, these shorts feel so weird. Just looking at them, it's so painful to look at. The jacket is nice, though. I still don't like this, over-the-shoulder, massive bright orange thing they've got going on that they've all had so far. And she wears a lot of belts. But, man, those pants are so bad. I think the pants drag her down to B. Everything else about her outfit is nicer than Croak's. Yeah, I do think the pants drag her down to B. From the waist up, she looks fine, but from the waist down, she looks, like, naked. It's so bad. The shorts are made for putting hands down the front. Yeah, like, you're not even wrong. It looks like kink gear. So I think way above the waist, she would be an A tier, but man, that really drags it down. Then we have Doma, and I had forgotten about Doma. She has a very detailed design for a minor side character in Mansfield Break. So, she does suffer from everything the same Ryan Labs artist, just the art style of making everything pinstripe though. Everyone's forgotten about Doma, yeah. Credit where it's due, her outfit's balanced around her weapons. Medical instruments. The heels are fine, the straps are a bit weird, they're going much too long. The dress does sit on her really, really nicely. This big, giant lightning bolt themed ornament over her chest though, very, very strange. She's apparently an RI operator called Lotus now. Yeah, from memory she did, yeah, I think it was Lotus. She did get recruited by RI. You forgot about her because Jesselton. Yeah. I almost forgot about Jesselton. And then Jakilla, the song, popped up on my playlist, and I was like, oh right, I should add Jesselton. I do like this massive gold chain hanging super loosely around her. That is cool. It does bring too much attention to her crotch, though. It's hanging a bit too low. These are really elegant and nice sleeves. It's just the coloring is a bit weird. I don't like how low-cut her dress is, though. The entire top half of her boobs is showing. It is mostly covered by this lightning bolt ornament, but I don't like that ornament. I think she's another strong A tier, where there's really nice parts of this outfit, but then there's also just a few things holding it back. Yeah, I think she fits more in with the A tier gang. It would be a case of her outfit would look nicer if it was simpler. If she removed some of the extra parts. Because at its core, it's a very nice, well-fitting dress that is framing her figure very nicely. And she has some really nice ornaments, just others are not. Then we have Drudge Tula. Now, this guy is either married or has a sister. I forget which. I know there are multiple. There's a male and a female Tula. The other one is coming later. Now, I love the moustache. He looks like a massive villain. He looks incredibly condescending, and I love that. Also, the way he's wearing a scarf, multiple scarves loosely around his body, he looks so incredibly smug and punchable. I don't know how to describe it. It is so good, though. Sister not married. Okay, sweet. I love the way that his undershirt looks like a turtleneck with little specks of red highlight. Really, really fantastic. The suit jacket fitted to him perfectly. Frames his shoulders super well. The scarves add a lot to it. Yeah, these are weird around the arms, but he pulls it off. The skirt, it's unusual to see men go for a skirt, but it's sitting on him really, really nicely. It frames his legs really well, and then he's got proper pant legs. The only downside is his socks look too similar to his skin color. I would use a different color sock. Outside of that, really, really fantastic. This is an incredibly fashionable guy. You could see someone wearing this IRL, and you'd think they're either French or fashionable, or both. This just, I don't know how to describe it, it just gives me French vibes. Because, like, 3 French friends I have dress very similarly to this. He worked with a mad scientist in the R6S event, yeah. He's hot, but the facial expression is air, yeah. It looks more like a skirt because it covers the front as well. It could be a long coat, but if so, it's a bit weird of a long coat. Frenchionable, yeah. Yeah, no, that is a good point though, Wei. It's just because it doesn't have a slit here at the front that I think it's a skirt. But it could very well be a long coat. Either way, like... This is the guy you'd hate the fact that he's fashionable. Like, he would give you a talking to about your fashion taste unprompted, and you can't disagree with him despite how much you want to. So I think he goes in flooding. Because he is incredibly fashionable. It's just like, it's the same way every one of my French friends when they talk to me about fashion. Unprompted, and I can't disagree with them, and they know more about it than me. And they're so smug and punchable in that moment, but they're not wrong. They know what they're talking about. Then we have yet another granny, Duke of Caster. Oh, 1 second. Apologies, the music has suddenly started getting a little bit louder, so I'll turn it down slightly. The song it's moved to is just inexplicably significantly louder than the others. Now let me make sure I've got the tier list. Oop, went past it. Old women, hot women, yeah. The grandmas and Arknights dress really well. So this is a very, I'm personally not a big fan of people this old wearing things this risque. But it looks really, really nice, and it is risque and elegant at the same time. That's a deep V. Yeah, it's a really deep V. And yeah, user, I understand why you don't like grandmas, but say what you will, this is an incredible dress. It is really, really fantastic. It's clearly been tailored with her in mind. It fits her figure perfectly. I love the way they've got the frills going here. Fossil has more drip than Ulti by far. The royal green, like this deep emerald. This is such an unusual color, but it works so, so well. The necklaces as well draw a little bit of attention. It's drawing attention to her boobs, which makes it uncomfortable for me because she's very old. But works really well. Likewise, this asymmetry with half cape here works super, super well. In her time, that outfit would get her socially rejected, yeah. You love the color. Yeah, I love this emerald green. It's such a great highlight color. You just don't often see it. Are we bullying Ulti now? She deserves it. Ulti, like, throw on a plain t-shirt and you've improved your outfit significantly. Foxy Grandma up there with Senora Cecilia. Yeah, unironically. Like, it makes me uncomfortable to see old ladies in really sexualized outfits, but it's a really good outfit. She is absolutely flooding. This is impeccable fashion sense. It's hard to tell because how low res it is, but even her earring matches perfectly with the flower aesthetic. So I won't spend... I won't spend a lot of time covering things I've already covered. The only downside for this is that she's really old, so it makes me uncomfortable. All of the ornaments lean super, super well. It's a little busy on her right shoulder, and it's a little strong on her left shoulder, but you see that a lot more old-fashioned dresses. But the contrast between old-fashioned style and a really tight modern dress here that's also really fancy, it just adds a lot to the outfit. Second female in flooding? Yes. Second female in flooding, and absolutely deserved. Then we have Duke of Wellington. There are 3 Dukes in a row. Sounds like a me problem. Look, if you're into grandmas, you can't get much better than her. If that's your thing, I won't judge. Duke of Wellington, Grandpa. I like that his eyes are slightly crossed, and he's got a really stern face. He's wearing... I will say, right off the bat, he's not going in flooding because he's wearing military-style regalia, and so many other operators wore it better. But he's almost certainly a high S. He manages to use these shoulder tassels without it looking like rope, which I really appreciate because it makes it look not like a mop. S just for the beard. Yeah, it is a very strong beard. I love his medals. The yellow highlight there works really, really well with the medals, unironically. All of these gold highlights, it's a very sort of, not plain. Plain is the wrong word, but it's like in line with standard military dress garb. The blue ribbon is nice. All of the colors work really, really well together. And he's wearing dress pants underneath and really nice boots underneath. Helagor wore it better, yeah. Ooh, it works so well with his sword, though. Not gonna lie. It works so, so well with his sword. I'm tempted to put him in flooding. I know other people have worn it slightly better, but he still pulls it off so well. It's so imposing and just so good. What the hell is that on his crotch? No, that's the hilt of his sword. It has a very elaborate guard. That is his sword. That's not his crotch. It looks weird. But man, he does pull it off really well. I think he's got to go S tier as well. There are 3 Dukes, and let me tell you, they're all going to be kind of flooding. The sword is not part of his drip. The only reason I'm including it is the outfit is clearly built with the sword in mind. Chen wears the same swords regardless of her outfit. She doesn't really take it into account. I will add points if I think it matches. I won't subtract points if it doesn't, though. If that makes sense. Actually, I do think he's worse than Grandma. I do think he's more of an S tier. I think he's a high S tier, though. Thinking about the Grandma, I think unironically she does it better. And it's not like there's a shortage of flooding men. So yeah, I'll put him down here. Why did that completely scuff the formatting? I will fix my face in a second, my gas mask. There we go. Yeah, no, having thought about it more, I think he's just a very high S. Because this is a relatively... comparative to the other incredible military garb people have worn, this is plain. Relatively simple. Nothing too stand out outside of this blue ribbon. Which feels ridiculous, but the standard is just that high. Then we have Delphine's mum, the Duke of Windermere. And man, Delphine has some decent drip, her mum has a lot nicer drip. Take notes, Duke of Wellington. This is a lot more notable military-style drip. This is a lot more personalized. Hello, Delphine's mum. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. D for dead. Yeah, ranking operators based on how deceased they are. You're gay, but she's still hot? Yeah, absolutely. Eye patches work really, really well. Women in suit pants, absolute classic, tied into really tight boots with the buckles. Oh, you'll love to see that. This is a really good example of using shoes to complement the outfit. Almost going for like a cavalry style, if that makes sense. Whoever did the color choices needs a raise. Yeah, for sure. Like, this sort of dull green, it's usually a really gross color you want to avoid, but it works so, so well with this outfit. Delphine's mom had it going on. Emphasis on hat. Yeah. This, once again, it doesn't even look like a mop. This looks more like rope. This looks proper. Objectively flooding, yeah, reminds you of the bunny girl with ice powers. Yeah, she does kind of have Frost Nova's hair color. But yeah, the vest, super, super tight, super form-fitting, very clearly tailored with her in mind. Duke of Wellington, it was obviously tailored to him, but it was more a general outfit. This outfit has been designed for her. Even just the belts on the side work really fantastically. Amazing usage of ornaments to complement the belts for the scabbard. The double belt works really amazingly. These flaps work well because they tie into the sort of half-coat vibe she's got going on. And very tight pants. But looks amazing. Women in tight suit pants look amazing. Not a big fan of how the wrist sits on her left hand, but comparative to everything else being absolutely phenomenal, it's not even worth talking about. She is flooding like crazy. Delphine definitely learned fashion from her mum. I do also love the scar on her face and how she's covering it with her hair. Then we have Ermengarde. Ermengarde? I'm not sure. If it's German, it would be Ermengarde. But I don't think she is. Actually, no, I think she is from Lithuanian, so I think she is. Massive witch aesthetic, but gotta be honest, like, while I love witch goth aesthetic, this doesn't really feel like an Arknights character. You know what I mean? It feels like a gacha character, but it doesn't really vibe with the Arknights world. That might just be me, though. I'll still think about it, like, the parts of her outfit. Borderline indecent exposure? Yeah, I do agree. She is showing off a lot of skin. Credit where it's due, she is at least wearing pants, even if they're see-through translucent stockings. The dress, like with Gladia and a lot of other characters, it's too flowy. This would get in the way. A lot of it's dragging on the ground. This is going to get caught in things. It's going to get dirty. It is a very nice dress, though. She looks out of place anyway, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit too fantasy-esque for Arknights. I'm glad it wasn't just me. Why does she have this weird black patch with a white tassel coming from it? That looks like it is attached to her chest or being held up by her boobs. I can't tell, and both are bad options. I do really like what she's got on her arm. I think that works really, really well. And the little gold ornaments near her chest work fantastic. The hat plays super well into her eyes and hair. I think it draws too much attention, so you're more looking away from her eyes. But her eyes are bright enough that her face is still the highlight, so that's done pretty well. I mainly think it's the coat being way too long and baggy, while at the same time way too much skin is on display. Your Wi-Fi immediately started dying as soon as she came on screen. That's very funny. Where would she fit? I think she's an A tier. It's like, the color balancing of her outfit's really, really good. It's just very inconvenient because of how flappy it is, and also showing off way too much skin. But the core of the outfit, if she simplified the outfit, it could be a really, really nice outfit, because the core color and the core theme is really on point. So I don't think it's quite enough to drag her down to cringe. I think she's an A tier. I got her massively out of order. What? Why didn't it drag her? Where is she? Wow. Even my PC disagrees with her for whatever reason. She didn't show up. Or did I just not save a close-up of her face? I thought I did. No, I just didn't save her. Wow. Okay, let me actually grab a quick screenshot of her. Even the tier list doesn't want her on it. Not even an Arknights character. Ermengarde. And then I'll quickly drag her into the tier list. Somewhere between A and B. Yeah, I feel like she's sort of low A, if that makes sense. I do think the core is nice enough that she doesn't deserve, like, cringe or anything. But it's just, it's not ideal. Especially, it's mainly just that it really feels out of place for Arknights is the main problem. I think in some, what's it called? Some other games it would look really, really nice. But I think it's too busy, there's too many flowing parts. The hat is nice, but even the hat is too large. Like, it's just over-designed, if that makes sense. Then we have Ablana, Reed's hotter sister, because she's evil. And if evil, why hot? But, credit where it's due, Reed dresses nicer than her sister. This is torn to absolute shreds. The stockings, I love torn stockings. It looks really, really fantastic. You made an entire concept kit for Ablana. Elba. That'd be fun. Lesser Reed, yeah. I personally find her hotter just because the purple rather than the orange. But all in all, she is less, like, she's dressed, she's a directly worse version of Reed's outfit. If that makes sense. I love this silver borderline necklace aesthetic hanging over her bright purple glowing part. Once again, credit where it's due. Like with Reed, she made her outfit based around the fact that her chest glows through her clothing. Banger color scheme. Yeah, the color scheme is amazing. But this jacket is really bad. It's way too many flaps, way too damaged. They're going for a fire aesthetic, but on clothing it looks bad. Other than that, it's just basically Reed's outfit, but slightly damaged. You usually love purple, but like personality overrides that super hard. I do think the purple matches her personality for what it's worth. But I think she's a high A. I won't spend too much time on her, because she's just wearing a very slightly modified version of Reed's outfit. So, yeah, it's nice, but Reed wore it better. Way, way better. High A feels a little mean. I think she's probably the highest A. I think she does kind of match with the S's, actually. Having looked at the S's, I think she's more low S. Because at the end of the day, I'm mainly being biased because I've seen a better version of this outfit. But when you actually take it, like, by itself, the problem is the jacket. The jacket's a little scuffed, a little damaged. But the undershirt hugs her figure really, really well. The black on white, really classic. I love the bone aesthetic she's got going on over her ribs and right under her chest. And I love that they've played around the glowing purple. Oh. My music has started playing an ad. Why has it done that? Anyone want Hungry Jacks? Evidently you should. You really like her because everything from the Reed event looks pretty? Yeah, I do agree. Reed and her sister both look very pretty. So yeah, I think she fits better with S tier. A tier feels a bit harsh. She's definitely meaningfully nicer than any of the A tiers. Then we have Edge Earthheart. Yet another Durin. Oh, one sec. The music is a bit too low. Let me turn it up. And yes, it is the Bloodborne soundtrack, because people were talking about Bloodborne yesterday and got me thinking about Bloodborne. No, just no, yeah. Everything about Edge Earthheart is bad, and I hate it. I hate looking at it. He is physically painful to look at. The fact that he's got a beer gut, the way his pants are super short and pulled up to emphasize his crotch. Not quite as bad as some of the others, but still. The shirt is so unflattering. Bro should not leave home, yeah. It feels mean to say, but I'm leaning towards a D tier for Earth. Just because, like, if he wants to pull off this outfit, he can't have a beer gut. You know what I mean? Oh, and bulge? Yeah, he does have a bulge. Oh, no, I overcompensated. The Bloodborne music is about to be deafeningly loud. Sorry, let me turn that down. There we go. That should hopefully be better. So, yeah, sorry, Edge, but you belong in the D tier. Part of that's just his face as well. Everything about him, it's just painful to look at. Nope, that's way too high. Is he as bad as Light Race? Yes. I think he is as bad as Light Race. So, yep, I feel good about putting him in the D tier. Like, everything about this outfit is bad. The colors are really bland. He doesn't really have many highlights. The yellow doesn't work as a flattering highlight. He's got this classic bright gold over one shoulder that looks bad. The bandages doesn't look good. He's got a massive beer gut that he's really showing off. He's got feathers to really emphasize his dick. Light race is slightly better because he's hot. Mustache with no beard is like instant C or D. Make better life choices. Some people can pull off a mustache, but Edge is not one of them. He looks like Ned Flanders if Ned Flanders was a pervert. Then we have Arknights. I have no idea how to pronounce this guy's name, but he's really hot. So he is a boss. He is an enemy. It's Ache, and then the letter is called Thorns. But I don't know how to pronounce Thorns. I think it's Th, actually. So is it Arknights or something? Oh, it is pronounced Th. Okay, sweet, I nailed it. Then his name is Arknights or something. Wood. Ned Flanders is canonically hot. Yeah, but this guy's unhot Ned Flanders. Mustache alone, you either look like a French villain or like you can't go within 5 blocks of a school. Yeah, you know what? That's why this dickhead was giving me French vibes. Drudge Toller. It's the moustache. He's got that French moustache. You're absolutely right. He looks like a villain. A French villain. And Edge is the other side of the moustache spectrum. But yeah. So naturally, this guy has an incredibly edgy design, and I'm very weak to some edge. I will say, though, his outfit is too busy. He would look much nicer if his outfit was a little bit simpler. The shoulder spikes, there's too many shoulder spikes. Because of this silver thing here. Actually, the pauldrons are fine. The way it's his coat is hanging around his neck is also fine. But there's way too many straps and belts going down this. The fact that the turquoise underneath part also has straps on the vest really emphasizes it. The fur shouldn't have such a bright pattern. The arms have way too many straps. All in all, like, the core outfit is really, really fantastic. He just needs to simplify it. Would look nice. No, not even with less clothes, just simpler. The turquoise, like the really dull turquoise highlight, fantastic. The skirt piece is really interesting. I just don't think it's quite flattering enough. I think the jacket needs to be a little bit tighter to show off his chest more. Dangling metal risks noise, which could kill you and Sammy. Come on now. Yeah, I know, right? There's a reason he's a villain. I love his Warhammer, and credit where it's due, he has styled his outfit around his Warhammer, the color balancing. If you're in Sammy and lack drip, immediately run away. So, just way too many belts. The core of this outfit, I would say, is S tier. I wouldn't quite call it flooding, I'd say S tier. But there's a few problems that I think drag it down to A tier. He needs to simplify this outfit. It's way too busy. It's so hard to keep your eye on any one piece. Because even just his head, the massive fur coat draws attention. All the jagged lines draw attention. All the belts give really harsh shading, which draw attention. There's way too many patterns. This is an example of someone thinking having literally any dead space means you've failed. But no, dead space is just as important as balancing dead space. You need some simple parts to draw attention to highlights. Where are the highlights here? Here's one highlight, because that's a nice ornament. And then the entire rest of it is also a highlight. So, credit where it's due. They do have the most important highlight. His face, emphasized by his color, but I think that outfit, like, he needs to make it simpler. There's way, way, way too much going on. Arknights. I don't think I'll ever pronounce that correctly. You wish he didn't die. Then, we have El Shul. Oh, why did it immediately play another ad? 1 second, let me skip that. I don't want a Grammarly ad. I have ad block. That's kind of cringe. That it's playing constant ads. Sorry about that. Oh, I will try to resolve that. Okay, now, I'll do El Shula, then I need to take a quick break to just make some toast. I'll put some... Actually, no, I'll take a very, very short break now to put toast in the toaster. Then while it's toasting, come back, do El Shula, and then eat toast. I need lunch, it's 2 PM. 1 second, 1 second. Alrighty, toast break 1 of 2 down. Now, El Shula. El Shula pulls off a really interesting iteration of the military fashion. This is obviously a very female-only style. Why is this music insane? This is the Bloodborne soundtrack. This is the Father Gascoigne theme. It is a banger. They went ridiculously hard. Japan makes better orchestral pieces than the continent that invented orchestra. It hasn't even hit the best part of the song yet, by the way. So I will say, to start us off, I like the overall vibe of El Shula's outfit a lot. There are parts of this outfit I like a lot. But when you're going for really military formal, you can't be showing this much skin in certain places. This is slightly too slutty for military formal vibes. The really tight leggings showing off, like, massive thigh bulge there, way too tight, massively showing off her ass, showing off side boob, and then vacuum sealed to her chest. The titty chain throws you off. Yeah, like, at its core, this is a really nice outfit, but it is way too sexual. And I'm fine with sexual outfits, but when you're going for something this formal, it looks really, really strange to have it be super sexualized. It looks almost like a porno parody of a military garb rather than an actual military garb. Why is her chest the biggest on Terra? I know, right? It's kind of ridiculous. She's not the bustiest, but she's definitely up there. And part of that is just she uses a lot of emphasis to massively make her boobs the focal point. The hat, really, really cool. The red on silver on black, fantastic color scheme. Classic for a reason. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. She's another character who looks like she belongs in a different gacha. She's missing some... Yeah, if she had some rigging, you'd think she's an Azur Lane character, who just happens to be very conservatively dressed for Azur Lane. The shoulders are a little bit too strong, but fine on this one because there's some extra ornament emphasizing them. A bit too much on the other one. I love the old classy pocket watch with a chain. Unfortunately, it looks like the chain is attached to her boob because of how it's sitting. You should not dangle. As if she needed more emphasis on her boobs. Why has my model had a stroke? Oi. There we are. But yeah, I love the red highlights, work really well, but like, she's got a red highlight basically leading directly to her crotch. It's a really, really fantastic outfit, but it's way too slutty. It's perfectly fine to have a slutty outfit, but when you're going for something really formal and imposing like this, it's just distracting. One-line womb tattoo. Yeah, it also, all of these black parts also look like a womb tattoo, even though they're part of the dress, and it's translucent. She's wearing a really tight skirt under a translucent piece of fabric that is vacuum sealed to her boobs. The current UR from AL is more conservatively dressed than her. Yeah. Gotta go cook, no worries at all, Amira. Did me making toast remind you? Like, I really love this design, but I think it... Is it still S tier? I think it's still in line with the rest of S tier. It's just really, like, the core of this design is flooding. It's just way too sexual, and that drags it down, if that makes sense. Because it's like, yeah, even if you're this busty, you can make the outfit not just be vacuum sealed to your boobs. Even if you have amazing thighs like this, you don't need to have this much of your thighs showing. Got food, what did you miss? A fair few. Here's a quick summary of the tier list so you can have a look. But yeah, I think El Shula goes in S tier. Because she looks really amazing, it's just too slutty for the vibes she's going for. Gotta pick one aesthetic and stick with it. I think she's a high S too. It's just, the core of this outfit is so strong that even though she fucks it up, you know? Okay, my toast is done. I'll be back in one more second. Next up, we have Emperor's Blade. So I'll leave it on him while I quickly make my toast.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah, sorry for the ad, it was too short for me to skip, I only just got back. And yeah, you're right, when you look at Emperor's Blade, all you hear is the Bane monologue. Muted? No, I'm back, right? Can you hear me? 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 The more I ask, the quicker you answer. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to cough. Me Chuba model looked like she died when she went AFK. That happens sometimes. I got killed by the Emperor's Blade. I tried to throw hands. Now, to start us off, I'm not a big fan of all of these tubes, but they look really cool. This guy, his goal is to look menacing as hell. And he succeeds. The mask is very, very creepy. He's hotter than your Hot Pocket. Unironically, I really love the dichotomy of very formal suit uniform mixed with this incredibly creepy mask. Like, he looks like a normal person who's been taken over by some kind of alien. Also, you can... the way they've proportioned his head to his torso, his body, he looks massive. He looks like 9 feet tall. You're quite sure the tubes are kind of important? Yes. No, I completely understand why they're there. I'm not going to cut them. I don't like these tubes. Let me remove them. He looks like... Yeah, no, I'm aware he is. Yes, I did a bad job explaining this. When you look at him, you get the idea that he is some sort of really elite soldier, and also that he's been warped by some kind of eldritch monstrosity, which is exactly correct. So it's both amazing character design and a really fantastic outfit. I don't think it's flooding. This is a very plain uniform. Very non-eye-catching, just a very solid non-eye-catching. But it's a very, very strong uniform. I think Emperor's Blade is an easy S. I love the blood-colored knife he's got strapped to his front there as well. It's weird to have it strapped there, but it does look really cool, and that acts as a really fantastic color. Gotcha, yeah, exactly. The dudes look exactly like they need to look. I think the mask is flooding because it fulfills its purpose so perfectly. No, I think he's just a high S. I don't think he's quite flooding. Because... No, actually, yeah. I think he's flooding. When you look at this guy, you get exactly the correct vibe. Like, he's dressed to look menacing, even without the mask, and then you also see something demonic. I don't think there is anything you could improve about this outfit, so I think flooding. I think he's low flooding, though. He gives everyone who fought him nightmares, yeah, for real. He may not be flooding, but you are. Don't worry, he is flooding. You feel like if you stabbed him, it wouldn't affect him? Yeah, like, the way it's super non-armored, really suit-style military garb, and then the heavy mask, it makes him look, like, invulnerable. I don't really know how to put it. It looks like if you stabbed him, it wouldn't matter. Ooh, Aya's hot dad is next, yes. Aya's mum and dad, there's only one image between them, but I separated them because they'll be getting separate rankings, most likely. The music really fitting? Yeah, it's Bloodborne music on an Eldritch horror. It works really well. Man, toast tastes incredible. Emperor's Blade Pursuer. You're here yourself. Good to see you. I definitely didn't just throw hands with you and lose. Munch, munch, munch. Yeah, sorry. Toast tastes really, really good, and I'm hungry. I skipped breakfast to set all of this up, and it's now 2 PM. Oh, 1:40 rather. So yeah, I definitely, looking at him more, I think he's absolutely flooded. You get the perfect vibe for this. You wouldn't want the rest of the uniform to be more distracting. And there are other variants, but this is the only one that has a proper NPC version. There are like 7 different variants. but they only have enemy sprites, so I didn't include them. Oh, another bloody ad. Damn it, Coles. I don't need you talking about protection while Emperor's Blade is on the screen. How did they know? So, next up we have Aya's dad. Now, gotta be honest, actually, I probably didn't need to separate these two into different characters. Both of them are insanely stylish. No reaction? No reaction to what? You putting a blank smiley face? You need protection for what you're going to do with him. The Aussie ads, yeah. Hey, it could be worse. They could be Canada ads. So, this is the best outfit Aya has ever worn, and it was clearly picked by her parents by her age. You love the two of them? Yeah. They are incredibly stylish. I love the sort of casual academia vibes they're going for. Works super well with their glasses, works super well with everything. The undone jacket hanging loosely with a sweater underneath, one hand in the pocket. Not tucked into the pants, his undershirt, like he's wearing a suit undershirt under the sweater, not tucked in. Very, very light blue highlight ribbon. Not sure what the purpose of that, but color balance wise it works super, super well. And then you also have Aya's mum. Incredibly flattering shirt. Very light corset. Flicks into a skirt. We can't see more than this, obviously, so we can't say for sure. But even the way Aya is dressed like this, and she's dressed by them, you can tell at least one of her parents has fantastic fashion sense and is responsible for dressing the rest of the family. So actually, now that I look at it, I did not need to separate these two. They are both flooding like crazy. I think the mum has slightly better fashion in this image. Because the dad, like, there's a bit too much dead space with the sweater. But they both look incredible. You see what Keller saw, to be honest? Yeah. No, Volcano would win. Dolly the Deathless Black Snake. That's an interesting name. Dad is hotter than a volcano, yeah. He looks really hot. I just think, he needs something to emphasize the sweater slightly more. I don't know what you'd do. I just think something. But then again, like, it's still flooding even without that. I just think there's a tiny bit too much dead space. But man, they both look incredible. Sorry, another quick munch break. You audibly moaned when Ferdinand popped up. That's a weird distinction. So I will say, he does suffer from the Ryan Labs classic of everything is now pinstripe. But he actually is dressed pretty well by Ryan Labs standards. The colors slightly clash, but only very gently, so it's not like super abrasive. He has a very interesting tie. I'm not a big fan of the dots, but they act as nice highlights. I think the suit is slightly too white. Cat energy. From memory, does he have 2 or 3 screens? Just 2. He also wears armor. And unfortunately, this armor is not flattering. His tie looks incredibly scuffed here. So, relatively basic. I think this is, yeah, I think this outfit is just a basic, which for Ryan Labs is incredible. Because Ryan Labs, for whatever reason, they do not dress themselves well. But this is a pretty basic. It's not a super flattering suit, but it's not like super bad or anything. And then you get to this. I think his undershirt is really fantastic. Rolled up undershirts to show off muscular forearms, a classic. I'm surprised he has a cigarette. But I think the armor is really weird, and the tie is sitting really, really weirdly. You saw one. Not gonna read that one. Not as hot. Yeah. Less hot in this one. But I think this one is also a basic. Like, it's interesting character design. I think this one is better than the armor. But I don't think the armor's cringe or anything. It's just like, this is more like style you'd see on IRL people. I think this one is an A tier. I just think this drags it down to B. Because for what it's worth, this is a very nice, well put together suit with good highlights and an interesting color scheme. So I'll average him out to A tier. B tier. For what it's worth, he's relatively high B though. But it's just a case of, yeah, the more I think about it, this is actually a very nice suit. And for Ryan Labs, that is very impressive. Because they wear very bad suits most of the time. After that, we have Follenik's mum. God, he's so hot. If he dressed slightly better, easy flooding. Yeah, I do agree with you. So yes, this is Follenik's mother. You can see where Follenik... Oh my god, another ad. His armor looks like a music radio. Yeah, for real, for real. So, Follenik's mum has very similar outfit to what Follenik wears. D for dead again. We're not rating them based on how alive they are. The main highlights are her ear color. As weird as it is, and the inside of her hair. Same as Follenik. It's really interesting. I don't think this shade of blue is the best highlight. I think it's a bit too soft and pastel, but it works really, really nice. Looks like adult Follenik. Yeah, it's her mum. She definitely takes after her mum. At the end of the day, it's a relatively simple outfit. Plain flat shoes, leggings, a form-fitting dress that looks very nice on her. Like, I think by Arknight standards... Oh, it's hard to say. She does look pretty good. Hello, Kristen. Why are you harding Follenik's mum? Are you her long-lost dad or something? Let me look at the list. I think she fits more in with the A tier. Where it's a really nice but relatively simple thing that doesn't pop too much. Like, you can see where Follenik is basically on par with her mum. She basically stole her mother's flow. The buttons are nice, the patterns are nice. It is a bit sus that you can see more of the thigh than you probably should, but that's mainly just the shading. I don't think this is see-through. And she's got the classic see-through plastic right at the bottom. This is a good use of a belt. It doesn't break up her hips. It really shows off her hips and also shows off her boobs. And relatively simple dress. Yeah, there's not too much to say because it's very, very simple of an outfit, but I do think it's an A tier. She wears it very well. It's a very flattering but simple dress. You could reasonably see someone like this walking into the workplace. It is strange to see a cravat with a mid-thigh dress, though. Cravats are usually for Omega formal. Then we have Frost from Alive Until Sunset. Not to be confused with Frost. Or Frost Leaf, or Frost Nova. Just Frost. And not that Frost, this Frost. 1 second, another quick munch break. Better than Alti? Absolutely. Better than Alti free. So I'll start from the bottom. Her shoes are actually alright. Very plain black leggings. Not the most flattering of a pencil skirt. Relatively tame pencil skirt, but it's an interesting design if nothing else. The way the jacket is hiding her hips, though, is not ideal. It should be a little tighter around her waist, the way it's sitting. It emphasizes her boobs a lot. This makes her look way bustier than she is. I do like the red highlights. I think there's too many of them, and there's a lot of pointless belts. And I don't like this couch texture on one arm. But all in all, this is like a pretty plain B tier. You know what I mean? It's a very sort of drab grey... You could see someone wearing this IRL and you'd think, yeah, they're dressed pretty nicely. But for Arknight standards, this is a B tier. Witch King has been summoned. But she has another outfit, as all of them do. This one definitely has a bit more personality, but I unironically prefer her first one. Her eyes are very sharp in this one. I love the cracked goggles, those are cool. I love the scarf, but the jacket is really not very good. I do like the way it flares. This is an example of a good damaged flare. Half her has been quilted, yeah. I don't know why she insists on wearing a couch as part of her theme. Less indecent exposure than her bandmates, yep. I don't know why she has this really heavy pouch right over her boobs. It's not flattering. It also draws attention to like here rather than her chest. So it draws attention away from natural highlights. The belt buckle is nice. The handcuffs, I actually really like that. That's cool. The little neckerchief tie she's got to her belt is cool. The way the pants are sitting on her, though, that's super, super unflattering. That's emphasizing the bottom of your crotch way too much. It's flattering on her thighs, though. Tactically ripped jeans, good to see. Folded up. These pants are actually really, really nice, aside from how they sit over her crotch. The handcuff belt accessories are really funny. Yeah, like, it's nice. The quilt switched sides. Yes, it did. Hello, you just subscribed to me. Goodbye. Hey, thank you. Thanks for swinging by. Hope you have a fantastic day. But yeah, I think she's just a B tier. Which still makes her the best of her, like, second best of her band, and it's not even close. But it's just like, you could feasibly see people IRL wearing this, and they'd be fashionable by IRL standards, but not by Arknights standards.
I love you.
Yeah, she definitely fits more in with the rest of the B
And I
tiers.
respect you for being you.
I think she's a high B, though. Piss off ads. Say what you will, at least unlike her bandmates, she is respectable in both of her outfits. She, like... It's mainly just, like... If it wasn't for the weird couch part of the jackets, I think she'd be an A tier. But this is such a strange material. Why would you do that to yourself? It completely ruins the outfit. Yeah, both of them are actually pretty nice. I might actually... Yeah, I'll move her up to A tier. I think she's more in line with A. Now that I've looked at it a bit more. Then we have... Oh, wrong one. Then we have the husband of Alfonso, Garcia. Chad Garcia. Now, Garcia doesn't quite belong in the Therm X tier, because he's wearing clothing, but definitely belongs in the don't leave the house tier, which isn't his fault. But it was worth mentioning, like, I do like the little, not necklace, headpiece he's got. This would have been a cool shawl until it got torn to pieces by his seaborn appendages. I like that he's got a belt with just a piece of loincloth. That's really funny. I mainly just wanted to talk about this briefly because it's funny. Love the gold ornaments. Love the either compass or pocket watch he's got hanging there. In an ideal world, he wouldn't be. Yeah, obviously he's D tier for don't leave the house. You'll be arrested for indecent exposure. But I did want to give him a brief overview because he is a notable NPC with very, very cool design. Even if, obviously, as part of that, his outfit is not very good. Then we have Giovanni Rosati. The last notable NPC from the Texas event from memory. One second, let me finish this piece of toast. How did I know someone would make a Giovanni Giorgio meme? And yes, Giovanni is another example of I'm gay, but I would agree with you for that. She is incredibly stylish. I love the asymmetric chessboard-styled necklace, earrings she's got. Very, very eye-catching. Very soft choker. The way the chain goes around her neck to tie into her waist there is really cool. It's not practical, but it looks really good. If she took out a hit on you, you would not be capable of hating her. Yeah. She does feel slightly less imposing as a mob boss, but that does tie into her lore, where she's only very recently become a mob boss and is kind of fucking up. She's not doing a very good job of it. I'm not a big fan of the zippers on the sleeve. Naturally, the way the suit-style jacket hugs her chest, very flattering. She has no undershirt, which is a little risque. Or her undershirt is the red part, which also hugs her chest very tightly. But it hints a lot without showing anything, which is a great way of doing it. The second jacket overcoat not being worn, a classic. She doesn't quite give mob boss vibes, but again, that's part of her lore. She's still adjusting to it. The chains around her hips work fantastically to highlight the right parts. Her torso is a bit long here, but that's just a proportion issue. So these would naturally sit a bit lower on the hips. It's not drawing attention to the wrong spot, it's just her torso is too long. The triple belt does actually work. The location of the zipper pulley thing implies that it zips down to open, which is, again... Yeah, that's actually a good point. This zips down to open. Wallach is also a notable NPC. Yeah, but I looked at Wallach's design. I didn't have much to talk about with him. I don't think I included him. Apologies. From what I remember, he was just... him and Bernardo, it was just a case of other NPCs in that event had the same theme, but done better. But voila, it's cool. The pencil skirt, very flattering. I love this slit covered with another one. I don't like that the other one also has the zippers, though. You missed Dimitri. Who's Dimitri? I didn't encounter an NPC. Do you mean Damazdi? Thigh high is an absolute classic. I love that they've got one thigh band here. Very nice shoes. It's a really simple outfit, but it's incredibly stylish. So this is an example of simple done to absolute perfection. She doesn't quite give off mob boss vibes, but she definitely looks like a mobster and someone important. So I think she goes all the way up in flooding. Like, she is dressed incredibly, and even though it's very simple, you can tell she has a really good fashion sense with how she's put it together. Redhead guy from Syracuse. I got distracted by an Aussie ad, sorry about that. Oh my god, I have ad block. Why is it not working? I'll take a quick toast break during the ad. How did I miss this guy? I do remember Dimitri now. Aussie ad TM. At least it's not Canada ads. So, I won't add him to the tier list because I don't want to pull out the snipping tool again, but I will rank him anyway. He definitely gives off second in command vibes, which is perfect because he's the second in command. Chiav sure aged a lot. He's very hot in a gangster way. I love the knuckle dusters that are also a knife. Not very practical, but it's very cool. I do like the jacket's color. I think his design is a bit too busy. It's a bit too ostentatious. It's hard to say. He doesn't look like he's ready to throw hands despite the weapon because it looks like all of these straps would actually get in the way, if that makes sense. Only good Infocom character you've seen. They did a fantastic job. I love the turtleneck. I love all the highlights and the ornaments. I just think it's slightly too busy, but I would give him an easy S tier. Otome love interest? Yeah, exactly. He looks like a relatively stereotypical Otome love interest, the bad boy. Not a big fan of the bag on the right. Yeah, I do agree. Oh, the little bag. Oh yeah, the pouch. That as well. I like the golden chain connecting to it, but it'd be nicer without these bags. Purple and green bag foreshadowing that is going to go Joker mode. So yeah, I'm not going to add him to the tier list because that would require pulling up some things, but I'm going to give him an S tier. Thank you for reminding me of him. I don't know how I forgot him. Oh, it's mainly like, the main appeal is honestly his hair and his face. The outfit's a bit messy. It might actually be low S tier. He's got a very, very pretty face. The outfit is really over-designed though. Even the bag had belts, typical Arknights. He's going to be playable. Oh, I'd be surprised by that. I thought he had a falling out with Vigil. But hey, you never know. Then we have Ioletta Russell, or Loletta Russell, something like that. I couldn't tell if this was an I or an L. Ioletta Russell, I think is her name. Now, once again, Granny's with the drip. I was not as nice as the other competition knights. This is not going to be flooding. Not the nicest grandma we've seen on this list. Which is a weird thing to say. But this is a very nice combination of formal and still being practical enough that you could feasibly see her going to battle. Obviously, it's lower on the armor, but at this stage she's mostly retired and wouldn't really be, like, regularly fighting. This is more like a... This is more show armor rather than a directly engaging in combat armor, because she's probably not stepping back into the ring, she's just reminding people she used to. She does not look good? No. It's not flattering. It's very nice clothing, but it's not flattering. She's too skin and bones. But the outfit itself is pretty nice. It's just because she's so thin, it looks really weird. Yeah, I love the gold gauntlets. The armor is really cool. Same as the healed greaves and the sword. The strap's also really cool. I'm going to give her A. Oh, maybe not. Maybe she's not on the list. Oh, she's out of order. Sorry, the alphabet is hard. I really struggle with my ABCs, folks. Is that Hamilton you see? Yeah, I'm going over like every NPC pretty much. This should be the last one. I don't think there's enough to make a part 3. Next up, we have your boy Hamilton. Once again, military officer. It's a classic for a reason. It looks really good. He is not the Austrian painter without a moustache. But yeah, lots of other people have done it better, but this is still a very, very nice outfit. This dude is way better looking than the Austrian in question. Yeah, for real. I love the heavy green overcoat and the way he's not wearing it. That's always cool. There's a reason they always do that. The holster for a gun there, that's really cool. Some of these pouches are not really practical. You wouldn't want a pouch that long over your crotch. Very clean military dress underneath. Love the knee guards. Those are very uncomfortable, but they're very common. I've worn those before. Shoes are a bit scuffed, but they're fine. He has massive calves, Jesus. Stream crash or your Wi-Fi? Oh, is your Wi-Fi, thankfully. Love all of the tassels. This is, though, it's a really simple military cool. And don't get me wrong, it's still military cool, but this is, comparatively, it's quite basic compared to a lot of the other military themed operators we've seen. What is that threat? Oh, when you're done in him, he'll be in Therm X tier. That means they're going to take off his clothing. But yeah, I think he's just a strong A. Because, yeah, he's really hot, but his actual outfit, it's relatively plain by military standards. There are so many amazing military dress-themed characters in Arknights that it's hard to justify him in an S tier, when, like, Duke of Wellington is a directly better version of this outfit, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to just put him in really high A. Because so many people go for the same fit and they've just done it slightly better. Thanks for the translation, don't worry. I understand people's metaphors. He should go up to S because hot. Yeah, I mean, he definitely pulls off the uniform well, but the uniform isn't very interesting. It's mainly he is an attractive guy wearing a good uniform, rather than an attractive uniform with an attractive guy. When Wellington is in ornamental military suit, this looks more practical. Yeah, but it's also more like blending into the background and slightly less notable. This looks like a captain, so they still look important, but it's not really highlighting any parts of his figures well, if that makes sense. I do really like it and think it's a good outfit. Just there have been so many other military-themed NPCs and operators who just pull it off better. I can see the argument for S tier. I'm just personally leaning towards, like, absolute top of A. It feels weird because A tier is, like, so all over the place. He's the Supreme Commander. Oh, if he's the Supreme Commander, then no, this is bad. He needs to look more impressive than this if he's really high ranking. He looks like just, like, not quite a captain, but like a colonel. Okay, final bite of toast, and then I'm done. Sorry. Now, coming up next, we have Haiti, young version. As with adult Haiti, you can tell she has a really good fashion sense. She's not quite as incredible as she was when she was older. She's still kind of getting her footing. But this is such an amazing outfit. Yes, this is young Haiti. So this is Haiti in Passenger's event. She was dressed like this, developed a crush on Kelsey, And then later on joined Rhodes Island to flirt with Kelsey. You love her because when she sees Kelsey, she had the same reaction you did. Yeah. No, not adopted child. Haiti wants to flirt with Kelsey. She's very romantically attracted to Kelsey. The only problem of this outfit are the shoes, which are just Arknights, and the zipper for this coat. This would be much nicer without a zipper. Outside of that, this is phenomenal. The flaring around her knees at the bottom of the dress, incredible. She looks like a young woman. She definitely is dressing older than she is, but she's pulling it off. Love the hat. Like, she's dressing very maturely for she's a kid at this age, but it's an incredible outfit. The gentle lace, the fur, the tassel. I'm not a big fan of the tassel, but the color balancing is really fantastic. A burst of red to draw the eye. Getting spoiled child actor vibes. Yeah, but she dresses herself. Like, she grows into it. Because we've compared it to, like, because you can think of older Haiti as well. This is very much, she just is incredibly good at fashion. Such a cutie, respect her grind for Kelsey. The skirt is classic AK see-through. This is, yeah, it is slightly see-through, which is a little sus. But because of her figure, we can't distinctly immediately tell she's underage. She might not be. She might be 18. The only reason I believe she's underage is because how much more mature Haiti looks when she's an adult. She throws herself into harm's way to flirt with the old well, and you get it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stream crash? Oh, no, never mind. Sweet. You wonder what Hazy would think of Kelsey's current clothes. Don't worry, we'll get to Kelsey as well. Kelsey has a fair few NPC ones. Yeah, obviously, Haiti is flooding like crazy. You can tell that even at a young age, she had an incredible sense of fashion, and she very much grows into it as well. After Haiti, we have NPC Hodora, and gotta be honest, not as nice as playable character Hodora. Part of that's the hair, it's a little bit scuffed. This is a rare example of Arknights armor not looking absolute god tier incredible. The way it's got all of these, like, folds, it just looks weird. There's a reason traditional plate is a classic. Emo phase, yeah. Also, I don't know why he's got a vest on underneath his pauldrons that, like, ties into his cloak. That means you can't remove it. What is the point of these flaps here on the inside? Why the pecs shaped? That's pretty common. It's the everything else that's weird. You'd pay $34 for these Kelsey outfits as skins. Yeah, it's like all the ambient Synthesia skins they make, which I forgot to include on this list. It's like, why do you hate money? But yeah, even the elbow joints, this looks really strange. This armor looks really, really off. Even the knee pads as well, the wing aesthetic, it doesn't work with a knee pad. The boots are fine, the pants are fine, but the armor itself is actually kind of bad. Which feels weird, because Arknights usually does absolutely incredible. Hodora when Manfred was making him his ideal boyfriend. Look, all I'm going to say is Hodora got a glow up when he started dressing like himself. This is a uniform, but the uniform, like, I would say it's low A tier. I won't put it in B. It's definitely still nice, but he looks... the armor... This is probably the worst armor Arknights has done. Especially this weird semi-vest scarf thing he's got going on. This is the worst Hodora? Yeah, absolutely. Like, every other instance of Hodora is way more attractive. Then we have Ifrit. And at least this time, I don't feel like Ifrit should be locked inside. I don't feel like someone should call the cops when I see her out in public. It's a relatively simple outfit, suffers from the usual Ryan Labs problem, but relatively plain crop top, borderline sports bra, going for crop top. The jacket's not the best, the pants aren't the best, but I prefer this type of pant to skin tight pants. Why is she holding a bonsai? Presumably she's giving it to someone. Give us this outfit as a skin? Yeah, if they made this like higher res, I would love this as a skin. But this is very cute, especially the hairstyle on her face. She looks really cute and happy, and it's wonderful to see. The jacket is bad though. Both jackets, the orange jacket and the over jacket. They're both bad. Ifrit still does not have much fashion sense, but you know what? I wouldn't even call this a cringe, I would just call this a B tier, which for Ryan Labs is a reigning endorsement. And I won't go too much into it because, Actually, yeah, this is probably the best outfit Ifrit has, as sad as that is. Because every other outfit just feels really weird because Ifrit's way too young. This one is the least sexual it's been. But I do quite like this outfit. There's a few problems, like the shorts sit really strangely. The jacket sits really strangely. Both jackets are bad, the shorts are bad. But they're not like egregiously bad, they're just alright. Did I rank Justin Jr. yet? No, I'm only up to I. Is he? I think he's in this list. The fact they give every RL operator a glow up in Lone Trail and never made a single one of their designs an outfit. I know, right? Yeah, Ifrit's a teen in this one, looks much better. Once we get up to J, if Justin Jr. isn't here, remind me, and I will check him out and add him to the list. I couldn't quite find a list of every NPC, so I am missing some. Then we have Inam. Now, a lot of people like Inam, and I understand why. And to her credit, for the Eunectes gang, she's very conservatively dressed. Yeah, I think we did Justin last time as well. His name sounds familiar. Not Rosmontis, she looks the same. This is... Yeah, Rosmontis looks the same age in her skin. Very pretty, I agree. Now, this outfit is way too busy, first off. Really incredibly busy, way too much going on. I like this chest plate, and I like the sort of feathery fur around her neck, but outside of that, it's just there's so much happening, and it also makes it look like she's basically naked. At most, she is wearing some relatively small panties or very small shorts. Not a fan of AZ Ling in general, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's just a personal thing. I quite like how it holds up as a design, just the actual clothing itself. This is really bad clothing. It's so busy, there's so many flappy tassel parts, it looks so damaged. The silhouette is way too jagged at every layer. And then she's basically naked, like she's wearing bandages for shoes, an anklet, a thigh strap. We can't tell if she's wearing panties or pants, but she's certainly not wearing shorts. Why does she have a little garden on her shoulder? I have no idea. The cloak sits really strangely, it's layered super strangely. It's so busy that I think it actually, as much as there are parts of it I like, it loops to cringe. It's not quite don't leave the house tier. She's only implied to be nude, rather than actually just being nude like Eunectes. But it's definitely, definitely once again a case of Sargon operators not really knowing how to dress themselves. Oh, not Sargon. The characters from Gabrielle's area of Sargon. With the music playing in the background, my opinion sounds so menacing. Kill your family. Kill your family. But yeah, as much as I hate to do it to her, Inam continues the trend of the Eunectes squad getting cringe, aside from Gabrielle, who is really fashionable. They just dress themselves very, very poorly. They're not a big fan of clothing, and it shows. Then we have Islam Wite. It's kind of wild that they outright just named a guy Islam, not gonna lie. He, once again, like, he doesn't give me French vibes because he doesn't have the moustache, but he definitely gives me villain vibes. This is an incredibly clean coat. Love the red highlights. I think it's a bit too bright, or the tie needs to be slightly different. That's a real name, though? Yeah, I know it is. It's just... No, I know it's a name. I know. It's the same way I feel about people naming their kid Christian. It's weird to me. I understand it's a common name. He looked like a king or jack card. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He looks like he'd be Jack. It's hard to tell because part of it's just that it's so low res. It looks like the inside of his suit is fur, and I hate that. The outside of his suit is relatively clean, shows off his shoulders well. It doesn't show off his hips and legs well, though. It is not set properly around, like, it's not flared properly. So from the waist down, this is actually a kind of bad outfit. It needs to be flared a little bit more. Not your type, but still hot? Yeah, he has a hot face. You've never seen someone named Jew or Jewish. Yeah, it would be like naming someone Jewish. Like, that's their name. It would just confuse me. I feel the same way about Christian, I feel the same way about Islam. But I know it's a name. Not gonna lie, for Arknight suits, this is one of the worst we've seen. It's still pretty good, but I think this might just be a B tier. We should name the next operator Atheist. Yeah, unironically, like, I think the red is too bright, the highlights are in the wrong spot, and it's not flared correctly. And there's too many flowing lines here. I think this is the first B-tier suit we've gotten. That would be asking for trouble in old Europe. What, naming yourself Atheist? Yeah, you'd get, like, stoned to death. Thankfully, we're not in old Europe these days. People underestimate how far we've come culturally. Now it's considered rare and notable when someone gets killed for their religious beliefs. At least in most countries, not every, obviously. Yeah, it's mainly the red. If the red was like a softer, less vibrant red, I think this would be an A tier. But it's just the collar of the suit jacket looks like fur. This needs to be a brighter white undershirt. The tie is a bit weird. Yeah, it hugs his figure nicely, but it doesn't... It's not... This looks like he's wearing someone else's suit. It's not tailored to him correctly. And the red is way too bright. He's an Ursurus Reformer wearing bright red, looking pretty sus. But yeah, I think he's definitely high B, but I think he's about on par with Ferdinand. I think he's slightly like the same tier as Ferdinand Clooney's suit. Yeah, I think it's just... The red is too bright. If it was a slightly less bright red, it would be an easy A tier, but the red and the tie both detract from it. So at that stage, all he has is one nice ornament and a good suit jacket. It's more that he's just handsome and built well. Then we have your boy Jesselton Williams. Very, very memorable. Average Jesselton W. Now that you look close as Smash, yeah, I don't blame you. Now, he actually wears this armor well. It actually looks good on him. I love the rolled-up sleeves to show off his forearms. The armor, yeah, it's very jagged, very busy. This is clearly a uniform, but he looks really good in the uniform. He's incredibly hot. The pants are pretty nice. They're very low res, though, same as the shoes. And I believe he has 3. Yes, he has 3 skins. God, you love the feather stubble. The stubble is nice. Jesselton is really, really hot. I think this outfit is an A tier. Obviously, it's mostly a uniform. He's done all he can to personalize it and make it more memorable, even if that's just rolling up the sleeves to show off his forearms and just the way he's wearing some pieces. But I think the outfit detracts from it, and it's sort of like Scardy, where it's just a case of he's hot despite what he's wearing. I do love the knife strapped to the front of your shoulder, though. The baton. Like, it is a pretty solid outfit, even though it's nowhere near as good as, like, the Casimier's uniforms. They've been hinting at Jesselton content for a while. Yeah, I hope we do get more. He was a fun enemy. He got his teeth kicked in by Saria. Yeah, then outside of that, he has his combat mode. And gotta be honest, this is meaningfully worse. There's too many, like... He's grown spikes out of his body. And it's torn his undershirt to shreds, which is a shame. Because it's a really nice undershirt. This one too. The tie is really nice as well. It's a different outfit. But he's damaged it. He's torn it to shreds. It's no longer usable. So yeah, that's a fun party trick. But I feel like this is more of a B tier. Where it's like, it's a... If you removed the plate carrier, which feels weird to say because I love plate carriers. If you removed it, I think he would be way hotter. The chains aren't practical for bondage. The second one is meant to be battle damage, so he's not trying to be fashionable. Yeah, no, I do agree with that. And I love the clawed gloves he's got going on. It's really cool. Yeah, he's mid-fight, so I will cut him some slack, you're right. I think if you removed the armor piece, it would be A tier, which means he's dressed himself very, very well, and then just obviously had to put on armor. So I'll consider this also A tier. It's hard to judge him though, because he only wears uniforms, and he can't personalize them too much. Likewise this one. He wears this well, but this is just a prison uniform. The best one, JK. I'm not a big fan of the way this is designed, but obviously, like, I won't take this into consideration with what he's wearing, because he does not have a choice to wear it. This is the only clothing he has. He's still hot despite it, though. So yeah, obviously heavy chains to stop him fighting. Chains around the arms, chain to the leg. I don't like the zebra stripe combined with red. I think these would be nice as plain red. He still has the pose. Yeah, he's still hitting the pose, one arm behind the back. He only busts out the left arm when he's drinking wine. But yeah, so I think Jesselton, like, he's a bit limited by what he has to work with, but I think he pulls it off decently enough that he's an A tier. Like, he customizes it a bit, but at the end of the day, we've only seen him in uniforms. This time, it's practical bondage. And then we have the old well, who Haiti is very thrilled to see. Starting off with the fancy dress of old Kelsey. All of these, she has 3, not quite as many as Chen, which is crazy because Kelsey has a lot, but Chen has more. Chen is definitely the favorite. She is absolutely gorgeous. You don't see what Haiti does know? No, that's absolutely fair. And while I think the overall impression and design is really fantastic, there are some problems in this outfit. For starters, it's obviously too long. It's dragging on the floor. Needs to be just a little bit shorter. The way the dress is flared, though, very fantastic. It's staggered really nicely, asymmetric. Love the thigh slit. The green undershirt would look slightly better if it was more of a leotard design. It's hanging a bit low on her thighs here. How do you still see as what the fuck? See as does. Oh, yeah, I read it as see. I do not see what Haiti does in her. That's a different sentence. And yeah, you're the wrong kind of gay to appreciate this, so don't worry too much about it. The part around her leg here is really strange, this dull gold. No idea what that's about. Aside from the dress, the way aside from the skirt part, the way the dress is sitting on her is really strange. I do like this sort of semi-bondage style tying up the top of her dress with this crystal here, and I love the translucent arms. But I think this is just a case of Kelsey rocking it rather than it being good. So I think the highest I can give this one is an A, but the others will be higher. This looks like the one she wore on Amiya's Vision in Chapter 12. Yeah, actually it does. Definitely does. But she is more. Now, Butler Kelsey. Hopefully, user, you'll understand more of what Hades sees in her with this one. Women in suits, and she simultaneously pulls off handsome woman and handsome boy vibes. She looks phenomenal in this suit. Yeah, there's more. There's 3 Kelsey ones for this one. Yes. Like, don't get me wrong, she looks really elegant in the first one. There's just some problems with the actual outfit itself. This doesn't have that issue. She looks elegant and dapper as hell. Oh, gotcha. So to start us off, slightly tight suit pants, tailored to perfection, sitting on her incredibly. Really fantastic shoes. This time you can see why Haiti likes it. Yeah, she looks like a very pretty boy or handsome woman here. And it could go either. Part of that's the hairstyle. I love this parted bangs. Stylish as hell, absolutely. The tailcoat is so good. Suit jacket with tailcoat. Not many people wear it these days, but it's so stylish. The sleeves are fantastic. They break up her silhouette perfectly. This is such a strong shoulder line, such a strong upper and lower arm line. It's really, really incredibly tailored. Part of that's the art style as well, obviously. They did a fantastic job, but really excellent. The suit is sitting at the perfect length. I love the vest underneath and the shirt underneath. I'm not a big fan of these 2 straps. I'm not sure what the purpose is, but aside from that, looks really great. Those do kind of ruin it. I would, not ruin it, just those 2 little straps are the problem with the outfit, and there are no other problems. Everything else is just phenomenal. It is so perfectly balanced. Even just the flower on the top buttonhole of her suit, it's really cool. A Walk in the Dust was the first side event you ever read. You never stood a chance. So I think this is S or flooding. I'm not quite sure yet, but I'll take it into consideration. A Walk in the Dust is also fun because it's multiple short stories. Nothing overstays its welcome. Yeah, it was definitely a fun read for that because it got rid of some of the usual bloat because it was effectively multiple stories in one. And we'd been wanting Kelsey lore for ages. Then you also have Maid Kelsey. Now, obviously, this is more of a uniform than anything else, but unironically, I think this uniform looks nicer than this dress. She pulls off this dress, she looks nicer in this dress, but the dress itself is kind of all over the place. This is a really clean uniform. She has styled herself incredibly well. Also pretty, yep. Arknights doesn't have Maid Kelsey literally unplayable. You'd buy the skin, I would too. This and the suit. I understand why people would like the dress. It's weird to think that this is her weakest, because she looks incredible in it. Part of that's just the pose and the color balancing, it's less so the dress. Whereas this is a really, really strong, like, this is borderline a perfect made outfit, if you know what I mean. The face got you. I think this is probably an S tier, and this is probably a flooding. So I do think her butler, her in a suit, is the hottest. Yeah, I also like this Argon Strange, it's just when you act at style, but it is very strange when you look at the pieces. So I think overall she might average to an S, because I'd say this is about an A, because there are some problems with the outfit, she just looks amazing in it. This is an S because it's a relatively plain uniform, even though she looks amazing in it. And this is phenomenal where this isn't a plain suit, this is a custom-made suit that perfectly highlights her figure. So I think I'll average her to just an S tier. But man, it's a high S. She looks amazing. Kalzi fans eating good, except for the part where you can't buy any of these skins because the devs hate money. Like, all three of these would sell pretty well, you know? Where's the wheelchair Kalzi? There isn't one. Anyway, now we've got your boy, Kevin. Very, very plain outfit, but we're all so happy that an NPC everyone memed into existence got an actual NPC design. He was just a random jetpack trooper who fell into a hole in Annihilation 2, and the community decided to meme him into existence, and then the devs actually played along. So shout out the devs. The soda guy. Kalzi Riona needs to be more popular. Yeah, unironically, I love that one CG. I know the one you're talking about. That's Ivan in the newest event. Oh, they might have reused it, but this was first used for Kevin. So to start us off, it's a little bit busy. There are a few too many sharp lines. Like, I can't tell if this is a weird elbow thing or Originium poking out from his shirt. The flowing skirt, I'm usually a massive fan of this type of thing. It's not sitting on him super flatteringly, though. Part of that's because his shirts are so loose and, like, floppy and... loose is the better word. And then the scarves are also a little bit loose. I love the knife's positioning. I love the pouches. The pants are also pretty nice. But I feel like this is just kind of basic, unfortunately. We love it because it's Kevin, not because of the outfit. The knife is the coolest part. That's a really cool spot to put a knife. Very edgelord. And I do like the hood for what it's worth. I love the mask. I love the scarf. It's just... what's really going on here? It's really busy. It's not really themed well. It's just kind of bland. Even IRL, you'd see someone wearing this and you'd be raising a few eyebrows. So unfortunately, I think Kevin belongs in the B tier. You hate to see it. We love our boy Kevin. But he gets an honorary mention for existing. Then we have Last Night. Once again, Arknights rarely misses when it comes to armor design. This is incredibly distinct armor. It's not super practical in some parts. There's way too many ornaments. Like these flowing wings, while really cool, are a little impractical. But that doesn't matter because he's a badass anyway and he fights despite it. This is very sharp, very cool armor design. You get a very menacing feeling when you look at this guy, which is exactly what you want. I hate this boss. I hate this boss too. He's a terribly designed boss. But as a character, he's very well designed. I love the jagged segmentation on his armor. It's especially notable in the breastplate, but the way he does it in the gauntlets as well. This is just incredible design. It works perfectly with the sword. I'm not a big fan of the skirt parts of this, but it makes sense that it's damaged and it's blue because ocean theme. And all in all, he's just really cool. Even if his head ornaments look strange. And his shoulder ornaments look a bit scuffed. I don't think he's quite flooding. I think characters like the Emperor's Blade gives you a much better example of what you're seeing. This is just a case of he has really cool armor, but you don't actually get much personality out of this guy. He's sort of bird-themed because of the wings, but also ocean-themed because of the blue. Like, you're not actually sure what's going on, aside from this is a knight, and an enemy knight at that. Imagine this guy watches you roll a dice whether he's gonna go with you or not. Yeah. This is the guy watching you roll a d20. But yeah, like, I still think this is really excellent armor. I just think it doesn't give you quite the same level of character as things like Emperor's Blade and the Arknights do. This one, you couldn't imagine... It doesn't feel like it's unique armor, and it also doesn't feel like it'd match if you had a group of these guys, if that makes sense. But it's still really well-drawn armor. I love this armor. The jagged lines are so cool. Then we have Liang Jun. Apologies to anyone who speaks Chinese. I butchered that. I have no idea how to pronounce Chinese. Once again, going for a military vibe. Unfortunately for him, so many other people have done it better, including Zhou Li, who has become an operator. He did it so well. The last night, more like luck check, yeah. Yanese Cyborg. Yeah, he has a very similar face to Cyborg. I don't like this necklace. It hangs way too low. I think it'd be better if it sort of stopped around the chest around here. This shade of red is too light. It needs to be a bit stronger. It's very washed out shade of red. Doesn't work well with his hair, which is a sharp black, and his sort of understated brownish gray shirt. It's a tight shirt. It's not super flattering because it's mostly covered by the jacket, which isn't flattering. But the shirt itself is fine. The dress, it's okay. It's got too many tassels and really weird color schemes. This red really doesn't quite match. Likewise, this really off gold. Smash. Yeah, that's fair. I love his sword. I love his belts. But it's just a case of, we've seen cooler versions of this, you know? Like, he's a discount version of other NPCs. I do like the way he's got the line right down the center of his chest tied up with this pattern here. But the main draw of this outfit is the undershirt and like the top of the skirt. Everything else is kind of eh. So let's take a look. Let's see where he'd better fit. I think he's more in line with B tier. His hairstyle makes him look like a switch. Yeah, I can sort of see that. Maybe A? Yeah, no, I think more A. Had to think about it for a bit. He's more in line with the two blue burbs. So he's like bottom of A. Similar to Hodora. I think he does look about on par with Hodora. Which, it's just a case of we've seen better versions of this. Same as with Hodora. Except in that case, literally. Then we have Ling. And there is a reason lots of people want this skin. So it is Lin, rather, not Ling. Yep, so everyone, there's melons here. Yes, just down here, there's only one melon. People definitely haven't made that joke before. But it's a very nice beach outfit. My rat? Yes, your rat. It's a very fancy beach outfit, and it's a little bit too busy. Hello, reason I crush on Lin. Yeah, like, it looks amazing, but it mainly looks amazing because it's showing off her entire body. But at the end of the day, that's the purpose of swimwear. If we can get this, then we can get Speedo line. She's done a really good job mixing like really elegant, fancy clothing with her sunglasses and the very fancy see-through jacket she's wearing, and very sort of simple, tight clothing on the beachwear. Just got here, is Lap Daddy done? Yes, it's alphabetical and we're up to L. He was like 7th. Hey, now I like her jacket. No, I like her jacket as well. I do. I just think there's a few too many straps. It's a really nice jacket. He was at the start flooding, by the way. Yeah. He was absolutely flooding. He was the first flooding. Alberto Saluzzo. He was so good I didn't even include the other male mafioso boss, because that guy was just a discount version of Alberto. But yeah, like, this strap over her chest here, for example, looks a bit weird. Likewise, the fact that she's... What is this tied to? Is this tied to a bikini? It's more just a case of it's hard to tell what's attached to what because there's a few too many flying parts. But ultimately, this is a really excellent outfit, and you can tell that she has a really good fashion sense. I unironically think Lin is flooding. Despite the fact that I personally have a few problems with this, like the fact that the shorts are like zip up and would sit really high if you did do them up, it's perfectly put together. I think it would be better if you removed a few things, like a few straps here and there. But at the end of the day, swimwear's goal is to show off your body. And this is highlighting her body. It is adding to the experience. So it's doing the best it can possibly do. Pog? Yeah, Lynn is incredibly Pog. Lynn continues her tradition of dressing insanely well. Then, speaking of insanely well dressed, we have Logos's mum. You can tell where he got his fashion sense from. I will say though, he wore it better. Credit to my boy Logos, he wears it better than his mum. Whoa, pretty goth woman. Yes, very, very pretty goth woman. Logos's mum, it's a little bit too busy. There's way too many... more than a little bit, actually. The dress is way too long, it's hitting the floor. There's a lot of flowing lines that would get caught on things. This is going to get dirty. This is going to be a pain in the ass to wash. It's going to be a nightmare to put on and off. But it does look pretty good, and I love that she's got, like, almost a wedding veil. Your mother-in-law. So it comes from the family? Yeah. I do think Logos improved on this space concept. I think he wore it better. But I think his mum is still a solid S tier. The main problem is that it's really over-designed, but this isn't designed to be a practical dress. You can tell by the way it's dragging on the floor and the way she's got like a wedding veil on. This is very much, you want to look as good as possible and really, really fancy. You're going to some event, or maybe she is literally getting married. Our mum. I take it you're also marrying Logos then. Goth best aesthetic, yeah. He does have a mother. And yeah, goth is a really strong aesthetic. I also love how it does contrast really loose flowing lines with really tight around her chest and arms. It does work very, very well. So while I do think Logos unironically wore it better, classic male knights W, Logos's mum is really hot. Oh, I thought that was Hamilton for a second. That distracted me. Actually, I think she might be flooding, maybe. No, I think that's right. Aya is just low S tier. Logos is definitely high S tier. Let me drag, oh no. Yeah, I'll drag Aya down here so I stop confusing myself. 1 second, I will very briefly have my gas mask on. Yeah, because that's been throwing me every time I forget. So yeah, Logos's mum in S tier. She definitely deserves it. She's very, very pretty. Dressed very, very well. But Logos, unironically, wore it better. Then you have Lewis Kelly. Once again, like... Oh, actually, no. This is probably the worst military style we've seen. He has a yeah, slightly less hot Hamilton. He has a very handsome face, but this is not a flattering outfit. Yet, it's not unflattering. It's not flattering by Arknights standards. It's not fitted to him very well. It's hanging weirdly around his chest. The pouches are in weird spots. Why do you have binoculars there? Ah, that's fine. It's hanging really long on his sleeves. I'm not a big fan of the collar. I think this is the most basic Arknights military garb you can get. So I think he's just going to go straight to B. But for what it's worth, he does have a handsome face. He looks like, he looks like Maze Hughes, almost. Like, similar vibes, not similar. He looks like, a minor NPC good guy who dies protecting someone in episode 3, if you understand what I'm talking about. Now, we have Malkiewicz. And the reason I started with this one, he has 2 arts. The reason I started with this one is even if you have a pretty solid outfit, if you're lacking in confidence, it's not going to pull it off. So posture check, everyone. Make sure you stand up straight. Maze is hotter, I do agree. This is actually a pretty solid outfit. It's a very nice jacket. I don't like the orange matched with the sweater, but it's still very, very nice. Full trench, sits really well around his legs. This is relatively, this is probably about an A tier jacket, but because he's, A tier outfit, but because he's super unconfident and slouched over, this is more like a B tier. You'd see people wearing this IRL, and I see this a lot IRL as well, because this is similar to things I've seen IRL. They wear a nice outfit, but they're so unconfident in themselves. You gotta have confidence. Confidence is very attractive. Just stand tall, make sure your posture's good, and have a smile on your face. That being said, he does get a glow up. See, look at how much... I would say this outfit is borderline worse, but because he's standing straight... No, I'd say it's about equivalent, but because he's standing straight, he looks so much more attractive immediately. And yes, he was holding Linar's paper. Once again, I do love the half coat. Not a big fan of this jagged line, though. I actually do think this outfit is worse. But he looks so much better in it just because he's got the right posture. So take note, everyone. If you think you're unattractive, just make sure to stand confident. Get your top tailored? Yeah. He does need to feed a little bit more of this fabric through his belt. But it is a very decent outfit. So I would say he's an A. I don't think I can give him higher than that because there are some problems with both of his outfits, but I started with this one because this is actually a pretty solid outfit. Like, really lovely necklace ornaments, really good highlight colors and spots, even a slight chain over the hips to just break it up slightly. This is a really nice outfit, but it doesn't look like that because he's slouched over, he looks unsure of himself. And then even though I would say this outfit is slightly worse, he looks so much better. Because he's standing strong, he looks like he knows what he's doing. His face is off-putting. Yeah, his face is off-putting in both, for me. But yeah, I think he deserves an A. He clearly does have some, like, kind of fashion sense. His glow up wasn't designed by him. Yeah. But it is up to him. He could pull through a little bit more fabric to have this sit better. Either that or he needs to stop skipping chest today. It makes him look fat because it makes his body look like a rectangle. Then after Malkiewicz, we have Mary Banner. Now, this is not an aesthetic I expected to ever see in Arknights, but it kind of works. It kind of fits. She looks more like a modern-day sheriff, if that makes sense. Like, you'd see her in a cop show, running her own police department, or being, like, special operators, special ops police. Really fantastic jeans, but very, very standard jeans, slightly damaged. Pretty good shoes, which is always a surprise in Arknights. Very cool jacket. We can't see how it sits around her waist, but because her arms are in the way holding the crossbow, I will assume it sits well, because most jackets do. Mary is cool as hell. All of the NPCs in this event solo Dorothy. Poor Dorothy. You're not wrong, though. This is an example of a plain white shirt done well. It's very figure-fitting, it's got an interesting collar, it's got something on the collar to make it pop a bit more, and it's got a zip-up, or... yeah, that looks like a zipper. So it looks like it can unzip. I'm glad she hasn't unzipped it. I don't think you should ever unzip it, but having the zipper there is fine. And likewise, having this lanyard here breaks up your silhouette, stops there being dead space, and then just a tiny logo. I think that color clashes slightly with the rest of the outfit, but it's not too bad. Her hair is very, very pretty. I'm trying to ignore that, but it's worth mentioning. Love the sheriff's badge, love the police badge, love the crossbow. She looks really, really cool. I do think, though, she is unfortunately only an A tier. Because it is I think she's a high A, but it's a very simple outfit. She's wearing a pretty solid police jacket, a tight white shirt, and some jeans. But she's wearing it fashionably. If you look from the shoulders up, she's absolutely gorgeous, but that's not because of the outfit, it's more just she's very, very pretty. I want to put her in flooding, though, because, man, I love her hair, but that's not what this is about. Then we have McKee. Now, he is a directly worse version of this bad boy, Malkiewicz. This is just a more standardized, boring version. It's a plain suit, he's got a decent jawline, strong beard. Every time, as expected of user. I do like the half cape. I don't like this ornament they all use tied to there. This is just directly worse. So I think it's going to go to a B tier. It's not like super bad or anything. It's just a very standard suit with a half coat. And that's basically it. That's all he's really got going for him. It's a nice suit, but it's very, very plain. Like, you'd see this IRL, aside from the half coat. I've seen people wear this exact get-up, aside from the half coat and the Kazimierz logo, IRL, plenty of times. Then we have Misha. And Misha's main highlight is her hair and eyes. They did a fantastic job with the shading there, and the color balancing. It looks really fantastic. Her outfit is kind of a mess. High S, low flooding, what, Misha? Or... D for dead again and again. No. She only died once. Actually, D for dead. No, she's not cringe. You can tell she doesn't exactly have much of a clothing budget. She's wearing a very heavy scarf, a poncho, some really short shorts, and some really bad rain collector boots and socks. But, like, These are in good nick. Like, that's the only thing I can say that's nice about her. She looks like a homeless child. So, Misha, sorry, you've got very nice hair, very nice facial shading. But in terms of actual outfit, heavy poncho, yeah, actual homeless budget. Yeah, unlike Tecta. This is an actual homeless budget. But it does also look kind of cringe. It doesn't really mesh well. The scarf with the poncho goes alright, but then you've got super, super short skirt. Shorts, not skirt. And I'm not a big fan of the baggy jacket arms. I think if she had pants, this would be a B or maybe even an A, because then it'd just be a case of a really good outfit for someone who's otherwise homeless and can't really afford to replace it. But because she's wearing super short shorts, it's like, well, why are you wearing super heavy winter garb and then have your bare legs? You're not Cliff Hut. So she's going to get a cringe, same as Misha. No, same as Inam. After that, we have Mob. I love this guy so much. He's very, very funny. I love that he's wearing the scoreboard. Now, for any other context outside of being a hype man for a fighting tournament, this would be cringe or don't leave the house. Barely any abs. Look, he's pretty well built. He's pretty well built. But like with all of the tournament nights, you have to take into account the context. And as a hype guy, you see this guy and you're already getting hyped before he even opens his mouth. The visor with the crazy hair works incredibly well. The jacket's a little bit scuffed, but because he's completely shirtless other than the jacket, it works. The pants are tight enough to not be distracting. He's got lots of gold highlights all over the place. Belt being slightly off-center to hold whatever this is, it works again. Every part of this shouldn't work, but when you look at him, you get hyped. You know something cool is about to happen. Humanoid. Yeah, this is Humanoid Justice Knight. So I don't quite think he's flooding because the jacket's weird. I'm not sure what the purpose of some of these things attached are. The pants should be a little bit longer. Needs tighter pants and to not have those button pattern. Yeah, I do like the button pattern, but he does need slightly tighter pants or to pull them up slightly. Because again, like his crotch would be about here. And then he's got an extra like 6 inches of pant. But it's a really cool design for what it's intended for, which is to get you hyped. If this is the announcer at a sporting event you go to, you know you're about to have the most fun you've ever had. So while there are some problems with the outfit, it conveys the intended message of get excited. So I think it's definitely an S tier. Lose the weird outline of a feather headdress. I actually... Oh, these parts? Yeah, I do agree. You should lose those parts. I like the mohawk style part, but these parts that come off of it, they're very, very strange. I have no idea what they're attached to. After Mob, we have the first of the Lazulites, Monique. Mohawk is good. Yeah, the Mohawk gives so much personality. Same as the over-the-eyes visor. We've got a suit version in Ksherag too. Oh, I didn't see that. This is male? Oh, you mean this guy? Yes, this is male. Great Mouth Mob is male. This is very visibly female, judging by the amount of side boob she's showing. Monique is female. So, I really like the Lazulites. It's a very unusual outfit. I'll start at the bottom. These are actually really, really nice boots. These straps go a little bit long and are a little bit loose, but outside of that, these are fantastic shoes. A little impractical because of the heel height, but that's absolutely fine. She gets away with it. Side boob looks more like a peck. I kind of disagree on that, but you do you. Very tight pants leading into a 2-layered skirt with a nice side slit. Looks really great. The way it leads into a dress, it's pretty risque to show off this much of your stomach and that much side boob, especially because this flap is not really secured. It could very easily come undone, shall we say. But it looks really, really great. The cloak being used as a half cloak, very cool. I love the way this hangs over her arm, the sleeve. It's just loose enough that it wouldn't get in the way of her being an archer. She's wearing the archer's gloves as well. This is a good example of archer's gloves rather than just inexplicably having the entire palm revealed. And while this is a really strange uniform they have, she's clearly customized this uniform to represent her very, very well. So I really love this. Part of that's the color balancing. But it looks really fantastic on her. And she, unlike her partner, has naturally blue hair. He complains about that in the event. But yeah, the side boob is a little risque, and I'm not sure what this strap... Looks like it's for her quiver, but it goes really weirdly over her shoulder. It'd ideally go under your arm if it's for the quiver. And a few weird tassels to show off Casimier's, but at the end of the day, it is a uniform. I think she's also an S tier. And Roy will almost certainly be the same. Because it's a very strong outfit. It's very flattering. It shows off her figure really, really well. And it's simultaneously both conservative and not conservative. So it's a very, very interesting outfit. And it's more just a case of she is meaningfully better. Actually, no. I think she fits more in with the A tiers, having looked at it. I don't like that it does that. Isn't she just an upgraded corrosion archer? Yeah, all of the mini-bosses in Maria Nerl are just buffed versions of standard enemies in a really cool way. Except for Corrupted and Withered Knight, which are unique. Then we have Norwell, yet another daddy. God, you hate her for that. Yeah, but it is funny to use Hoshiguma to just, kill them both. But yeah, corrosion was a shit mechanic. That's not really to do with her. That's because of corrosion. Not even upgraded. No, they are upgraded. They're slightly stronger versions. It's the same as a Plastic Knight. He is an upgraded version of the default Plastic Knights. They're all slightly upgraded. It is fun though, having elite named boss versions of all of the difficult enemies of the stage. That was a really cool way of doing it, though I understand why they usually don't. They need to do a lot of character designs to do that. Now, this guy, he looks like a hermit. He looks really worn down by the world, and it does kind of work. He obviously is very, very handsome. He's got a strong jaw and very interesting hair, but I actually think his outfit isn't that great. I don't quite think his outfit is flooding. It's really loose and poorly taken care of, like not in the sense of damaged. It looks like this has not been ironed for like 10 years. I don't know why he's got a zebra pattern on one shoulder. I do like the upper arm strap, that's always a classic. And the coat is cool, it just looks like it needs an iron. I think if he ironed his coat, the entire outfit would come together. He would look together. He would look better unclothed in your bed. The shirt, I like the shirt in theory, like this loose collar is really fantastic. I don't like these two straps here. The rest of the shirt's really fantastic, but this is such a strange pattern. Disheveled Drip. Yeah, this is really great Disheveled Drip, but it still does look disheveled. Dan, the tail is fluffy, you want to sleep on it? He does have a fluffy tail. The straps, not a big fan of the straps. They'll get in the way. They'll hit the ground. They're too long. They don't really serve any purpose either. This is another thing Arknights does sometimes, where they have weird metal bars that functionally serve no purpose. This outfit would look nicer without those. The pants, very, very clean pants. Relatively clean boots. A little bit of weirdness there, but Arknights boots. Krudos, you understand me. Yeah, user, you found another male Knights enjoyer. So all in all, like, I think this has the potential to be flooding, but I do think I think if he ironed his jacket, removed this zebra pattern, made this just a plain white button-up shirt instead of this weird cross here, and got rid of these straps and these straps, it would be absolutely flooding. But I think those are enough minor things that build up that make it just look worse. So I think he's only an S tier. He'll look better without 90% of the clothes. That's not an outfit, that's just him being attractive. Anime characters are attractive, news at 10. Then we have Ulma Ingra. This is another person who is just a buffed named version of a standard enemy from Maria Nerl, and I think it's really, really cool. It's not even horny posting is too much, yeah. It is a bit busy of an outfit. It needs to be simplified a bit, especially some of the straps. More body armor bias? No, like, this isn't even bias. This is some really cool body armor. A lot of other NPCs we've ranked so far have worse versions of this style of armor. Not today. No, the ones I did last time. This is really, really cool armor, and again, this is fantastic villain armor. This is a heel. You see this in a competition, you know they're a heel. The menacing mask, the heavy, bulky plate, the hidden torso leading into a slight skirt, the axe. Like, this is such a fantastic heel character. Not a big fan of the ponytail, but look, it works. That being said, I don't think it's flooding. I don't think this is as nice as a lot of the other armors we've seen. It's still meaningfully worse than like the Pegasus Knights. But it does serve its purpose really, really well of being a heel fighter in a tournament. Kazimierz is so good, so many men with helmets, yeah. So I think this is either A or S. Let's take a look. I think it's on par with Knott's body armor style. So I think it's an S. Ulma Ingra looks fantastic. I think it's a low S though, for what it's worth. Yeah, I think it's roughly equivalent to Tide Knight, where it's really cool armor, but there's not... They could add a little bit more personality, make it pop a bit more, but it's still really, really cool. Then we have Pancho Salas. Not gonna lie, I stand by Candela wears the suit better. You exploded like Candela's ship when you saw Pancho. I really like Pancho as a boss and as a design, but I don't think he wears this suit super well. The suit pants he wears well. The suit shoes he wears well. The color being pure white with gold highlights, that's a classic. He's doing the Jesselton pose. Yeah, at least he has a pipe though. But this silver highlight here, it doesn't really work. It blends in too much with the shirt. I'm not sure what's going on there. That looks like almost flesh-colored, but you can't tell. The Salas family has amazing genetics. Aren't Tequila and La Pluma adopted? But yeah, this suit is not very flattering on him. It hugs his boobs too much. It doesn't make him look muscly, even though he's ridiculously muscly. It makes him look fat. It also hides his ridiculously good bicep. Pluma is Tequila, isn't... Ah, gotcha. So it's a relatively... It's a sailor-themed garb. I do like the gold highlights. They work really well. But, like, this arm flap here, it's not very nice. The straps are weird. I still think this is probably an A tier, but this could be a much nicer suit. Like, case in point, he unironically looks better when he is completely torn off this shoulder flap. Because he is actually buff as hell. But even in the other one, his pecs aren't showing. Like, either he never does pec work and he only works in his arms, or this is just a really unflattering suit. Hot men always have hot days. I would say Tequila's way hotter than Pancho. I do think the outfit is good, I just don't think it's fitted to him properly. Either that or he needs to, like, improve his pecs a little bit, because this is really unflattering. So I think this is like an A. It feels bad to give a suit such a low ranking. I'm not going to take into account damage. You've just blown up the ship he's on. Like, fair enough, he's damaged. Needs more muscles, so more of the suit rips off. No, not so much with that. It's just, it's a cool suit in theory, and it's just not sitting on him well. It hides his really built biceps. The color balancing isn't perfect. And it really is not flattering around his chest. That's so unflattering. Either my guy just does never work his chest muscles, or he's just completely... Like, he needs to fire his tailor. From the waist down, though, it's really good, though. And I do like the over-the-shoulder half cape. It just doesn't mesh well because of the silver highlight. Then we have Percival. Once again, pure white. I do really like pure white aesthetics. You can pull them off. The only reason this works for her is because of her pink hair, but hey, balanced around your natural traits. You'll work his chest muscles for him. Yeah, this looks like adult Shamare who isn't flashing her panties. I'm not a big fan of these slight red highlights. They highlight the wrong spots. They draw slightly too much attention. I think it'd be better if it was like slightly more pinkish so it wasn't so distinct from her hair. Lesbian hands, you're not wrong. The other hand is broken, though. That is such an awkward, like, her wrist is 100% snapped here. Not a big fan of this strap over her arm here. It needs to be, like, slightly different or slightly lower part. That's just the red highlight. I don't like the red highlights. The suit itself is really, really fantastic. She's got a crossbody bag that matches with it perfectly. I don't like that the crossbody bag seems to be attached to the pouches. That means what's the point in having a crossbody bag? It's basically permanently there. These thigh straps are pretty terrible. That is strapped up terribly. Someone needs to teach her how to do that. The shoes are fine, but Arknights classic. Too many pouches at too many different lengths. Like, because this is her hips, that means this is mid-torso. Case in point, you can see her elbows already hitting it. It's a really inconvenient level. You can do that post and you're a couch potato. I mean, it only looks... Yeah, you can tell she's gay from the position. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you're right. Maybe her wrist isn't broken. I thought it was more rotated than it is. It's just a really awkward position. Obviously, the suit is very, very well fitted, but there's way too many belts. And, like, as you can see, this belt is tied into this pouch, which seems to be tied into this shoulder bag. So she can't remove this shoulder bag without taking off her belt. And then she has a lot of other straps that don't really serve any purposes. I think if she outright just removed all of the pouches and just kept the crossbody bag, this outfit would look so much nicer. The pouches are massively detracting from the outfit. I think without the pouches, this outfit could be an S, but I think they drag it all the way down to, like, A. It's definitely nicer than a B, because the core outfit is, like, really good. Plain white suit, same as Pancho. It works. It works really, really well with a hat. She looks almost like a nurse with that hat. And her pink hair and bright yellow eyes work really, really well with it. It's just every single pouch is wrong. Every single strap is wrong. Her clean white suit stands out a lot in a place like Victoria. Yep. Plus, look, clean white clothing is the biggest flex. It means you have the time to keep that shit clean and de-stain it. Because you spill, like, a drop of water and it's gonna stain. But yeah, the second canonical Arknights lesbian, with the first being Scavenger. And you can tell just by how she's holding her hands. Now we have the second Tula, Picale. Gotta be honest, her brother wore it better. But she also rocks the outfit pretty decently. This is a really interesting combination of light armor and heavy armor. Starting us off from the greaves, pretty solid greaves. Slight heel, a bit too much of a heel. Even if you have that much heel, you need it to be larger rather than the stiletto style to give you more ground to step on when you're walking around in armor. What happened to Calzi, W, Haiti, and Teresa? What do you mean? Oh, sorry, I just don't understand the question. If you can clarify, I can answer. You'd also say... Oh, canon lesbians. Right, no, Haiti as well. Teresa is implied. Inez... Yeah, Inez is sort of... Inez, like, kind of flirts with W and Hodora, so it's hard to tell. Scavenger's the only, like, canonical confirmed, and then I'd argue that NPC as well because of her hand position. The others are just relatively implied. I do like the poncho, that's also a cloak. Not a poncho, just the cloak. How heavily it lays across her torso. That's really, really cool. It also gives her the appearance of bulging biceps, the way it's sitting over her arm, especially with the armor as well, which is fantastic. It is unfortunate. I think she's got too many different types of armor here. This is a very standard chest plate, standard elbow plate, and then she's got a second type of armor here, then she's got just reinforced fabric. Talala and Alina. Alina is female, yes. But again, those are implied. Those aren't outright stated like scavengers. Belt's absolutely fine. The undershirt is sitting over her chest plate, which isn't a good look. The skirt, very good, very, very nice pants. But I do think her brother wore it better. Unironically, her brother was what? Flooding? Where was her brother? Why can I not see him? Was this him? Yes. Her brother 100% wears a nicer outfit. Drudge's sister thought she was male. She's pretty distinctly female. Oh, actually no. Yeah, if it weren't for the hips, I could understand that, yeah. Looking at the chest, lots of men wear chest plates and all of that. She's got a sort of masculine style jawline. But with the hips, I'm pretty confident she's female. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I'd say she's... Her armor is worse than Omer's. But she's added, like, a really cool cloak over it. Yeah, I'd say she's also an S tier. Then we have Roy's our boy. Monique's partner. He... Ooh, he does wear it worse than Monique, even if he's a lot more charming with his punchable face. Hey, Roy, yep. Hey. That's what I feel whenever I see Roy. I don't like the boy shorts. I love the straps. I love the torso that he's borrowed. He uses the same. Even the way his cloak sits, really fantastic. The shoulder guard, really fantastic. The arm, really fantastic. It's just the boy shorts makes it slightly worse than Monique's. The skirt fits this aesthetic way, way better. I do love the armored legs, though. Those are really, really great. So I think he's just... I don't think he's a full tier worse than Monique. I think he's just same tier, but worse. So I think Monique was a low A, mid A, and he's a low A, if that makes sense. Other than the shorts, he has literally the exact same outfit as Monique, though, so... But man, his face is so charming. I love how dead inside he looks while also having a massive grin. It's a good combo, and lets you know that he's borderline psycho. After that, we have Salus. Now, I will say, if you looked from here upwards, you would think she was flat. And a very, very tame, nice outfit. She is very busty and has very large thighs, and she dresses to show it off. You could definitely dress a little bit more conservatively, but at the end of the day, it does look nice. I love the mask that lets you know she's part of the Confessarius gang. She fits perfectly with the aesthetic. She's pretty. Yeah, she's very, very pretty. I love her from about the waist up. As much as I love the rest of her design, obviously. From the shoulders up, she's really, really cool. The cravat is fantastic, draws attention to her boobs, natural highlight point. Love the gold ornaments to act as highlight points. Even over the cravat, you've got a little bit of gold right there. The way her eyes are red and grey, I'm so weak to that. Her jacket is a little bit loose. Like, yes, it's hugging her figure well, but it's too large. It goes way too long. Like the design, hate her story-wise, yeah. Also, I will say, you should not be wearing a suit undervest like this when it barely clears your boobs. This looks really, really strange. I do like, though, the way her legs are positioned from the heels. It looks like she's actually wearing heels. Her torso is a bit long, though. It needs to be made a little bit shorter. A little unnaturally long. And yes, obviously a very, very, very tight pants. With a thigh strap there, basically skin tight. And a very risque outfit. I think the backside of this is way too long, though. If it was shorter and just went down to her mid-calf like the rest of it, I think it'd be much nicer. But very good outfit. I wouldn't say she's flooding, but very, very good. And her weapon doesn't match her design, so no extra points from that. The main problem is just her torso's too long. If you made this lower, it'd look much more natural, but I also do think a vest like that doesn't really work. You should go a corset or just leave it at nothing. I do think she's an S tier, though. Goth aesthetic, goth witch aesthetic especially, it's really hard to miss. It's really hard to get it wrong. After her, we have Severin Hawthorne. Yet another absolute built like a truck Male Knights Chad. 1 second, I need to fill up my water bottle again. I will be right back. Now, not too much to say about Severin. It's a very, very plain uniform. It just shows off. This is a guy who goes to the gym often. He has really well-developed chest. The hat is pretty stupid. It's way too spiked. It's got like a kunai taped to the top. Also, not a big fan of this tabard, but I do like the ornaments, like the tiny hint of blue here. The triple spike, the rope going under his arm, and then over this one as well. I love the silver and the collar part of this. I think it'd be nicer if the tabard flared slightly more. Very solid belt, very solid jacket, shirt, nice pants, nice shoes, but all in all, a relatively plain uniform style design. It shows off that he's very muscular. So I think he's going to an A tier. Yeah, he fits in with the A. On the lower side of A, though. But he does look good, but that's just because he's built like crazy. And for what it's worth, the uniform is tailored to him, but this is very clearly a uniform. Nothing about this fashion really stands out as in your face. So it's very similar to a lot of the military-style uniforms we've had. Then we have Shen Luo. Probably the last Chinese character I have coming up. I believe so. I mainly put him here for his goofy hat. I love this style of hat. It's such... I love those rain hats that they also use for ninjas. Now this one you smash for sure. Presumably the last guy rather than Shen Luo. Outside of that, his outfit is so busy, and once again, we've just seen nicer versions of this. The pants are super baggy, the cloak is way too layered, way too many straps, the shoes or whatever. I do really like the gloves. The way they lead into golden talons on the upper half of his fingers is really cool. Likewise, the gauntlet part, really, really cool. I would even argue this part of the hood, this part of the... No, Shen is a smash as well, fair enough. This part of the... not cloak. I'm forgetting the word. The way this is sitting, I think it's a bit too jagged and should be simplified, but even that's really cool. It's just... outside of the gloves, there's too much going on here and nothing really to focus on. Lots of pouches in weird spots, belts in weird spots, highlights in weird spots, some weird paper fold. Did we forget Khan? Does Khan have an NPC character arc? Character art? I didn't think Khan did. I thought he would just had like one CG. Apologies if that's not the case. Oh, he has one? I'll do him after Shen Luo though, then. But yeah, I really like his gauntlets, I do like his hat. In So Long Adele, oh, that'd be why I missed it, I didn't read So Long Adele. So long, didn't read. But this is, we've seen better instances of this. The only really cool thing he has going for him is these cool gauntlets and gloves. I think all in all, this is unfortunately for Shen. I think it's more an A tier. Another decent A. That's nothing too noteworthy. It's just funny and I love the hat. Okay, so you were saying Khan. Khan Arknights. Do you mean Kagan? You mean this guy, right? I thought he still didn't have one. Unless you mean this. Sorry, does he have another name that might make it easier to find him? Yeah, I thought he still didn't have a proper art. Nothing I can find. Yeah, drop it in the Discord, I'll pull that open. And after that, we have Skull Shatterer. 1 second, I'll just give 1 second and grab it from the Discord. Oh, I'll start on Skull Shatterer while you're dropping that. Well, to give you time to find it. So, Skull Shatterer. It's a cool concept that they've gone gender neutral, so you can't tell if this is the brother or the sister. Hello all, nice to see you. But outside of the concept, and look, I love gas masks. What can I say? DD for double dead? No. I do really love gas masks, even weird scuffed ones like Skull Shatter is wearing. And I like the orange with dull yellow. It clashes, but it clashes in a really interesting way. But you're wearing a really heavy upper body and then short shorts. And then like silver emphasis on your crotch. And then stockings. So this is it. And by the way, if you're going to not wear pants, you can't skip leg day. Absolute chicken legs. The grenade launcher in each hand is pretty cool though. Gas mask is cool as hell. You'd wear that if he wasn't like 4'9". Skull Shatterer's design is so busy, and the actual outfit is bad. It works really well as a design because it's unsettling, especially with the gas mask and then all the weird lines. But as an actual outfit, it just looks like rags. And it also looks like he's wearing his sister's clothes, which makes sense because she then wears them. It is very funny. Like, when you see this upper torso, you do not expect chicken legs with that large of a thigh gap. This guy reminds you of the forced fanfic with him. Yeah, as much as I love gas masks, gotta be honest, the actual outfit is a bit cringe. There's so much going on, and none of it works well together. Like, even this weird hat makes him look like a gnome. Weird straps that don't make any sense. The orange and the yellow, yeah, it's a little unsettling, but it also clashes and looks painful to look at. Way too many silver highlights, way too busy, way too damaged, and then really clean stockings and super short shorts with a massive emphasis on your crotch. They show Alex's face in the AK art book. Oh, I've never seen that. But yeah, unfortunately for Skull Shatterer, I don't think he's meaningfully different from his... Oh no, credit where it's due. He's dressed nicer than his sister. He stole her clothes, no wonder she's in rags. I think Skull Shatterer is a solid B. And part of that's just... Actually, yeah, I don't think it's quite as cringe as Mish's. I actually kind of do though. Actually, yeah, I think Skull Shatterer might also be a cringe. Because I was thinking about it, and once again, it's a case of absolutely ridiculously over-designed top and then super short shorts. Is it still going? Yeah, I mean, we're making pretty good time. Only 4 hours in and actually almost done. Last time I did fewer NPCs and it took more than twice this long. Okay, I'll take a quick look to see if you've added Khan to the Discord. Yep, NPC Drip has a new message, probably in there. Oh, that guy. Sorry, I was thinking of someone else. Yeah, I did initially ignore him because there wasn't too much to talk about, but I'll go over him really quickly. The core color balancing is really nice. That shade of green does work with his shirt and his jacket, but the jacket is not... and his pants, but the jacket is not sitting on him well. He looks like just sort of generic tourist. Wait, you're saying we aren't gonna have another 6-hour stream? Not today, at least. You fell asleep and it's still going. Yeah, someone went to an 8-hour class last time, came back and it was still going. I like the shorts, I like the shirt, I like the color of the jacket. It's just not fitted to him super well. Sorry, I did see him and I skipped over him because there wasn't really much I can say because he's just wearing, like, standard tourist garb. I know plenty of people who've worn this IRL. I would give him, like, probably a B tier. Maybe an A? Let's take a look. Nah, he'd fit in straight with the Bs. But no real problems, but there's no real strengths to this outfit either, if that makes sense. So, sorry, I did skip him because I didn't have much to say about him, unfortunately. I just wasn't sure, like, how to describe his outfit when I was looking at him. There were only a handful of characters I did that with, but he was one of them. Then we have Sonny Romano. He reminds me of the pink-haired Italian guy we just did. I do like his hair. I do like his hairstyle. His pants are good, his boots are good. I don't like this strap here, that's way too low. And I don't like all of these tassels hanging from his pants, or the blue on his pants. The hat is cool. I think he'd look cooler. I think he looks cooler with the hat off, though. Same artist as Tequila, he's good at drawing twinks. I think the artist did a better job for Tequila. This guy gives off cowboy vibes, but not like a successful cowboy vibe. Like, sort of a minor antagonist cowboy you face before facing the guy you face before the boss, if that makes sense. I know that's a massive stretch and probably no one understands that one. The necktie is really cool. The rope around his shoulder, also pretty cool. The glove is not that great, and the shirt is really not flattering. It makes his arms look way smaller than they are because of how bulky the vest part of the shirt is. Yeah, he's a pioneer. Yeah, he gives off pioneer energy. I like the red part here. I don't like these brown tassels. The blue part... Dark blue with brown, greenish brown pants is not a good color combo. The necktie is probably the strongest part of the outfit. The undershirt is also pretty good. I like how it's undone. But this vest, like, it really makes his arms look small, which is not ideal. And I don't think yellow is a good highlight color for the bracelet or the rope. It gets washed out by the rest of the image. So yeah, he's a handsome guy, but in terms of actual fashion, it's kind of just an A tier. Like, nice functional pants with a few problems with it. I do like the straps. I don't know why he's got a belt underneath his jacket. Your mistake, that's his tail. You've got to pull it from behind. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, he's got just a very small ponytail. And then an actual tail. But I do really like his design. It's just, he needs a better jacket. I think he's like mid to low A. Even if he just completely ditched the jacket entirely, his outfit would immediately get better. And also ideally very similar but different pants where it's just plain brown. Get rid of this part, get rid of this part. You can literally only tell he's drawn by this guy when you look at the eye shading. I mean, hey, that makes sense. Eyes are very painful. Once you have one eye pattern, that's all you're doing. Then we have someone whose name I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce. Plastic Knight from Maria Nerl. His name is like Zelksik or something like that. Apologies to anyone who speaks Polish. Once again, gotta think about it from the perspective of a tournament like. You'd smash but microplastics. Yeah. I do really like the vibrant purple and blue he's got going on here. That's a really standout color, very interesting for a tournament, especially in his helmet and the little hints of it here and here. Aside from that, this is, by Arknight standards, relatively bad armor. The shoulder piece is interesting, the scarf, the neck coloring is really, really cool. But the actual, like, half coat, it doesn't really work. It breaks up. It does give him a cool silhouette, but that's then immediately broken by these belts. The leg armor's really, really cool. The boots are really, really cool. The pants are whatever. This turquoise here for the jacket he's got on underneath just doesn't quite fit. The knife is really cool, though, and I love that it ties into both his ear color and his helmet color. And he also has a version without the helmet, and is like, okay, bro, please put the helmet back on, you know? For whatever reason, that haircut and that hair shade is completely ruining the vibes. Some odd reason it reminds you of the stormtrooper falling off the stairs. Yeah, I get that. So I think from the, like, his silhouette is so close to really, really interesting. If they got rid of these belt straps, I think it would be. Like, just completely get rid of those belts and change the color of this underjacket, I think it'd be much nicer. Yeah, he does need to trim his facial hair. Just a little. It's just, that haircut cut, especially. A little bit scuffed. But by Arknight standards, it's not the armor parts that are bad, it's the way everything is complementing the armor. It kind of clashes instead of complements. The actual armor pieces are really, really cool. But I think overall, he's yet another low A, I think. Oh no, I think he's more a middle A. But he's not at all comparable to any of the armored units in S tier. Like, Ulmer looks way more consistent of a theme. You can see why he keeps the full helmet on. Yeah, the color scheme is much more interesting. Unfortunately, his eye color and his hair color clash, which is just, wow, really done dirty by your own genetics. Moving on from plastic. Yeah, like, more I look at him, more I think about it. He does not match up with any of the S tiers. He doesn't even look... The most interesting part is his helmet, but the rest of it, aside from his knife, is not interesting to look at. It wouldn't fit the job of a tournament knight very well at all. So yeah, I definitely feel like he's the lowest of the tournament knights. He's an A tier. Of the notable tournament knights, I should say. Moving on to another person who kinda did it wrong, Taiki. Now, in theory, this MF is trying to be, like, understated. The point of a cloak this ridiculously heavy is to hide your figure and sort of blend in, not blend into the crowd, but, you know, be inconspicuous, not really drawing the eyes. And instead, it's bright red and dark turquoise green. And my guy is the most jacked mountain of a man to ever exist, who's like 9'10" and 30,000 pounds, and it's all muscle. Smash but air, yeah. He does look kind of cooler with his helmet. Less like Matterhorn who got a broken nose, and more like a cool guy. It just... The context of what he's wearing this outfit for... With the helmet it works, without the helmet it doesn't. This is an enforcer who's checking up on you, and everyone will get out of the way. But it's also... It's not a very good outfit. It serves its purposes well enough that I think it's earned an A. But there's so much more you can do with it, and the silhouette is just a rectangle. It's such a boring silhouette, probably going to shake the floor when he walks here. Every step you just hear a thunk, thunk. Keep a low profile. Low isn't the right word. Yeah, that's a good way of surmising my problem with it. The point of a cloak this, like, with this kind of silhouette is to have a low profile, but because the colors are so bright and it's so massive, it completely fails at that. Gravity Falls cultists, yeah. Does he even fit in with A tier? I think he's actually a B. It's just so plain. There's nothing cringe about it, but the fact that it's such bright, vibrant colors completely defeats the purpose of such an incredibly massive coat. Then after Taihi, we have Tatiana, who looks like Zima's mum or something. I forget who she's related to. This is an example of bright colors used well, even though they do slightly clash. This yellow and this blue clash with each other, and also clash slightly with her hair. But it still works really well. Mummy, yes sir. The main problem with this outfit is the... Sorry, so many burps. Lito's mum, that's the one, thank you. I knew it was one of the Ursa students. The only real problem with this outfit is the color clashing. If this was a slightly different shade of blue and yellow, I think this outfit would look much, much better. The dress itself is phenomenal, obviously cleavage window, but even just the way it hugs the rest of her figure and highlights and accentuates where you want to look, fantastic. I think there's a few too many belts. That's alright. Her chain handbag with sparkles is really cool. Matches her sparkle earrings super well. I love that she's got that star right there so that when she does wink, it looks really fantastic. Not a big fan of this headdress piece, partially that's just the colors though. She's very, very gorgeous, and her dress is gorgeous, and her shoes are gorgeous. But the color clash is a little bit iffy. More belts, better. Her ex is hotter. Who's her ex? I do actually really like the non-worn heavy fur coat like this, especially because the dress is so small. Like, having a really massive coat with a small dress is a good combo. If it weren't for the color clash, I would say she's flooding, but I think the color clash does bring it down to S. Where this is like a little bit painful to look at. The color clash and the hair there. That being said, she does look really, really good. Mid-S, Arknights. Oh yeah, Arknights is also hot. Yeah, mid-S is about where I'm thinking as well. Because it's a really fantastic outfit, it's just she messed up some of the color balancing. It's a little painful to look at this yellow and blue combo. From there we have yet another daddy in the form of Toland Cash. I believe... No, okay. We have a lot of Casimirs to go because they, so many of them have names like... At least Toland's is easy to pronounce. Toland is a really interesting combo of armor and skin type, and it's really fun to look at. I love it when they do this. You can't tell which pieces are armor that's just shaped like his muscles, and which pieces are skin type clothing, and it's really, really cool. It makes it hard to tell what's going on, which is sometimes a bad thing, sometimes a good thing. In the case of a character like Toland, where he's a little bit shifty and operates in the black market, it's a good thing. Definitely a good thing. I think a slightly narrower collar would work a bit better. The necklace, though, works fantastic, and the rest of the jacket really, really great. tiny bit of shoulder protection, not too much though. Strap over the body to handle both his blades. You'd get banned from YouTube if you wrote everything you thought of this man. I love the super pec-tight armor. Likewise, these are actually gauntlets. Or at least parts of them are. Maybe it's just a glove gauntlet. I can't tell which parts are gauntlets and which parts are his skin. It's really interesting armor design. The way the cloak sits on him is really fantastic, aside from these two tassel belts, unfortunately. He does, unfortunately, also have a few belts that emphasize his groin, and he carries the Casimir's classic of 4 unidentified blue vials. But he has really... The pants are alright. The pants aren't fantastic. The baggy pants with super skin tight top is a really good combo. But these pants are a bit too baggy, and they look a bit strange because of it. Too many straps, too many pouches on the pants. No, it does not need more groin straps. All in all, though, I think he's another strong S. I don't quite think he's flooding, because while his torso is really strong, his pants are not, and his shoes are not. Like, the core of going to baggy works, but it's just, you need to fix some of these belts. You need to wear slightly less baggy pants. Like, especially around the knees, because of the knee guard, it looks so weird. If these were a little bit thinner, it looks so much better. But all in all, you can tell this is a very, very fashionable man, even if he doesn't hit quite the insane levels as, like, Alberto. And the way his silhouette is constantly broken up and the color balancing makes it really hard to tell where One Piece begins and ends. That's usually a bad thing, but because he's a shady character who works in the black market, instead you get the perfect picture of what this guy's about just by glancing at him. So it works super, super well with telling you what you need to know. Then we have Tshigata Leader. I don't know how to pronounce it. But, once again, Arknights doing incredible NPC armor design. Part of it's the stance, the clenched fist, and the clenched fist on the halberd, really cool. I love the mask with the glowing eyes, it's so cool. The cloak is fantastic, the scarf rather, fantastic the way it goes around the neck and hugs it. The fur, I love that there's basically no exposed skin and it's all super heavy clothing, because they're in a frigid wasteland of a mountain. And not all of them are built like Cliffheart. Yeah, not everyone can be as cold resistant as Cliffheart, unfortunately. Some of the armor, like there's too many pouches over the armor here. This should be better as one piece. I think it would look cooler if it was more distinctly armor rather than just pouches. Like, the arms are armor, the legs are just reinforced. I think having a more distinct torso piece would help it a lot because it's a little bit too busy. Sans Undertale. How did you know? This is Sans Undertale in disguise in the Arknights world. Needs more cold resistance so you can check him out. Yeah, the mask especially is so strong. This fills its role basically perfectly. This is not a named NPC, this is just a generic NPC. And it's very good for a generic NPC. And you get unsettled by them. Their mask is very unsettling. Then the fact that there's nothing human about them showing outside of that, it works really fantastically. Hey, welcome back, Amira. Dropping an AE. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, I think the only way you could really improve this armor is fixing the chest plate, but I think it's only an S. I don't think it's quite a flooding. I do think it's like in line with a lot of the other S tiers though. Having seen the rest, I do actually agree. This is, I am more confident with that. I agree. Like, it's not my own opinions. I agree with my own opinions. When a generic leader enemy has better drip than Alti, a lot of people have better drip than Alti. Big Bob has better drip than Alti. I would argue Edge has better drip than Alti. She's not even just D, she's one of the worst in D tier. He's daddy, yeah, he does give off daddy energies. We still bullying Alti, only from time to time. That was the first Alti mention in like 2 hours. Tashigata Asokul, yeah, apologies, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Then, we have Trilby Asher. And gotta be honest, I'm weak to the Victorian aesthetic. But these guys are so cool. It's another compilation of like everything I love in a character design. The hat is excellent. The way it's got this skull theme ornament right on top to just a little bit unnerve you. The way the face is completely blacked out, but little flicks of spiked hair. Dark mode Kevin, way cooler than Kevin. My typist made him have their face covered for real. I'm not a big fan of this belt around his neck or these two straps here, but it still works. It gives him such an interesting silhouette. The super strong shoulders work here. I love emerald, and the emerald, like the color, and the emerald highlights here are fantastic, especially this emerald mixed with blue. That's probably the weakest, but they're so good. Works really, really well with silver. It is a bit strange, these mid-bicep silver bands. I think they would look a bit better lower, just a little bit lower, like down here or something. But it, like, only an inch or two. It looks really fantastic. You don't know how I feel about those green ribbons. Yeah, I'm not as big of a fan of the green ribbons. It's mainly just they're a slightly more bluish color. I think it would look better if they were a stronger green and matched more with these. I love the way it's breaking up the front of his silhouette with lots of layers like this. The armor underneath, it's not even armor, it looks like armor, it looks fantastic. The crossbody strap is incredible. The hands in the pockets, I love that pose, it's so disrespectful. Like, he's disrespecting you so hard right now. And it's a very, very flattering shirt that splits perfectly into a layered skirt, trench coat style. Armored greaves, you'll love to see it, and tight pants on underneath. I'm not a big fan of these straps that come from his back, though. They do kind of work. I just think it'd be better if these side... actually, no. They do work. I'm just not a big fan of it. It works for the outfit. It's just a case of I have a personal bias against it. The belt is there to have a leash attached to it. St. Carmen's followers, yeah. But yeah, just... I'm trying to not be biased, because I love this design so much. Mainly for the face and the pose. I unironically think this outfit is flooding. Gimme the hat. Yeah, the creepy skull hat. Yeah, it's better than pretty much any of the S tiers. I definitely think it belongs more up with flooding. Male Knights Enjoyers winning again. The only things I'd really change is change the color of those green straps. Maybe shift these bands, or even just get rid of the top band. The second band's fine where it is. But it's a very menacing, imposing enemy design. It works so well. Speaking of menacing and imposing enemies, next up we have Titus Topola, the second last Casimir's member. Once again, Casimir's armored like crazy and pulls off decent armor, but I think Ulma has a directly better version of this armor. They're different enemy designs, but they go for the same theme. Like, this layered style doesn't really work with massive pauldrons like this. The helmet is really sleek, but then the rest, aside from the torso, isn't. I'm not a big fan of the red highlights. There's way too many straps. He is a fantastic heel, though. Especially with the yellow slashes right across his eye. That's a cool attention to detail. But again, it's suffering from a few too many belts. If you removed some of the belts, I think he would look better. That being said, it's still, like, really excellent armor, and I think... No, I do think Ulma's was meaningfully better. I think it's an A tier. It's nicer than Plastics, and not as nice as Ulma's. I think it's high A or low S, but I'll put it in high A for now. Just Ulma did it directly better. Stole his entire flow. But he does work really fantastic as a heel. It's not Arknights if it has less belts. Yeah. It's just there's so many tassels, so many completely pointless ones. 4 on his torso, 2 more here, 1 more here, 1 more here, 2 more here, 1 more here. It's just too much. Come on, Titus. It's also, Ulma had some white to match the black. This is just mono black. It doesn't look quite as imposing. It's like, the whole Black Knight doesn't actually work if you just go mono black. You need to keep it a little bit varied. The highlights make it more imposing. Or you need to commit. There's too many colors for it to be a proper full-on black. Then after that, we have the Sarkaz Girl. The bondage victim who lures you into a trap in integrated strategies. She does not have a proper NPC CG, NPC art, but she does have 2 CGs. And she is very, very pretty. People have drawn a surprising amount of fan art of her. We can't see the full outfit, but this very, very skin-tight shirt with a cravat and then also, like, patterned floral arm stocking. Very lovely. The chains add a lot to it. This doesn't look strange. These garter straps for her socks. It looks fine because they're on both. One thigh band, obviously chained up. I don't think she looks nearly as nice in this one as she does in the other one, though. So I will move on to her IS2. But that's just the pose, but also proportions. Like her torso, her stomach is inhumanly small here. She'd be dead here. Chain also makes it better, yeah. I do love that they're like, oh, hot woman in chains. Perfect idea to lure people into a trap. And they weren't wrong. But she wears very, very elegant dresses. She's not flooding. We haven't seen her in enough clothing or from enough poses to justify that. It's just very, very nice clothing. You've got Oak Cup. Who's Oak Cup? But yeah, like, the backless dress, really fantastic. Obviously very figure-fitting. I love these opera gloves and the slight tabard around her neck. Oak Cup dropped like 4 days ago. Okay, I'll look up Oak Cup Arknights. And I'll see the results for that later. Dude from Typhon vignettes. Sorry, I drop him in NPC Drip, actually. That'll be easier. I'll add them to the end. We have like 7 more to go. 5 more to go, actually, after this. So I think she's I think, unironically, she's a nicer version of Logos's mum. Because Logos's mum, it's the same aesthetic, but it's too busy. I think adding a little bit more to this outfit would make it nicer. But it's the same core aesthetic, and I think it's about the same tier as Logos's mum, actually. It's a little... Logos's mum is too busy, this one's too simple. But they're going for the same aesthetic. Which is sexy goth. Now, final of the Casimiers, we have Withered Knight. Very, very similar to Corrupted Knight. Not gonna lie. But, absolute Shad once again. Take notes, Typhus. Having little splashes of white adds so much character to it. Once again, the cyan dripping down the armor is so menacing. The way it implies blood. It's really cool. Calling Kelsey Howe as NPC will be my death. Good luck trying to get choked. I can't understand that sentence, sorry. I think you might need to grammar check that one. But yeah, very, very similar. I don't think the design is meaningfully different enough from Corrupted Knights to be in a different tier, but very fantastic. I love the chain around the belt as well. Yeah, they also had it. I think it's basically the same, just with slightly different length chains. I think they have effectively the same NPC design. Less belts this time. Yeah, it's slightly different, but it's not super different. So I think I'll just chuck them into the same tier, which is flooding. Yeah, like when you look at their silhouettes, they're very similar. Which isn't a surprise. Their horns are also inverted. Let it swear. Your back in the bottle is broken again? Ah! Why's the bottle broken? Is that fixed? Are we back? Are we back? Sorry, I didn't notice that time. Okay, there we go. Model's back, model's back. Sorry about that. Oh, right, yes, sorry. I did see Oak Cup, but that was another character. I don't really have too much to say. Very, very busy design. I'll pull her up real quick. Like, incredibly busy design. There's so much going on. This needs to be simplified. I would give this borderline a cringe just because there's way too many flowing parts. Like, even just this part of the poncho has how many tassels? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like, it's got 50 tassels on each piece of clothing. There's way too much going on. At its core, this is a pretty solid outfit, if you simple it down to just the lines. But there's way, way, way too much. Yeah, fixed. Oh, wonderful. Best femboy? That's a he? That surprises me, but that's cool. Looks similar to Bridget. Yeah, Withered Knight, very similar to Corrupted Knight. No belts. That's a she? Yeah, that could be a boy. I'm not sure. Yeah, I thought... Yeah, boy. Then, coming up, we have Ya. Ya! This is a he, yes. This one is hard to tell because he's got a slight chest. I think they're intentionally androgynous, but this one should be a he. Awful boss? Yes. Everyone's favorite boss, Yar01. Has the Tainari style ears. Yeah, once again, Yar's gender is Yar, like conviction. I actually think this outfit is kind of bad. The red dress part and the waist part is good. Like, the red dress as a whole is good. Except for this weird, this should be proper slits. The fact that you just wear, like, toeless socks, like, that's so cringe. Gold chains around your feet as well. The shoulder pads are really annoying. Like, it doesn't even look like it's part of the cloak, and it's not strong at all. They're so wide as well. Like, the shoulders should be way narrower than that and way harsher and stronger than that. They just golded cloaks. Yeah, you get me, you get me. The black cloak could work, but it's way too long, not flared enough, and is completely ruined by the shoulders. The gold ornaments around the chest are very, very nice though. Credit where it's due. Likewise the earrings. The eyes are also super sharp, which I love to see. The 3 gold chains on each side are cool. This gauntlet is ridiculously impractical. All of these parts that go behind him are attached to this gauntlet. Like, come on, man. Come on, yeah. And this would work better as just a corset without this massive golden strap hanging that almost looks like a giant dong. I'm gonna say it. Yeah. Is it D or C? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. It's definitely below B. I think Ya is another D tier. You should not leave the house dressed like this. D because bad boss. The real insult is like this red dress part is really nice, aside from how it ends. And this corset part is really nice, and the flared hips is really nice. But then everything else just completely ruins it. Yeah, 01, lock that. Yeah. You know, this outfit's kind of cringe. It's got a good core, but that makes it even more disappointing that they've completely ruined it. Then we have, I believe, the last generic unit of the day, in the form of Yeti Squadron member, who is worth talking about because, once again, actually kind of better dressed than a lot of, like, named NPCs and bosses. So to start us off, really fantastic silhouette from the mid-waist up. The hood is really cool, the obscured face really cool. Doesn't even have the penis head problem. It has fixed that just enough. The tabard into layered sleeves like this is a really great way of breaking up the silhouette. There's a reason it's a classic. Not a big fan of the slight zipper looking pattern here, but at least it's not an actual zipper. I think this is too damaged towards the end, just a little bit, like, but at the end of the day it's damaged, and you can tell by the sudden drop in res, it's not designed to be looked at below the waist. The skirt's a little busy too. I don't think this will get higher than a B, but it's a very nice B. It's a very nice standard uniform. I love the patterns as well. You can clearly tell this outfit was put, like, designed with every piece in mind. It is a coherent outfit. This guy gets even hotter in the anime. I do agree with that. But I think in terms of this guy, it's just a B. Now, last 2 of the day, they're a little bit weird. I wanted to give an honorable mention to this guy. He does not have any proper NPC Drip. Oh, and yes, the guy on the left, not Liner. He does not have any proper NPC art, but he's dressed really, really well. His name is like Alpha Zeke or something. He was one of the only good parts of Reclamation Algorithm. Like, unironically, guys dripped out. This is a really good example of black on gold. I won't... I won't spend too much time on him because it's so low detail. And yeah, not Mlinar. Mlinar's already flooding. But this is a really... It's a shame it's this humanoid. I think it would be better if it was less humanoid and more creepy. I think this guy's only an A. But that's just because I don't want to rank him too highly, because we have so few details. I could easily see a proper design of this guy. The Immortal, that's right. I could easily see that hitting S or flooding. Because the core, the way the skirt hangs is really cool. The super armored legs, all of the highlights, the armored gauntlets, the half cape on the shoulder, even this weird droop on the mask. If they ever do a proper drawing of him, like full-on design for him, I'm very, very keen to see it. And then absolute lucky last, the Treasure Hunter. Another part of Reclamation algorithm. Not as cool as Liaison. Liaison was way hotter. I ain't into dudes, but Liaison was way hotter. A little bit risque there, showing that cleavage, but I'll start from the bottom. Once a very rare case again. Really nice shoes. Really, really nice shoes. I love these shoes. Very strong boots and fits perfectly with the pants. Women in suit pants. This is a minor NPC from Reclamation algorithm called the Treasure Hunter. Don't worry about it. No one remembers her because Liaison is way hotter. But yeah, tight suit pants on women. Incredible, always. Liaison hotter? Yeah, unironically. This strap here is a little strange, but it emphasizes her thighs a little more. It looks really nice. The jacket, I don't like the way it sits on her, especially because she's got crossbody bags all over the place. It really does not hug her figure super well, and it looks like it's really disheveled, and she's not wearing it properly. She is kind of a cutie, I do agree. The jacket matches with her hat, but I think they would both look nicer if they were a little bit less, like, flappy, a little more firm of a material, if that makes sense. Especially the hat. I do love all of the belts and gadgets on her hat. That's very charming. I love this single-arm glove. And I love that she's once again holding a compass and has a ring. On her middle finger, so when she flips you off, she has a highlight to do it. This black undershirt is kinda scuffed. It's great around the chest, even though it doesn't actually look like she can do that up. It looks like cleavage is mandatory because the only button is here and it is fighting for its life. But the way it sits below the chest is really, really strange. It's basically a half-body shirt and then just a bra. I do like the weird steampunk binoculars, very, very cool. The collar's pretty good. I think it's too solid of color. It needs to be a little lighter and a little less intense. It's drawing attention away from her face. Button can't hold it. Yep. You can see from the cloth folds, the button is fighting for its life under there. And the white shirt as well. I actually think she'd be better without this white shirt entirely. Make the black a more solid black and ditch this white shirt as a whole. Especially since it comes down to here. That would naturally be part of that. That'd look much better. So if she wore a slightly nicer jacket, her hat's fine, and then just replaced this black shirt with just a plain black dress shirt of a similar style instead of the white and black shirt, I think she'd be much, much higher. Compared to Liaison, she's nothing. But I think she might be... Yeah, I think she's a low S. Very low S. Sort of in line with Alfonso and Eblana. Alrighty, that will do it for today. Thank you all so much for coming. As promised, I kept it short, just barely under 5 hours instead of the 10 hours it otherwise would have been. This was very, very fun. This should be the finale of this series, though. I believe that's every NPC who's worth talking about. You dropped like a quarter of them in the Drip channel. You're proud. Yeah. No, thank you for your hard work. It's massively appreciated. I could not find every NPC, but this is at least the overwhelming majority. Yay or Yeti? Not sure if that was a typo. This was very, very fun, but this will be the end of the series, so now I can finally, like, force myself to actually finish the videos. The massively shorter videos of these, if I want to do those. So thank you all so much for coming. On Monday, I will be doing a short handhold stream for the event. So if you're having any trouble with any of the event stages and you can't clear it, mini events are hard, very, very happy to do that. I can't rest anymore. Hey, I can rest. Next we do enemy drip. No, enemies are a type of NPC. I included a lot of enemies. So thank you so much for coming. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Have a fantastic day. No matter what time zone you are, it's at least like 1 AM on Saturday. So sleep well if you're one of the people from America. Otherwise, I will see you next time. Have a great day. Thanks for swinging by. Tier list ranking operators by how good they would play Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite, so I wouldn't be able to weigh in on that. No, I'm not doing an Originium slug ranking. Or a stage ranking. Sleep, it's not even 9 PM. Oh, that means you should be winding down for bed, though. So let me show off my thighs a little bit as I say goodbye. I helped you finish your lab so extremely efficient. Hey, thanks for swinging by, Ignite Mimic. Hopefully it wasn't too distracting. And hopefully your lab work went well. Why am I crying? There we are. Alright, I remember. Alright, thank you all so much for coming. I will see you next time.